Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, good evening, good early morning, wherever you are in the world. We're happy to have you here. It's day two of the Scrabble Players Championship 2025 Collins Division, coming at you live from Baltimore, Maryland. We've got, I think, 4 games for you this morning, 3 more games in the afternoon, so another full day of Scrabble action. My name is Charles Reinke. I'm joined in the commentary booth this morning by Matthew O'Connor. Matthew, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. It's going to be a great day. We've got day two of the Scrabble Players Championship. We've got some exciting games coming ahead, some past champs, some up and comers. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think every game in a Collins division that is this stacked is going to be a good one. No doubt that the games we're going to see this morning are going to be awesome. Our first round matchup is Sammy Okosagah versus Alec Sjoholm. Matt, do you want to tell us a little bit about these players?
Sammy is from Nigeria, and he's a legend there. I think he won Nigerian nationals several times in the 90s before he moved to the U.S. Alex Sehom has won the NWL event here before. Now he's trying to win Collins, and he looks like he's in a pretty good spot to do so, starting at 6-1.
Yeah, I think Alec came in third last year, so he's been on the cusp a few times at least. He's looking to change that this time and win the whole thing. So it looks like these players are about ready to go. So I think we can get underway.
I'm excited. Yeah, let's do it. It looks like we gave them the go ahead, and Sammy is about to draw tiles.
His tile drawing technique of holding the bag somewhat upside down makes me a little bit nervous. I think there is an issue with a lost E tile yesterday. So hopefully all 100 are in there.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, clock is started. Sammy's starting to draw tiles. It looks like a lot of high-scoring constants to start, but some nicer constants to go with those. He's going to have some options here.
Yeah, the first thing that jumps out to me is maybe Whiten. I don't think there's quite a way to get rid of all three of the higher point ones and go for a bingo. So 32 points for Whiten seems pretty nice to me.
Yeah, I think that seems pretty straightforward. You could maybe think about just playing white, but BN together is not an especially good two-tile combination. Feels like you could just take the 2 extra points with white and not set up those extra hooks.
Yeah, I like the idea of Whiten. I always look for a short open, but I don't think there's a good one that exists here.
We see Sammy setting up Henbit on his rack. That is probably a significant downgrade just because the W is considerably worse than the B. So we hope he takes a little bit more time on this turn.
Yeah, the B is sometimes a sneaky bingo tile. It exists in the able and ibel suffixes. It ends up being a lot better for bingoing than the W. But Sammy's putting down white, and we like this choice.
Switching over to Alec, he does sort of have a what looks like it could be bingo letters, but sadly too many vowels to really make it work. Um, my first thought, and it looks like he's got it set up. I don't know if that's intentional or accidental. It's just playing the weird 4 vowel uoi. Looks like he's strongly considering that.
Yeah, it looks like he's lucked out a little and gotten a pretty nice place for it. I think if you put it on top of the first 4 letters in white and it scores 20 points.
Yep, we see it come down, and I think this makes a lot of sense. ELS is a very good, very potent 3 tile combination for bingos. And if you can get 20 points doing your four vowel dump, it seems pretty clear to me.
Yeah, I would say so. Sammy might be struggling a little with some clunky tiles. The first thing that jumps out to me is bait on top of Uoi, but that's not fun. Still might be the best choice.
Yeah, the W doesn't have a lot of upside on this board early in the game. There's not a hot spot for it, whereas there is that hot spot you mentioned for the B. So he might just have to hold his nose and hold on to the W for another turn and hope something good happens for him next turn. It is a little bit annoying sometimes to play off a W and then immediately draw another one, because that really does tank your bingo chances. But he might be faced with keeping it just one more turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to have to decide between the play of Ba, which scores two more and keeps one pointers, but pretty bad ones, and Bait, which keeps the W one more turn, but it's at least a little more balanced. I like the choice of Bait.
Yeah, definitely. The W isn't great, but keeping two I's and an O is probably worse. So I like this choice also.
Alec with a rack that looks good, but it's one of those pretty, maybe famous, attractive looking racks that doesn't quite have a bingo in it, and I don't think there's any way to get a 9 or an 8 down, so he's probably stuck with some less fun options where he might have to just score 6 points with something like Lev on top of EW or Boyle, maybe drop the D instead.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. It definitely does feel like just making a one tile play is strong here. He does have bingo lines under Whiten and on top of Bait. I guess maybe one downside on this board, there's not a lane for a 7 ending in an S. So he does have to kind of take that into consideration if he wants to try to make a new one. Doing something like ED, I don't know if that would ever be justified, but that would be one way to guarantee that you have a very simple bingo line to hit. Um, yeah, it's kind of a tough turn for Alec.
Although I wonder if opening up a pure ending in S lane is actually needlessly open. I wonder if maybe Alec bingos no matter what, anyways, and so he actually wants it to be a little bit tighter because his leave is so good. He can figure something out on the tighter board, anyways, with on top of Bait and Whitens being available to him.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Matt. The situation's not dire enough in terms of bingo lines where he needs to do something drastic, like set up a very easy S hook. With a leave like Lister, a lot of his bingos are just simply going to play in one of the two current bingo spots. If he does something like, if he just
Yeah,
plays off the L or the D, lots of his bingos still play in those spots.
and one option we didn't even discuss is actually red bait on top of EW and UH. That would be 23 points and still keep a decent leave. So that's actually another excellent choice. But Alec is going to go with Boyle.
Yeah, I think this is decent enough. It does set up sort of another lane for S bingos, although not ending with an S, and keeps a very, very strong leave.
Yeah, Alec is probably very relieved he did not fish off the D. He would have been stuck with another almost bingo rack if he did so. Instead, he's got strived, diverts, or verdicts.
We see Sammy here has drawn some. Well, these seem to be a decent set of consonants. Uh, the K should provide some scoring on this turn. He's got that spot above Bait where he can just hit a double word score. He does have cool setup on his rack. That's going to score 30 points if he decides to go for it. Some scoring play that plays two of his scoring consonants seems like
Yeah,
the decision here.
and Sammy's in a spot where he probably wants to try to be defensive after Alex Fish, but I don't think there's any realistic way to do so. There's S hooks that are probably far enough apart that there's no way to really block everything. So he's going to end up playing Milk to get rid of some of his high pointers.
Well, it looks like he's actually going for Milko.
Milko.
I think that this is a decent idea. It does block the maybe one of the easiest bingo lines on the board on top of Bait. It does float an O out in space, which might help your opponent in certain situations, but scores decently. Sadly, still keeps the W. We'll see how much longer that stays on his rack, but this is a pretty good choice.
Yeah, and Alec with what seems to be three similar scoring spots for Strived, it's probably going to be about what he wants to do to the board. think he's probably roughly a coin flip, maybe a slight favorite either way. So I don't think he's going to be thinking too much about long term openness or closedness.
Yeah, we see he picks one relatively quickly. He's pluralizing boils or pluralizing boil, going for one of his two 80-point options. So this is as good as he's going to do. This one maybe slightly more closed up than pluralizing whiten.
Yeah, I think I like the idea. I think it probably sets up a little bit less in the immediate term. No triple and no floaters. So I like the idea here. And Sammy with a rack, he probably needs to get rid of the W and B before he thinks about bingoing. So web strikes me as the kind of word I would be thinking about playing.
Yeah, are you thinking maybe web understrived?
I think that seems like a pretty good choice. A, C, D, E is not fantastic, but there's a solid chance of bingoing with it. They're pretty friendly to bingos.
Yeah, one downside of web is it does kind of set up an easy scoring spot immediately underneath. You could easily see like a 40-point play coming back, like involving an F or an X, something like that. So, but the other plot space to play web is just on top of Milko, and that has its own downsides. So Sammy's going to do some thinking here to see if it's still worth playing those plays.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where maybe all of the available options open up something, and that maybe makes web a little more palatable. One option we haven't discussed yet, if you want to go more defensive, is bowed, Bowed through the O in Milko. A little bit tighter in the short term, still keeps a pretty solid leave, scores comparably and maybe a little less, but it is going to be a solid amount more defensive in the short term, which we might like.
Yeah, I'm looking at that play, the more I kind of like it. It does put Sammy up just by a little bit on a board where, he's, keeping decent letters, and Alex Rack is a little bit random. You don't want to make things too easy for your opponent, so something like Bowd might be a good option here.
And we're going to see it in real time. If he plays bowed, he's going to cut off the obvious scoring opportunity for Alec, which would involve making Joe with the O in Milko and the J on his rack. So, yeah, a lot of this short-term defensive stuff has an obvious advantage to it. We can see it pretty clearly this time with the contents of Alec's rack.
Yeah, Alec doesn't really have a whole lot going on with the J other than that spot, so he's going to be a little bit disappointed if that spot goes away. Sammy doesn't, of course, know the exact contents of Alec's rack. That would be cheating, but he does, kind of have a general idea of good stuff that's still in the bag. So Sammy's actually going for something we didn't think about, just playing Baud here, which scores, I think that's his highest scoring play, Matt, 32 points, but has some downsides in terms of opening up the triple and the spot on top of Baud.
Yeah, I like the idea of scoring as many points as you can. I just worry CEE, a third E could make your rack go sour pretty fast. Alec with G on top of Baud, that is the thing that kind of strikes me as the most obvious play. And
Yeah, the O on top of Milko went away, but we got a new J hotspot, so it seems it's a choice between Ja or G. I think he's definitely going to go for G here. I guess he could maybe play G'd. That is 10 fewer points. Yeah, I guess it's probably not going to play that.
Yeah, I think JEE, it's hard to think of what else he would be doing here. It's also, it closes some bingo lanes. It closes something, maybe forming OBO. So that's worth something. And yeah, I guess it at least turns the triple lane into non-bingo triples. It's probably a little harder to use that. So I like the idea of G, and I don't think there's really another obvious choice.
Yeah, I think that this has to be the play. We see Sammy. He did draw that third E, as you mentioned, but that's not the real rack killer here. The real rack killer was the Q draw. with
Yeah, but
nowhere for chi. So
there's an interesting option here. It depends on how big of a heart we'll say Sammy has. What do you think about En on top of G?
ooh, that is
I think if it were Nigel, it would have already been on the board. But
that is
it's,
very, very
it's
clever.
courageous, we'll say. I think it's correct. It's a little bit tricky to have an E and an S, and I don't think G necessarily implies an E because of how many points it scores. I think it's kind of nuts, but he has to do it.
Yeah, that is actually a very creative option because you get that new ES spot making SNED and U, which I guess is just a more intense form of U with two E's. You still got the Q, but if I guess he's got a guaranteed play of C's there the next turn at the very least. That's got to score almost 50, right?
It's 49 if it doesn't get blocked. I think that would have been risky, but I think that would have been a great choice. Also, would have been really fun to have on stream. And yeah, it does absolutely slaughter my sim. I think that would have been super awesome to see on stream. One fun thing about the new dictionary is that we've finally gained the ability to express our displeasure with multiple W's as well as multiple E's.
Yeah, the EWW doesn't come up very often, but when it does, yeah, you're really happy that it's there.
And Sammy with almost an embarrassment of riches, the Q, X, and Z. Don't think this is the worst board to sit on them either. He can play things like X'd through the E and strived and the E and seeds and kind of be a little bit patient and maybe wait for a bingo once he gets rid of all his clunk. He can also fish for Sank through the C if that stays open.
Yeah, there's a little bit of upside here for some of his scoring tiles. Meanwhile, Alec, it's got some duplicates, two G's, two L's, and just the one vowel being the A. Uh, I guess my first inclination would be I'm looking through that E of seeds that just got put out there. What can I do with my H in that spot? There's not a ton of other scoring spots on the board that he can really access, so that would be my first inclination. But really, his only option there is just playing Hell, Hell. That has some pretty obvious downsides. It takes an O. I think in the new latest update, it also takes an A in addition to an S, which it's always taken. So that's a little bit scary for Alec. I wonder if he
Yeah,
has anything else.
this is one of those spots where you can't make a setup just because you have it. You have to think, oh, wait, this takes so many hooks. It's very likely he has one. And he does, in fact, have an A. So it might not work out as well as you would hope, given that it just takes too many hooks. So I like maybe a little bit tighter, maybe even like Gled. Gled is kind of not super inspiring, but that leaf might be one of the maybe sneaky good ones. One eye away from a little bit more obvious bingos type of rack.
Yeah, I think that's actually a decent idea. It does get rid of the duplicate G and the duplicate L. And as you say, Matt, if you draw an I, you might have sort of an outside chance at I and G bingos. But at the very least, you're sort of keeping up the scoring pressure. He doesn't have any standout scoring plays here, so it's a little bit easier on a turn like this to just take 18 and move on.
Yeah, you
So
can maybe try to iterate through the possibilities. IR is a pretty likely leave, and that sets up ring hauls. EI sets up healings. There's quite a few choices. Alec is going with Chawl, another good option, scoring as much as he can.
yeah, again, we talked about it earlier. Sometimes it's just you just want to score as many points as you can. This play does exactly that.
And Sammy with a little bit of a easier choice, given that that play is there. Hard to argue in favor of anything else, really, when you have 64. We know what Will Anderson likes to say about high scoring plays.
Remind the audience what Will Anderson likes to
Will
say about high
Anderson,
scoring plays.
Will Anderson would do many things for 64. And Alec with one single bingo, one of those tricky ones because it's hard to remember if the ing words take an S, but his play of gloving does take an S. Charles, is there any argument in favor of not bingoing, being patient? I don't think there is this time because the bingo is pretty defensive in nature.
Yeah, and the thing is, Alec doesn't have plays really elsewhere on the board. If he doesn't bingo this turn, I mean, it is kind of an open question whether he's confident enough of glovings to actually put it on the board, since they are playing 5 point challenge. It's very likely that Sammy would challenge. It's just a weird looking INGS word, so Alec has to be pretty sure of it to play it. But there's not too much else he can do here. The only open vowel that he can really work with his consonant heavy rack is again the E of seeds. Playing there would block the lane for eights ending in S. So he would
Yeah.
probably want to avoid that. And there's not too much else to do. Maybe Vide in the top right is an outside chance of working out.
Yeah, I don't think that the triple on the top right is volatile enough to make me feel like I need to block it. I think if I knew glovings, it would be the choice, but that is a tricky one. It's very, very hard to remember which ing words are words. Once you get past the obvious ones like hearing, it is pretty random, it feels like.
Yeah, I just looked it up and it says what gloving is the act or the craft of making gloves, and the S is only Collins. So I'm not really surprised here that Alec is not playing the bingo.
Yeah, Sammy with a bit of an interesting choice because he has QIN, but he also has rezone for a lot more points. I like QIN. I think it's worth the sacrifice. And it leaves me with Res, which is a little bit unlikely to go anywhere, depending on what Alec does, especially if he bingos on the triple. Um,
There are also a lot of ends still in the bag to redraw rezone, so it could still happen next turn.
yeah. And Alec, this time he has no bingos. It's going to be more about how does Alec want to approach this? Does he want to be a little bit tighter or does he want to be a little bit more open given that he has the blank? I think given his deficit and the fact that he has a blank, he's probably thinking about getting a bingo down.
Yeah, at this point he's now down by about 30 points, a little bit more. That's where you start feeling like a bingo would really be helpful. So I think his plays going forward until he does hit the bingo are going to be sort of designed around the idea of trying to get one sooner rather than later.
Yeah, definitely. I don't love the idea of something like Meg because it somewhat cuts off my S, but I do think it might be necessary. It's another one of those spots where, hey, I have the blank. I'm so likely to get something down, especially with Milko being there. There's ways to hit AN bingos ending in AN or AL. You know, you draw something like EI, ER, and then you at least have Reginald. Something like that will probably go down. Actually, ER giving him Lang rolls as well on the triple. That's a good
Yeah,
way to think about it. When you have a super good leave, you often actually don't mind a closed board because you will still get something down, and your opponent with a more random rack from your perspective will struggle a lot.
yeah, that all makes sense. Also, playing Meg here, the S isn't totally cut off. If he manages to draw an E, ES bingos are still extremely possible in that spot. He also kind of sets up a little bit of an escape valve for him. Meg takes an A. So if he needs to use that spot to make Mega, he's still got that in his back pocket.
Yeah, Sammy has one play. It's very open, and I'm not sure if I would feel like doing it after plays like Meg. But if he wants to score as many points as he can, the option is a Ronzer, which means somebody from the rest of New Zealand, which is just not Auckland. The opposite of a Ronzer is a Jaffa. You can look up that acronym on your own time.
but
Probably
not,
shouldn't say it on stream.
yeah, don't look it up on your work computer.
But there's also a strong argument in favor of something like Zori if you want to cut off the biggest bingo lane after a play like Meg.
Yeah, I feel like here the points with Ronzer are just it's so many points. It puts you up by a bingo basically. You're scoring 48. That feels like a lot to turn down here. I mean, Sammy should be rightfully concerned with Alex's recent pattern of play, which seems to indicate some fishing. But there's bingo lines on this board. This just puts a few more out there.
Yeah, I am in favor of Ronzer. Hey, 48 is almost a bingo anyways, and this helps him surge into the lead. Alec this time with bingos, I don't think we'll see him missing them this time. They're all pretty common words.
Yeah, the highest scoring bingo for Alec here is just planning through the newly created N of Ronzer. That's a very typical word, typical ing word. It would be very hard for a player of Alec's caliber to miss that.
Yeah, planning is probably the choice. I don't think there's any way to argue about passing up a bingo this time. I think we're just going to see him maybe iterate through the alphabet a little. Maybe he wants to touch the double word score in the lane with the E, but it does not exist. Looks like he's basically spelled out planning except for the somewhat wayward G.
Yeah, we hope when it hits the board that it's
Oh, wait,
spelled
he
correctly.
spelled plangent. He spelled plangent, I think.
Oh, okay.
Spelled planning.
Yeah, now we see the correct order of letters.
Yeah, now he's spelled planning, so that is what we're seeing.
And I think we do have a blank designation cam, but this one should be pretty obvious as long as Alec doesn't circle the wrong letter.
Yeah, we get to see in real time and we get to confirm he did it right, which is an underrated skill that top Scrabble players have. If you want to be like us, circle the blank correctly. Sammy with some clunk, but luckily the pool appears to be a bit vowel heavy. Be a little bit less worried about keeping consonants. Foot is the first thing that comes out to me.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty good option here. PRT is about the best leaf he could hope for with these letters, the duplicate O's and the
Yeah.
duplicate T's. And he still will have the E of Ronzer to work with, at least for the start of his bingos, if the E appears early in the word. That feels pretty strong here.
Unfortunately, the E is going to be Alec. It's going to be help Alec more this time with Reunited. But foot is a good choice. I think it's the best. I like the idea of just scoring and also being okay with the consonants because there's vowels to come.
Oh, and we do see it mentioned in chat, and I'm seeing it now myself. Alec could play Reunited, but he's also got Intruder here. I think he's probably got to take the extra 8 points.
Oh yes, for sure. I just that was not the first bingo I saw. I think we'll see that pretty quickly.
Although he does have Reunited set up on his rack, maybe thinking about the merits of playing through the E versus the R if there's some kind of consideration of trying to block more bingos that way.
I don't know if you actually block more bingos because IER is actually still sitting there, and Reunited also blocks the L. And Reunited also, the way to block the triple afterwards, you can play on the high scoring double area. So I don't actually think this is super defensive given what Intruder.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe he's concerned about Mega, but that seems like maybe a marginal consideration at this point. There's not any huge, like maybe Sammy will score 50 in a perfect situation in that spot, but more likely he's not going to be able to play there at all.
Yeah, Sammy is now in a weird spot. You know, it's one of those situations where it feels like maybe I can come back by making a few high-scoring plays, but that's going to be really tough. I think I would be thinking about maybe getting rid of the letters in the word pry and trying for something up top.
Yeah, the scoreboard now is kind of a concern for Sam. He's down by about 50. The pool is exceptionally vowel heavy. That's got to play into his considerations quite a lot. 12 vowels to 7 consonants, meaning maybe keeping the P here is a little bit more decent than usual. He could do something like fry from the F of foot. That would block that triple line for bingos ending in ER, but does score pretty well, so hard to
Yeah,
say.
I don't hate the idea of Fry. I wonder what happens if Sammy plays Fry and then Alec takes the opportunity to play something on top, trying to block the Ami spot. It could get a little bit hairy, but I also just don't really know what else you would do if not Fry. It's hard to open up another lane, and Fry gives you an outside chance of coming back without a bingo if, say, Alec has too many vowels.
Yeah, there's a something to be said for like inducing your opponent to making a low-scoring blocking play, and then you just come back naturally without a bingo. And that might be what happens after Alec. If Alec theoretically made a low-scoring play to block Ami, Sammy could just come back naturally from that.
Yeah, another option maybe Yip on the other side. But Sammy's drawn the blank. That's really, I'm sure, a welcome sight.
Yeah, that's going to make his life a lot easier here. Way more likely to bingo on this tight board if you got the blank to work with. He was retaining the A, which I think was a necessity on that turn to make sure that Ami stays available for him.
Yeah, and I think he's actually managed to draw bingo in two spots. He can play Garreter on the bottom, and he can play Prorate on the top. So he's managed to kind of show the advantage of Yip, which is that it leaves the R unimpeded in a way that Alec can't actually block everything now.
And yeah, we see Alec. He's got two S's, but the S's aren't doing a whole lot for him on this board. It's just basically another tile at this point, a flexible tile, but kind of just another tile. He's probably looking at plays underfoot. There's a few options for him that scored decently in that spot.
Yeah, what do you think about doing something very paranoid here? I don't think it makes sense because Yar blocks the R and scores a lot. I don't think there's really another choice. But what do you think about something like, say, forming anew? It does block a lot more bingos.
Yeah, that basically forces Sammy to have the perfect letters to play something to the R of Ronzer and score. It still scores decently. I
Yeah,
think there's a lot of merit for something like that.
this time it's Yara is going to work out better because Sammy happened to have a bingo in both spots, anyways. But wondering if maybe it's time to get a little bit paranoid, in honor of the late great Ozzy Osbourne.
Yep.
Paranoid. Yeah, Sammy getting his bingo down, and Alec. We're in the end game now, Charles. Without looking it up, who do you think is supposed to win this game if we see optimal play on both sides? It's
Oh,
very
that's a tough one. I guess not seeing a huge scoring play for Alec on this turn. I feel like it's Sammy's advantage, but
okay.
maybe there's something here for Alec that will bail him out of this. He'll
So what
definitely
about
be looking to go out first. So
Oases? What about Oases on the bottom? I think it's Alec's game because Oases plays on the bottom for a nice score, and I think it's just enough.
oh yeah, Oasis, a tough one to see. That one comes up so rarely, you almost forget about it. But it is 33 points, and keeping CU, he should be able to go out with something like Cup or Kerr. He's got a few different outs on the board.
Yeah, I think Oases is just enough. I don't think that's correct, though. There's another nice option Alec has. He could also play, what is it? He can play Ake through the H in Chal, which I think leaves outs in two spots. Sou, Sous. He can play it with news. He can play it on top of prorate. That's another nice out in two sequence.
Yeah, and Alex got to figure out if Sammy has any standout plays involving the F and the G. And it just seems like those tiles don't have a lot of upside on this board. He does
I
have to
think,
do his due diligence, but
yeah, I think Alec will be able to squeak it out. He has, I think, yeah, having run the end game, Alec has 12 winning plays, although a lot of them are variations of each other. A lot of them leave Oases as the second play and things like that. But he does have a couple of different options. It will be close no matter what. I like the idea of Oases. I saw it quickly, but that was very lucky by me. It just appeared. It's a tough one to see in game.
yeah, I think Alex definitely going to be looking at that spot. And if you're just sort of iterating through what letters go under these letters, you're maybe more likely to spot oases. You're like, well, only the E and the S can go after id, so that's kind of a starting point. Only the S can go after ye, so that's another starting point. So you kind of might build it iteratively, given enough time. We'll see what he comes up with.
Yeah, and you also have to make sure you see cup. It's not terribly hard to see, but you do need to make sure you have an outplay in two different spots if you're going to make a play like Oases. I think maybe something like scouse. If you know the tricky word scouse, it does make it a little more obvious that you're going to go out quickly, although you do have to see the tricky za and GAU spot to actually pull it out.
Oh yeah, that is kind of the key spot if you do something like scouts. I think any other play where he just drops the A would lose after that point, assuming that Sammy does find what I think would be his best play of just FOU on top of planning, making
Yeah,
floor.
and some of the winning plays are going to be tricky because it requires you to see a tricky outplay. For instance, one of Alec's winning sequences is crew through the R in prorate, which only wins because it sets up a second spot to play crew and Oases, as well as the one that currently exists on the triple. That's pretty tricky. Alec also has Souse spelled out, another good choice that will win the game by 4 points if both players play correctly.
Yeah, the key for that one is Alec finding, I guess, ACH next to DWAX. Since he's making this play, we assume that he sees his sequence.
Yes. Souse also played on the bottom, though I'm not sure if that would have been enough. I think it would have been. But yes,
So
Souse is going to be just enough. A nice find by Alec in time trouble.
yeah, he was not in drastic time trouble, but the clock was running down. He's under 4 minutes. Sammy's got 9 minutes to figure this out. We know from our end that there's no way he can pull this off, but he can at least, make it interesting. He can force Alec to find his highest scoring outplay, which is 20 points for Ak. Playing something like Goaf, GOAF, looks to be his best end game here.
Yeah, I think so. That's probably going to be one better than he has a couple of options on top of planning, forming floor. I think that's going to be one worse because it scores 3 more, but it keeps an extra G on the rack, which would give Alec 4 extra points. So I believe if Sammy can find Goaf on top of Souse, he will lose by, I believe, 3. And if he finds Oh, he will lose by 4. I think I did the math wrong. If he plays foo or feu on top of planning, he will lose by 5. So not quite there. Alec with a very nice comeback, planning followed by reunited, and he will squeak it out.
Yeah, yeah, nicely done by Alec to come back from this one. Of course, the post bingo draw after planning helped him out a lot, but there was a lot of bingo stuff in the pool at that point, including a blank. So it wasn't totally unreasonable for him to immediately draw into a second bingo there, and yeah,
Yeah,
nicely done.
Alec kind of saving himself with Yar. Ended up being just enough to outrun the bingo, which is always another way to win the game. You don't always have to block everything. You can sometimes score the myriad of points associated with a play like Yar and squeak it out in the end game, even after a bingo, which is what Alec managed to do.
Yeah, exactly. The temptation is always to go extremely hard on board control and just try to guarantee that your opponent can't bingo. With those two spots open at once, that wasn't quite possible for Alec on that turn, so he rightly just went for the points. Was probably thinking that he was going to need those points to outrun if Sammy did have the blank and did bingo. That is in fact what happened, and Alec was just barely able to outrun.
Yes, really nice game. Enjoy seeing such good players on stream. Always enjoy seeing a close game, an interesting end game.
Yeah, we've had some good luck so far, at least in the games I was doing commentary for. A lot of very close games, well fought until the end, not too many blowouts. This was exactly in that mold.
Yeah, and I believe next round we're going to see Josh Castellano, the reigning champion here, face off with Winter, I believe. If
Yeah, I
we're
think
sticking
that's the
with the
plan.
plan, it is Josh Castellano and Winter. So another interesting matchup. Both of them getting a pretty good result at the Boblin Superstars in Albany, New York.
So while we wait for this game to finish up, Matt, let's plug this clock here. What can you tell me about the clock technology being used?
Uh, is this the? I don't actually know. I'm sorry. I wasn't
Oh,
told. Just
this is a software program Ulu, created by Seth Lipkin, who's kind of not just an extremely good Scrabble player, and actually, I think newly minted 2000 or close to it. But
yeah.
in addition to being a top level Scrabble player, doing a ton of stuff for the Scrabble community, one of the things he's done is create this iPhone app Ulu. It
Yes.
has a clock. It's got word lookup. It's got all kinds of cool things. We see him looking very blinged out here. You can see all the things that he's involved with.
Yes. Yes. Ulu has a lookup tool with a couple of different parameters. So you can look up things by a pattern match or an anagram or a sub anagram. It has a word judge where you just enter the word to find the validity. It has a clock, which we're using on this stream because it gets plugged into a computer and it gets sent directly to our YouTube live streaming display, which is really nice. If you enjoy things like the standings and the player stats, we have a guy named Josh Koff, as if there weren't enough Joshes. Josh Koff decided to program for Scrabble.
Yeah, that just add that to the list of Joshes that we have to keep straight. I think we maybe will eventually revert to just referring to him by his last name for differentiation purposes. Sammy's clock is ticking down. I think that's worthwhile for him to just fully calculate this out. If he doesn't see Alex play of Ach or Ach, then he might actually be feeling like he could still win this one.
Yeah, that's a tricky spot. Maybe he's trying to block it, but nothing there scores quite enough. Something like FEE, which would probably be the best blocking choice, isn't going to be quite enough to outrun something.
That actually still just gives back ache, so we would have to come up with another idea even beyond that.
Yeah, something like, yeah, there really isn't anything, is there?
Yeah, I don't see any way to block if he does try to do something sort of more blocking and defensive. Uh, Alex' next best outplay would be something like Acid for 14 points, which is still a pretty good score, and Sammy would be sacrificing quite a lot to block
Yeah,
that XH area.
yeah, I think we'll see Sammy give up and play something like Gof or Foo pretty quickly. He doesn't have a lot of time left, and it is only game one. He probably wants to preserve some mental energy.
Yep, and it's also still early in the tournament, so still a lot of time left, a lot of games left to make up some time, some wins, and he is currently sitting at 5-2 after this one. He'll be 5-3. Alec will be 7-1. He'll be in very good position here early in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Alec being one of the perennial names at the top of the Collins division at Nationals. He's already won the NWL division before, and I don't think anyone would be surprised if he pulls it out in Collins as well. Say Charles, I think only one person has ever actually won both of these. Do you know who that is?
Oh, I would, off the top of my head, I could come up with some names, but it would just be a lot of guessing. So I'm gonna ask you to tell me who it is.
It is Adam Logan. A lot of people don't realize this, but Dave Wiegand has never actually won the Collins division here.
Yeah, we've got a pretty strong field of players who could win it or who have won NWL. And Austin Shin has won it multiple times for Collins. But yeah, that is a little bit surprising that Dave Wiegand has not actually pulled it off.
Yeah, it's stacked enough that he's been in position to do it, but never quite pulled it out. He's had a couple of heartbreakers. He's gotten second a couple of times, but never pulled it out. Sammy putting down Foo and Alec putting down his best and only winning play of Atch, and he will win the game by 3 points, assuming they scored correctly.
Yeah, nicely done by Alec. Well, I should say nicely done by both players. I think we saw a lot of strong plays in this game, a lot of sound ideas being
Yeah,
demonstrated.
I would have loved to see a play that was EN on top of G would have been awesome. I think Nigel's playing on the other stream, which is taking away some of our viewers. But if we had EN, we could have at least had Nigel here in spirit. That would have been really fun to see.
I think we might have overhead cam here. Let's see if they're still discussing the game.
I sure did. Glovings. I chickened out of glovings. When I played Vide, I kept GGLN blank.
Oh, gloving.
So glovings is a word.
Yeah. I'll give you 5 points for that. Oh man.
It is a Colin.
Again.
All right, looks like they've exhausted their post-mortem there, just noting that Glovings was available and was not played. So I guess we'll... I think we've got standings up. We're getting word from our producer that we could take a quick look at the standings, see where everything stands here. We do know it's one and the same, but we can see Alec is very well positioned to make another run at the CSW championship.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be tight as always. It's a stacked field. We got a lot of the perennial names, a lot of the, will they or won't they win it this time type of people like Alex Sjoholm. It's going to be really exciting. We've got some of the Nigerians here this year: Dennis Ikekarigor, Olawale Fashina, Sammy Okosagah. So a lot of tough competition.
Yeah, and there's a lot of players that are cut off from that list that could definitely make a run up towards the top of the standings. Again, it's very early. We're only on day 2 of a 4-day tournament, the beginning of day 2 of a 4-day tournament. So a lot of time for any of these players to make a run up the standings.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a long tournament. We're only in game 1 of day 2, but this is actually a 5-day event. So even some of the people closer to the bottom of the standings could certainly still make a run, and we'll probably see some of them on the stream later. But I think for now, we're going to take a brief break and get ready for round 9.
Yep, sounds good. So stick around, everybody. We're going to be coming back shortly. I think we are seeing, remind me, Matt, who are we watching next round?
I think it's going to be Josh Castellano and Winter if they are available.
All right, so stick around, everybody. Can't miss that next game. We'll see you. Welcome back, everybody, for day 2 of the Scrabble Players Championship 2025 Collins Division coming from Baltimore, Maryland. Once again, I'm Charles Reinke, joined by Matthew O'Connor.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon or evening. We are getting another exciting game this time. Josh Castellano versus Winter. Winter, one of the most prolific players of all time. His game number recently hit the meme of over 9,000. Josh Castellano, the reigning champion of this event. It should be an exciting game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Matthew, I think everybody here appreciates your commentary. We're going to do a quick plug for you. You've got a Medium blog. If people like your insights, they can go check you out. You've got some very well-researched, well-thought-out, long-form Scrabble analysis posts out there. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I just tried to collect my thoughts in a place where I thought it was easily digestible. I don't have social media, so I decided to try Medium as a bit more of a place to write. And yeah, I also have my book. It's a link that's contained within the link you see under my name. It's found on MatthewJOconnor.com. My book is called How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. It's 130 pages long, but it's mostly diagrams. Should be a good read for anyone who wants to get their game to the next level. But I think we're ready, and I think the players are seated, so let's switch to that.
Yeah, so as we said earlier, we've got Josh Castellano versus Winter, oddly named Jason Ubika in this view, but we know it is in fact Winter with no last name. Matt, you noted that Winter just hit the milestone of over 9,000 games of Scrabble. He's basically seen it all. And I think he actually did set the record for most consecutive weekends playing in a tournament. That was back in the earlier 2000s.
Yeah, I think is it 2010 where Winter played every weekend of the year? I think it's 2010. I think you can see it on cross tables just every week in 2010. But I think we can start. I don't think Winter is 4 and 5. I think it's round 9 about to start. So I don't think he's 4 and 5, but we will get that fixed soon.
So, I feel like Josh needs no introduction. He won this event last year, winning the finals 3-0 against Waseem Khatri. Winter, I don't think, has ever strongly been in contention for the finals in the Collins division, but he's always making little runs at these big tournaments, and so you can never count him out.
Yeah, I think Winter cashed in Fort Wayne in 2016. I think he got 5th place, so he definitely has some potential.
And we see it's Josh to go first. He's getting tiles out of the bag. We'll soon be underway.
Okay, Winter is 5 and 3, not 4 and 5. That didn't seem possible.
Interesting first rack for Josh here.
Yeah, I think this is one of the
bingo
times where the debate between opening short and long kind of reigns supreme. My gut is telling me short.
Yeah, I guess if we were playing short here, we'd be looking at something like FAA. It's probably the best option here. Otherwise, playing long, he would have to go for something like Feria.
What do you think about FA not setting up a vowel next to the double? It keeps a pretty good leave, too. It adds another bingo tile to your leave if a bit of imbalance.
Yeah, I think that probably would be more correct than sticking the A on for FAA, just because of the consideration of the double letter scores. The leave is maybe a little bit worse. It can go south if you draw 2 vowels, or maybe an O could tank you a little bit. But I like that idea. Downside is it's giving Winter a chance to put this on the board.
Yeah, although I think Winter had Durning the 7, so I think it would have been tough to completely stop Winter with what Josh had.
Yeah, I guess what we might be seeing here is Winter wouldn't maybe not necessarily sure of Durning, and so when an option came up to not play a word he's unsure if he's just taking the sure thing.
And it looks like Winter managed to stop all of Josh's options.
And it also appears that Winter is on hold here, probably because Josh is trying to figure out if all his options are really stopped.
Yeah, Winter managed to block Josh's bingo of Aries. Very lucky.
Yeah, I think Durning in this position is better, but in this particular instance, it really worked out well for Winter.
Yeah, very lucky. And Winter will be getting 5 bonus points from his bingo, so it basically gets in line with the playable Durning.
So we know Josh's rack here as he puts his tiles back up in our view. A-E-E-I-I-R-S, that is sort of the downside of keeping a rise, is too many vowels could tank you. It was a poise to work out if he was able to play the 7 out of this rack, but now he's looking at just doing some vowel dump, maybe something like idea through the D of undaring. I think nothing else here makes sense. Just a vowel dump.
This is a tricky spot. I would be definitely looking for something, maybe scoring a little more, maybe something like ire to the right of undaring that scores a couple more points than idea, but I wonder if it's worth it keeping a little bit more imbalanced of a leave.
Yeah, I think that there's some merit to ire. The downside is, again, 3 vowels to 1 consonant. You do have the N to play through, the N of undaring, which makes that leave a little bit more digestible, but still not quite ideal.
Yeah, for sure. Another option might be just I'd. The AEIRS is a little imbalanced, but it's kind of undone by the floating N in undaring. When you add that, you get the very nice stem of arson, which bingos with most of the bag.
Yeah, that could be an idea. Another nice thing about IDE is it just sets up your A in addition to your S. It gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of trying to get a bingo next turn. I guess with idea, your S hook then hits the double word score, so maybe a little bit higher upside there. Downside of idea, it sets up a huge triple letter score on a board that doesn't have scoring hot spots.
Yeah, in Winter, sitting with the word alterity, he's probably seen it, and now he's probably disappointed because it is no longer there.
Yeah, good idea here from Josh. I think I agree with this. Just keep that same leave again. With, as you say, Matt, the open N on this board really makes this leave a lot better.
Yeah, I like the idea. I think the floating N, maybe even the G, is going to make a bit of a difference in terms of the quality of Josh's available options. I really like the idea of playing I'd, keeping the A this time. Unfortunately, Josh has drawn a little bit unbalanced. Doesn't look like he'll be able to get a bingo down this time. But Winter's in an interesting spot. Not quite a bingo, and he has to decide, should he play short or long? He's got laity spelled out.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea from Winter. It blocks the double doubles through the N. After Josh played I'd, that really looks like a fish. Strongly smells fishy. Doing something like this, blocking the most obvious hooks on I'd in addition to the double double through the N.
Yes.
It works out really well.
Josh left in another tough spot. Something like ow to the right of laity is very uninspiring, but I wonder what else there is. Ow, at least setting up some sort of a lane, even if he can't use it, he can often pluralize Winter's next play. For instance, if Josh plays ow, Winter might play something forming yob, and that would then be pluralizable.
Yeah, something like Drib coming back from Winter would make it easy for Josh to bingo back in response. That's sort of the looking ahead more than just the next turn, what's my opponent's most likely response to this, and what does that mean for me? That's a very good example of that type of thinking.
Yeah, for sure. Josh is probably thinking about ow and going, wait a minute, I don't have the hooks, but it is one of those spots where maybe, I don't know what else you would do. Maybe AW at least sets up your R and your S in case Winter goes elsewhere. We know Winter is likely to play something like Bridge, depending on what his available options are. Maybe even I don't know, maybe even something a little bit fishier, but we know that Winter might actually ignore the spot created by Ow. Josh does not.
Yeah, this is a tough turn for Josh. It would be so nice if there's an obvious spot to plunk the W for points. That would make his life a lot easier. There's no way to do that on this board. I mean, as Matt said, he can do ow for 15. He could maybe think about doing ow next to the G of undaring for considerably fewer points. That blatantly sets up his E at the very least. But otherwise, the options here don't look very good at all.
Yeah. One of the other things is that there doesn't appear to be a great way to play the W and two vowels off. The only words forming the W and two vowels are way, and then some that use up the E. It's not great. There's no good spot for way, so probably he's going to spend some time looking at that, but not going to generate anything good because there really isn't anything.
Yeah, there's only one E on the board, so playing the E off here wouldn't be the worst thing ever. But it really is very nice tile synergistically with the R and the S, so would definitely lean towards keeping it if at all possible. We see a different idea here playing Woe that more obviously creates lanes for sevens, but will also has kind of the same downsides as OW down below, but scores fewer points.
Yeah, Winter is probably very worried now. He might be thinking, can I use the T to make two and maybe obstruct it a little bit? The answer is no, they're not. The options probably aren't great with that. The best play with two might be something like Tribe, which is pretty uninspiring and also opens up a triple triple. So Winter's going to play Birder instead.
This was kind of a quick play. We're seeing a challenge here.
That is an interesting challenge. Isn't a birder somebody who goes bird watching?
Yes, I think that is exactly the definition.
I've heard that one. Josh is probably tilted from the undaring blocking his bingo options.
So we're going to see +5 again for Winter here. He's now gained 10 points on Josh's challenges. This play was made very quickly. I feel like Winter maybe should have spent a little bit more time on this turn, but I think this is, other than opening up the triple with a sub-marginal tile like the B, this play does a lot of things right.
Yeah, I think this is another one of those spots where you can say, hey, I'm just going to score as much as I can. That's how I'm going to beat the bingos. Josh is probably pretty annoyed that his triple is just shy of fitting Merbane's. If the B was one over, he would be tripling and in a great position, but instead he's stuck with some not quite as good bingos like Smearing and Germain's, which put an S in the triple. Charles, are you worried enough about that? Would you play something like Mariners instead?
I think I would probably lean towards Mariners here. It scores the same amount of points and doesn't open things up as drastically. It's kind of interesting to note that Josh does not have. There's many 7-letter words in this rack. None of them play. He's going to be looking at an 8 here, and he actually doesn't have a ton of options. But I think I would probably go for Mariners here. It does create new bingo lines on rows 2 and 4. While not doing something crazy like putting an S in a triple line.
Yeah, I think this is one of those spots where Josh is going to be a little bit behind no matter what he does. And maybe smearing looks like, hey, I'm going to take some variance, but the S in the triple lane like that is really volatile. It's usually better to open some slightly more marginal spots when you're behind. And I think Mariners would have been a slightly better choice for that reason.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Matt. Josh's thinking here is probably just introduce a lot of variance. Now there's two open triples. There's a little bit more activity going on this board, which maybe he feels like he's at an advantage in a game like that.
Yeah, and maybe he's thinking that the board will kind of die. It'll kind of shift to the right and only be on the right if he plays something like Germains or even Mariners. Whereas with smearing, the left is going to be open too. Unfortunately for him, Winter will have a choice of a couple different bingos on the triple. He's got the anagram set Vitrages and Vergates. They likely will be his best options. There's no triple, although I think we might see Winter spend some time looking for it because he does have the blank.
Yeah, this would be a turn. Winter's played this game very quickly up to this point, so he's got plenty of time to iterate through this blank, see what he's got. I mean, the B here is not playing nicely with the G and the V, but he's still at least got to probably iterate through that one as well, because getting a triple here it wouldn't be game winning, but it would be very close to it.
Yeah, Josh with the X to breathe some life into his game. He doesn't know it yet. Winter will be playing some sort of bingo here.
And it's kind of interesting to note that S looks very tempting. It looks like it should create a million bingos. It's only Vitrages and Vergates in that spot. He has to find it with the I. It looks like he is setting it up, so nicely spotted by Winter. But he doesn't have...
Josh is probably hoping that whatever Winter does with that S makes Exomes score a lot more. Unfortunately, this one will not.
So we're going to get the blank cam here. We're hopefully going to see an I. Indeed, it is an I, so nicely spotted by Winter, correctly determining there's no available triples or better plays than this.
Yeah, Josh is probably a bit crestfallen at the fact that Exomes is not available. It was unlikely to stay, but there was a way for it to suddenly score almost 100 points that also did not materialize.
Yeah, if Winter's bingo had placed vowels slightly differently, this would be a completely different game. Instead, I mean, I think Josh still has a decent consolation prize. He can just plunk down EX under smearing or something like that and score decently with the X while still keeping bingo letters. So it's not over yet. I wouldn't be surprised if Josh is able to get a bingo as soon as next turn.
Yeah, for sure. Imagine a much different game if Winter's bingo was something like Sackatons. We would start to see Exomes for 90-some points instead of Josh has to play X. Luckily for him, he does have the O to form XO, making this a really nice choice, but it is going to be an uphill battle from here.
Yeah, actually this play has a lot of upside because he has the O. He also has the M for mem. So if things don't work well for his draw next turn, he still has a guaranteed, I could count it out exactly, but 30-something point play waiting for him to keep him going in this game.
Yeah, Winter now having a little bit of an imbalanced rack, maybe a little bit of a red herring in the non-word heatable. I don't think he's going to try it, but I would probably have to think about it for a sec to dismiss it in my head.
Yeah, that is a believable word, but he's probably going to correctly recognize that he doesn't need to bingo here to be in really good shape in this game, so it's kind of unwise at this point to try something like that you're not sure of.
Winter is playing Heed. I like this choice. It turns the X, which takes an O, into nothing, and it's also his highest scoring choice, so I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, this does everything he wants. Blocks exo, scores points, gets rid of 2 of the E's, keeping 1, and actually keeping about as good bingo letters as he could hope to keep on that turn.
The only other idea I had was something like lead in, which keeps the H as a bit of insurance. AEL could turn into 7 annoying 1 pointers. EH cannot. But I like the choice of heat as well.
So Josh has drawn things that look like bingo letters, but does not have a playable bingo on this turn.
Yeah, this is another frustrating turn where the bingo of hemiolas doesn't quite fit. The best options here might be Ab-Ohm or Ab-Mo. Unfortunately, Winter has drawn Flaperon, which is going to fit unless Josh makes a pretty suboptimal move, I think.
Right, he does not have anything really good through that eye that I'm seeing. There's his most obvious plays are through the B, as you mentioned, Matt, Ab-Ohm and Ab-Mo, keeping a very synergistic LES. Although maybe on this board with few S hooks, maybe slightly less likely to work out, but still a very nice set of letters.
Yeah, I think Ab-Ohm is hard to say no. It scores a lot of points and leave some letters for bingos that might not get touched, depending on what Winter has. There's also Ab-Mo, which makes it a little bit harder to use the row 2 through the I and birder for a nice triple letter double word combo.
It looks like Josh is going for Ab-Ohm here. I think that maybe this has slightly more upside for him. It puts the M in the triple line for bingos rather than the O. Just a little bit of extra upside to make chances higher that he gets like a nice 80-point bingo, something like that.
Yeah, I love the idea behind Ab-Ohm. There are outs for things that end in things like INE. Winter, unfortunately, has Flaperon for Josh's winning chances. Pretty unfortunate event. It was going to be hard to make a good play that blocked it.
Yeah, and I think in Josh's shoes, you're not trying to block bingo lines with the game the way it is. So this is just kind of a nice play by Winter, playing it quickly, and that really ramps up his bingo chances or his winning chances, as he's now up by about 150.
And Josh having his wonderful option of zipline blocked for 60 some points.
Oh yeah, that would have been a very nice little play there. Actually, retaining the S, it would be even nicer if it bingoed at zip lines. That would have been a nice 100-pointer to get him back in the game. But instead, does not really have a ton of. The Z's not doing a whole lot on this board, Matt. Maybe do you think about keeping it one more turn, see if it develops, or I don't know, do something like
I think
ZE? It's hard to say.
I think he needs to sit on the Z actually, because I think his standout option is pluralizing Flaperon, and the only way to do that and touch the triple word is by maintaining the Z. He can play something like Spline, which gives him a chance at IZE bingos on top, but also if that gets blocked, he has another lane for sevens, and nothing's very likely to work, but I think Spline might be his best chance.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice play. The Flaperon, I mean, it sucks for Josh that Flaperon scored so many points, but it does create new bingo lines. Playing Spline then creates new bingo lines on a completely separate part of the board. And that would probably be his ticket to getting back in this game, is hitting multiple bingos or maybe one big IZE bingo in those spots.
Yeah, Josh is playing Zell. He probably wants to try to draw bingo. I can see why he's doing that. He could easily hit something like Splines and Flaperons and make it pretty close.
Yeah, again, he's sort of at the mercy of his draw here. Needs some vowels to make it work. Meanwhile, Winter didn't have great letters, but he's making the most of them here with a play of Kino scoring 38 points. This is a huge amount of points. It doesn't really address any of the spots on the board, I guess specifically Flaperons, but it's really keeping the scoring pressure up. And I think he's happy to take the suboptimal leave to score that many points.
For sure, I do worry a little bit that it's harder to maybe make any sort of logical play that blocks flapperons at this point. I don't know if there were any good options, but I would be thinking of things like OU to at least make it so that you don't ever have to think about flapperons again. That's one of the nice things about having a lead. You can afford to maybe take some, as in the words of Ozzy Osbourne, paranoid blocking plays. It might have worked out a little bit better, but this time Josh has a bingo, but it does not form flapperons, so he will end up not getting hit too hard.
Yeah, so the draw did work out for Josh, although maybe not exactly how we wanted. Bingo with flapperons would get him a lot closer to being in this game. It looks like Winter is going to donate 5 points back to Josh as a thank you for previous challenges.
Yeah, Josh will be getting a little bit of a rebate, so to speak. Still going to be an uphill battle, though. It's getting harder and harder to find a place to bingo now, so I'm a little bit worried about his chances. That said, nothing was very likely to work. Even just one bingo was not going to be enough.
Yeah, and this is actually the point where I feel like Josh's winning chances are contingent on drawing something involving flapperons. And so if Winter had decided to block that, Josh's winning chances here they're minimal now, but they might be close to zero if flapperons wasn't available.
Yeah, for sure. I think Winter in his head has to be thinking that that's the only way for Josh to come back. Even something like just PU for 15 is an excellent choice. It's already keeps a wonderful lead, but I think even though Winter has the S blocking flapperons, going to be absolutely critical. It's very obviously the only spot to come back.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing you might be thinking about is bingos, eights ending in Z. There's not a whole lot of those. They can kind of discount that pretty quickly.
Yeah, maybe Josh will luck into something like Solo Nets or Barrow Mets, a lamb tree hybrid in Russian mythology, a fun word.
Yeah, that is definitely, everybody should read the Wikipedia article about that one. It's got some pretty wild diagrams.
Yes. But Winter, it's got a couple different choices. Otik is probably a little bit too risky at this score. I think, yeah, PU is a much safer option. I think this is the idea here. With flapperons being the best way for Josh to come back, I think PU is very logical.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Keeps a good leave, does what he needs to with the board. If Josh goes a little bit haywire trying to open up new bingo spots, it's very possible that Winter just bingos in those new spots. But we see Josh has not really drawn bingo letters at all. He's got the J, the W, and the G. And again, sort of like what he was dealing with the Z earlier, there's not really a natural place for the J to go on this board. He can play it, but any J play would involve keeping CG probably, unless he does something like jogs, which keeps WC. So it feels like it's going to be at least a couple more turns before he even is close to having bingo letters.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is one of those spots where if I'm in Josh's shoes, I'm looking for jog and jow, and you might think something better than say jog for jogs or jows for 28 exists. It doesn't really exist here. Josh is going to have to make a relatively sad play and just hope for something better next time.
Yeah, I think Josh's highest scoring options involve putting the W next to Diplons. You could do something like Watt, but that keeps JCG. Doesn't do anything for the board, really. Not a whole lot of upside there. In other board positions, there might be some merit to keeping the J, but here it's just a total anchor on his bingo chances.
For sure, although I wonder if maybe something like Watt to the right of Diplons, hoping that your next play is Joe, and then hoping to eventually hit a bingo. When you're this far behind, there's such few options that you start to string together multi-turn sequences like that as your best chance.
Yeah, and I actually also don't see any good ways to set up the J. The triple letter scores are somewhat inaccessible here. The rest of his tiles are so inflexible with the CGW together. It's really hard to see what he would be able to do in that regard.
Yeah, definitely a tricky situation, a tough situation. Josh has faced a lot of almost bingos and not quite, and poor timing, and he's behind because of that. He's actually done a pretty good job getting through the clunk, but I'm sure it's very tilting to be put in all these not quite perfect situations where you have to make a pretty annoyingly sad choice.
We also see Josh's clock running down a little bit. He's down under 8 minutes. There's still a lot of tiles in the bag. And Winter is sitting pretty with tons of time on his clock to figure out this game. So another thing working against Josh here.
For sure. I don't hate the idea of Jows. CGET is not great, but it is better for bingoing than keeping the J. Josh is probably thinking, I have to hit something. Maybe I'll hit eructing into the U. I don't know. He has to try something. It also might leave Winter with relatively poor choices in terms of things that open nothing or block something.
Yeah, it looks like Winter does have Soviet set up right now through the E of Zell. I don't think that should be his idea on this turn. Just putting out floaters for eights for no reason isn't that would be a way to accidentally let Josh back into this game. So I would like to see a more closed off play here, even if he sacrifices some points to do it.
Yeah, for sure. I think something like Vi has a lot more of an argument to it. It keeps relatively flexible tiles. You can find a way to score even if you hit more consonants, because at the very least you're hitting Scott with flaperons, and Vi blocks some unlikely but available possibilities through the Z and the E. Winter also has the S's, which prevents Josh from making a sneaky reopening after Vi with Vi's, something like Vi's, which sets up Ivies. And there
Yeah,
are
very good point. Yeah, Winter with the two S's, it just greatly limits Josh's chances to do sneaky S setups or anything like that.
I don't hate the idea of Vi Winter also having the S's, which stops an opening involving pluralizing if. In this sort of spot, there's kind of two marginal bingo lanes. It's one of those things where it doesn't hurt to just block one of them. Winter's going with Soviet, though. This does seem a little bit risky to me.
Yeah, I think this scores nicely and keeps a pretty good leave, but there's the downside is you might just be giving Josh a bingo here. Josh has drawn the blank, so a little bit more life here than he did have one turn ago.
It's a tough spot. The only 8 I can see off the top of my head is Turgency, which does not play. That might be the only one total with his rack and a blank, and it is. He's going to decide between something like Cutie, which looks pretty nice. I don't hate Cutie because he does need to score in order to win, and he might be able to pull something off with ER as a backup bingo lane, especially now that he has the blank. He's down to thinking about not great choices, and he does at least have ER and the U in PU as two very unlikely but possible spots.
Yeah, that's definitely, if he's thinking his most likely chances for bingoing are through the U, it's very possible that a bingo through the U is only going to score about 65 points. Quite likely not going to be enough to actually win him this game. Whereas doing something like a 2-turn sequence with QT and then playing your marginal bingo could get him right back into this game, especially if Winter starts sacrificing points to block, or we see he's around the queue. If he starts sacrificing points to unload the queue, Josh could still pull this one out.
Charles, what do you think about something like Gouty? It scores a little bit less, but it sets up bingos with the Y, and with the contents of the bag, it might actually be pretty tough to come up with a good block from Winter's perspective.
Yeah, that is actually an interesting idea. It not only sets up the Y, but also sets up the T, which is maybe a little bit more likely you might get like 70 to 80 point bingos hitting the double word. That is an idea. Uh, Downside is it scores considerably less than Cutie. It sort of banks your chances on getting a higher scoring bingo.
Yeah, after QD, I think there's a good chance Winter plays two tiles and scores as much as he can. Maybe Winter will play something like Qua through the U and PU, and then I think Josh's options will be pretty limited. But really don't know what else he's supposed to do. He does have an outside chance of something with ER, so he's definitely not dead yet.
Yeah, and the downside again of Cutie is those new lanes for bingos that we thought Winter shouldn't be opening up. Those go away after Cutie. You're scoring 40 points, but all of a sudden the the upside of bingos on this board it went up a little bit, and now it's just going right back down with a play like that. So again, Cutie does seem right to me. I think winning sequences for Josh involve doing these high scoring sequences, but there's a significant downside to this, and it's still, I would say, probably not likely to work out.
For sure, I don't think anything is terribly likely to work out. When I'm in these situations, I like to generate the high scoring choices like Cutie, but I also try to make sure I generate plays like Gouty, things like that that open the board, often leave some sort of outside chance. It might be a little tough given the score line with Gouty. If Winter can play something with the triple using three tiles, it would be really tough. But as it stands with Winter's unplayable for a big scorer Q, it might actually be pretty tough to come back, especially because Q, A, T, S, and ifs could lose to a bingo with the Y. So Gouty might actually give Josh a solid chance.
Yeah, I think in this specific situation where Winter has the Q and is going to be worried about it, Gouty maybe does work a little bit better, or at least works differently, has a higher chance of working out than if Winter just had a normal rack and was able to proceed normally through it.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do if I was Winter after Gouty. I might just play something like QUAT through the U and PU, or QAT on top of Soviet. That would at least leave one in the bag, although it would give Josh some outs to hit things. Josh looks like he's spelling out Cutie. I like this idea. It probably makes him a little more likely to win after the bingo, but it makes the bingo less likely. But I think it still might win more often because of how much it scores.
Yeah, in this situation where you're faced with a 90-point deficit, it's really, really hard to turn down a 40-point play keeping the blank. So I'm actually a little bit surprised this didn't happen quicker, because Josh is going to be running out of time to sort of iterate through his available plays or bingos with the blank. I always like to have a lot of time on hand when I'm dealing with a blank.
And Winter's actually in an interesting spot because he has a way to block both of the biggest bingo lines while playing off QA. He can actually play Kadi with Heed, which would empty the bag. Winter's going with QAT. I think that'll probably be enough to outrun almost everything.
Yeah, at this juncture, he's probably just trying to outrun. If he wanted to do that a little bit better, he probably could just play Cask through the U of Undaring, score a bit more, get rid of that C.
Yeah, Josh is going to be left with a spot where maybe he thinks he can fish for something, although it is going to be tough. I don't know if there's any way to fish for an S and hit something through the ER and through a lane you open. Maybe hit something like Algia's and something through ER if that exists. Definitely going to be very tough, especially given if you play JA. Winter can play something like Beetle, Betel, and outrun anything, even if that does leave some stuff. And Algia is unlikely to be enough, but Josh, no great options, probably going to have to give this one up pretty quickly.
Yeah, something like JA seems sort of like the natural thought here. Open up a spot to hit your bingo. unduplicate the A's, and maybe if you determine there's something through ER, it gets a little bit better. But once you look at the unseen pool, the high likelihood that Winter has the B makes that unlikely to work out. And we see Josh do something we hadn't come up with, although he did need to make that play quickly. He's playing Meg, setting
Yeah,
up his A.
I think he's fishing for something like a boolia. I think it can be blocked, but only by something like sec and megs, which is at least a little bit counterintuitive. He does draw it. Unfortunately, Winter, instead of even blocking, can also just bingo out with lectures.
Yeah, that's maybe. I don't know if Josh had figured all this out, but the thing is, if he draws a boolia with the B, it necessitates Winter bingoing out. So that's actually not a plan that would work.
Maybe a boolia with the L is a little bit harder to deal with. I think Winter would eventually have figured out something like megs and sec.
Right. Yeah, it was with the S in hand. It was quite simple to block. Looks like Josh's clock is still running. But I think they're finalizing the score.
Yeah, I think Winter probably hit the start Josh's clock thing instead of the stop button. But I don't think it matters. I don't think overtime would count anyways. I think that the game officially ended when Winter hit his clock.
Let's switch over to the overhead mic, see what they have for the
I was
postmortem.
thinking if I draw the S, I can play Sawari, but you just have tubercle here.
What cruelist? I don't see tubercle.
Yeah, I guess like since I'm
Cruelist is good too, right?
Yeah. Since I'm completely lost, I might need to rely on you missing something.
That's a good. That's a good strategy.
But yeah, Well, I think this is my best attempt because I have the A's and there's like stuff I draw and maybe I don't know if you screw it up big time or play a phony or I can bingo making mega and then
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't have the bonus, I'm just playing
you're probably
SEC to block and hoping that.
Yeah.
Well, I know your tiles, so
Yeah.
I'm thinking,
exactly. Yeah.
Hoping that you can't find a 6 vowel 2U to a bonus through the U
not.
there.
Winter got this one. So wait, what did I? Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. What's my rack?
Your name in or two.
There's no bingo with T, C, B, R. Seems reasonable.
514373.
Yes.
All right, we got some info there. It sounds like Josh knew his position was sunk. So good win for Winter here. Big win over, I guess, what we would consider one of the top contenders in the field. But that was a really nicely done game by Winter.
Yeah, that was a good job by Winter. He found the bingos that he needed to find. He got maybe a little bit lucky that Undaring blocked all spots for Aries, but he did a lot with what he had. Charles, you do Twitch a lot. You run this game where people can actually type the answers to an Aerolith-like puzzle in the Twitch chat and score points. Why don't you tell us about that?
Yeah, so my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Ancient Cosmographer. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow. I've created a game called Infiniwords, which is basically just a clone of Aerolith, but you solve anagrams collaboratively in the Twitch chat. So we get a good group of anagrammers all solving words together. It's a really good vibes, a really good time. See some amazing words get solved. And if anybody else is on Twitch and wants to run it themselves, you can check out infiniwords.com and download it for yourself.
I think it's a lot of fun. Sometimes we do crazy things like the 15s, and most of us struggle, except for I think Zach Ansell and Noah Walton are pretty good at the 15s anyways, even though they're 15.
Right, yeah, I think we've got Zach Ansell who has studied the 15s for the explicit purpose of getting 100% on Aerolith quizzes. So that's a creative use of time, but we appreciate the effort. So with that said, I think we're going to be taking a little bit of a break here while we finalize the next matchup. But don't go anywhere. There's a lot more Scrabble to come here from Baltimore, Maryland, the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship.
For sure, I'm really excited. We've got 2 more rounds this morning with us, and then this afternoon, don't miss Nits Chagti and Elise Bickford, who will be commentating the last 3 games of the day.
Yep, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to day 2 of the Scrabble Players Championship 2025 Collins Division from Baltimore, Maryland. Once again, I'm Charles Reinke, joined by Matthew O'Connor. Before I say anything else, we just want to give a reminder to everybody out there. Make sure you're liking this video. There's a little thumbs up icon. If you haven't clicked it yet, you need to click it. That helps YouTube know that this video is actually good, which we know it is. Also, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel so you don't miss any more of this fantastic live commentary that's going on all across the year, not just the summer, not just nationals, but all across the tournament calendar. And if you want to become a Scrabble super friend, there's a button down there somewhere that you can click to also do that. So do all those things and more. That ensures that Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel is as successful as it can be. We've got a good matchup for you guys coming up here. We've got Pocketboard Jack versus Austin Shin. Both very good players. Austin has won this event several times. And I just have to ask you, Matt, how does a player like Austin learn all these words? There's just so many.
Yeah, there's a couple different tools, and one of the ones that we like to use is called Zizava. If you want the version of Zizava that comes with the NWL dictionary and the Collins dictionary, one of the ways to get it is NASPA Zizava. You can search for it within the ScrabblePlayers.org website, or you can search for it. It's an app in the App Store on either an iPhone or Android, so there's a couple different ways to get it.
Yeah, I've definitely used Zizava a lot to get as good as I have. It's been an invaluable tool, not just learning words, but going back multiple times a day, multiple times a game and saying, what's the definition of this word? What hooks does it take? It's a great software. Thanks to the people on NASPA for helping support its development and ensuring that it lives on as a tool that we can all benefit from. But that's... Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to say much more. I was just sort of going to agree with you.
Yeah, definitely a great tool. And I'm sure both players we're about to see have used it to get as good as they are. Again, we've got Pocketboard Jack versus Austin Shin. Look at those winning records, Matt. These players are both on a streak.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. It's good to see Jack coming back from Nigeria, and Austin is 8-1. Amazing. Good to see him on stream. We'll see if he can keep up the good run he's on. I think we're going to start very shortly. We've given them the go-ahead, and Jack has started drawing tiles.
Yeah, Austin's very well positioned here to make a run at his third SBC Collins Championship, adding to his already impressive list of accolades. But Jack, clearly no slouch here, sitting at 6-3.
And we're going to see a blank on Jack's rack. I'm sure that's a welcome sight. We'll see if there's a possible bingo. It looks like we're close to something. Fotino is a nice choice.
Yeah, Fotino is a nice choice, and I guess the only choice here other than placement. I don't think he has anything else available. So a little bit of a word knowledge check here. He has to be very precise to get this one right.
Yeah, Fotino is a good choice, but it is a bit of a tricky one. It looks like he set up poor Tith, which would be a possibility if he went second. It looks like he's maybe wishing he went second because he hasn't seen Fotino yet, but Photo another option if you don't see the bingo.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised at a miss here just because Fotino is a pretty strange word. You have to be pretty deep into your Zizava study to get to that one. Photo, quite a bit more straightforward, keeping eye blank, is a very good consolation prize if you miss the bingo. And yeah, I feel like, Matt, you are correct. Jack is wishing he's going second in this game. This rack makes a lot of 8-letter words. Like with an E, there's a few options. Likely letters to hit the board, give him bingos that he would know and be able to play. Sadly, he's going first.
For sure, it's a tricky one. He's going to play hoop, maybe Oh, he's going to play photo. Okay, yeah, this is follows a lot of the logic with openings. It scores well, and it doesn't set up vowels next to DLSs. It doesn't put too bad of a tile in the double double. So this is going to be a solid choice if you don't see the bingo.
And yeah, we see Austin with a little bit of clunk on his rack, 2 N's, a B, Y, and a Q. The good news is photo does give the N hook for photon. So there's maybe a few more options here than you would think at first glance.
Yeah, and if Austin doesn't use photo, it also takes a G for photog, which Jack just drew. Probably not going to bingo, but something like agio and photog is a bit of a bailout, Charles. Looking at two different things, I'm looking at Benny underneath photo, which is a bit more defensive, and Benny forming photon, which is a little bit higher scoring. How do you decide between the two?
That would be a good question to try to answer, but we see Austin actually going a totally different route here with just ebony, maybe trying to preserve photon for a later turn. Keep one of the ends possibly for chin as sort of a backup option. I think there's some good things to say about this play.
Yeah, another option would have been iron on top. But Jack with agio, it seems like what else is he going to do? We have a little bit of a hook check. If he can see the G hook on photo, that'll be his best choice.
We actually see him going a slightly different route here. This actually preserves the photog hook if he sees it while scoring decently, keeping a slightly more balanced rack of consonants and vowels, keeping back his one consonant. So I think a good idea here from Jack to preserve his consonant while scoring well.
Yeah, Austin with it looks like two different choices. He can play the fairly obvious choice of QAT. Another interesting choice was Panko. I think in this case, QAT is probably going to be best. It's hard to argue with a 35-point Q play.
Yeah, especially there's not a ton of upside for the Q at this point. So if your opponent sets up a spot for 35, I feel like you just have to take it. The Q could be an albatross as you get further into this game.
Yeah, and Jack has seen goatees and photos. Interesting choice. This is actually probably a little bit tighter than the plays forming photog because it forms a nice clean right angle, but the plays with photog score one more point.
Yeah, and the downside of doing something like it depends on what your viewpoint of Scrabble is, but photog would take an S and just you've still got a bingo lane there, even though you use the hook. Goatees does not have this problem, and Jack taking the lead, I think he feels pretty good about this play.
Yeah, this one is a nice choice. I don't mind it. He will yield something on the triple, but he will still be in the lead after that and on a pretty tight board. So I can definitely see where he's coming from.
Both players playing very quickly to start this game, giving us precious little time to do a full analysis of their turns, but I think so far both players playing pretty accurately. Austin does have some high-scoring plays in that new spot created by goatees. So as you mentioned, Matt, downside of goatees in this position is that double letter, triple word, little axis that's going on there. And with the K, Austin should be able to cash in.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's hard to argue with Tank. It's going to be a little bit tricky with the blank. I thought about Panko for a second before seeing OT. But I think Tank is the only way to use the K on the double letter score. So I think Austin's going to look for a second and then realize that the only choice is Tank.
Yeah, with the blank thing there as the T, I mean, I would be surprised to see Panko come down, but it's not out of the question to get confused about your two-letter words when you're faced with a blank. I've certainly done that many times myself, an embarrassingly large amount of times. Matt, I don't know about you if you're willing to divulge that information, but it's not unheard of.
I played RA on stream last year in Lake George, so I can't even hide it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've done it on stream, so I guess I'm waiting for that horrible moment. But we see Austin avoids that sort of landmine just goes for his 55 points with tank. I think this is clearly the best play.
Jack in a bit of an interesting spot. He can choose to go a more open route with something like Ma, but he can also use the logic that I've discussed. He can say, hey, AENST is so good, I can bingo anyways. I'm going to keep it tight and go for the more marginal spots, and he can play something that keeps the board a little bit tighter if he wants to. Maybe something like Matt with the T and say, hey, I don't need to open a double-double. I'm gonna bingo somewhere anyways. I have the S. I have AENST. Charles, what do you think?
Yeah, I think playing a little bit slightly closed here with something like Matt does make some sense here. It's tempting to take the extra points, but opening up the double-double is kind of unnecessary at this score. He's got a small lead, but with his good leave and certainly planning to bingo within the next couple turns, he can sort of visualize himself as, actually, yeah, I do have a bigger lead. So playing it a little bit tight here, limiting Austin's options for huge comeback plays, certainly seems like a good idea here. We do see Jack kind of sadly setting up name tags, which was blocked. Well, I guess it still technically plays, but as a non-bingo, so certainly not the right idea there.
Yeah, what do you think about going the scoring route? He does have a scoring option of @man. It is annoyingly a little bit maybe too open. It does still open the double-double in a slightly different way.
Yeah, it still has the downside of opening the double-double and sort of blows up the bingo rack a little bit more than you would want to do. You still got Cat available to hit bingos on. Bingos through AG possibly, or through the O photos. So we see Jack with a slightly different idea here, taking the extra points with TAM versus AM. Matt, do you have thoughts on this?
It's a great idea. I like the idea of saying maybe I'll bridge the gap a little. I will keep a slightly worse lead, but I'll score 8 more points. Very logical idea. Looking like, yeah, he's going to have some bingos. He has Enslave at least, and I think is there a double-double? Oh, I'm thinking of Levins, but again, blank blindness, TAL is not a word. So looking like Enslave and QATS is a great option if he can find it. He has Levins spelled out, which does not play.
We've got Austin sitting here with WU. Not great. You never want to see that. Horrible combination of letters. But Jack's play does bail him out a little bit out of this rack. He's got WAF set up. It plays very nicely next to TAM in that newly created spot. This, again, feels like a very logical choice. He could also do Poof, POUF, in the same spot. I would definitely want to be playing off the W here, so WAF looks like the standout candidate.
It's one of those things that W and the U are both not great. They have different strengths and weaknesses, though the U is a marginal bingo tile still, and Austin behind, maybe thinking about bingoing. And with the good spot for the W, I like the choice of WAF.
And now we've got a situation here where Jack does have playable bingos. He's got Enslave in a couple spots, but he needs to find it. He can't get stuck on Levins, which is a no-go on this board.
Actually, does Levins play somewhere? No. What am I thinking? I thought it played for a second. Oh, it would have played at Austin gone elsewhere. That's what I was thinking of.
We do see Jack has set up Enslave, so now it's a matter of figuring out where he wants to put it. It's 10 more points with Cats, with the pretty clear downside. Even most tournament Scrabble players would recognize the downside of this, putting the E next to the triple word score. Very easy to get hit back on that. But 10 points is 10 points. We see him going for the slightly more dangerous position.
And this time, he will maybe get a little bit of a bailout if you can call your opponent bingoing a bailout. Austin had Petunts spelled out. It will not play, but he does have Puntees. Nice to draw bingo. Unfortunately for him this time, it does leave the triple open, but it will be his only bingo, so it will probably come down.
Yeah, this is actually probably going to work out for Jack because after Austin's play of punties, we expect him to find. He's certainly one of the best bingo finders out there. There will still the E of enslave will be even more lucrative with the P sitting on top of it, and something like putting the W or the C there, which he just drew, is an easy score on a board that doesn't otherwise have any obvious easy scoring spots. So
And Jack will probably be very happy to have drawn the W and the C. He'll have options like crawl and walla after Austin plays punties.
So we'll see Austin think here for a little bit, but really he doesn't have a lot of other things to think about. There's not places for eights on this board, really. Just the E of enslave. The P of photos is, you can hit something with PS, but it's pretty unlikely. He's really looking at sevens on this rack. So honestly, a little bit surprised he hasn't already gone for it. The downsides are pretty big here, but I think he just has to do it.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's one of those tricky ones where we all love Puneet Sharma, but we don't always remember the anagram of Puneet S. Tricky one. Seems like there should be something, and EE is certainly a relatively common suffix, but maybe not the one that's the most on our mind.
Yeah, and there's also the issue that punties is a word with IES, so there could be a shadow of doubt that that's the real spelling and the EE spelling you're just making up. I'm very easily convinced by my own brain that I'm making up spellings that turn out to be good. So Austin, again, as I mentioned, is kind of a word knowledge machine, but that doesn't mean he can't make mistakes thinking he's imagining a word based on another one.
For sure. Let's see if he can find it. He's spelling out P-E-N-E. Maybe it's P-E-E-N to block the triple. Hopefully he can figure out that U should be following the P and not the E. Maybe that would get him on the right track towards finding punties.
Yeah, something like Peen does have a little bit of. It's nice to just score there and block the triple and then keep the S for a later bingo. But here the bingo is clearly superior.
Yeah, for sure. Tough though. We've all been there. If you watched me a couple of weeks ago, I missed some pretty high prop bingos. It happens to the best of us. It happens to people like me, people like Austin. It's very hard to remember all 280,000 words. And everyone makes mistakes. It's nerve-wracking. Austin doesn't want to miss the high prop bingo on stream. He's probably very stressed out right now. I've been there too. I've missed many of them, so I can't claim any sort of superiority for sure.
Yeah, definitely being on stream, as much as you try to put it out of your mind, it does kind of change your calculus a little bit in terms of like what you're afraid to do. You're afraid to make mistakes. You don't want to play phonies. Somehow it just feels worse to play the phony on stream. But it's I agree with you, Matt. It's hard to stay composed in those situations.
He does have it spelled out now. Maybe he was half thinking about it and just wasn't sure. See if he can get it down. It's definitely a huge swing, bingoing versus not bingoing, although he will get hit pretty hard with something like crawl.
Yeah, and we seem, again, I don't like to use people's facial expressions as a crutch, but he definitely is making some expressions of like confusion. He's clearly not sure of the word. He set it up and then took it away while sort of squinting his eyes at it. So I think we're clearly seeing a situation here where he's seen it and just can't convince himself fully that it's a word.
Yeah, hopefully he can, because it is a word, but it's a lot easier to look it up in the available plays and act like it's obvious. But I could see myself mixing it up with punty and puntie. They're all some sort of Indian term for a stirring stick, a glass blowing pipe, actually.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for Austin for sure. It's again, it's kind of furrowed eyebrows. It's also going to be kind of a situation where if he does end up making this play, Jack will be like, "What took you so long?" Certainly, I've kind of had that response to a bingo taking a very long time to play, but I've also been on the other side of that equation where a bingo that I should be finding relatively quickly takes me a long time to find, and I like plop it down after 5 minutes when it was very obvious. It should have been obvious from 10 seconds. I think I was playing a game against my brother at our local Scrabble club. I think it took me 4 minutes to play Garbled. I just didn't realize that Garbled was available, and it was clearly the best play and only bingo, but it took me forever to play it.
Yes, it happens. It happens to the best of us. I took about 4 minutes to put down Aerobot, the obvious best play against Wellington, because I was only 90% sure, and I was wondering if I had another chance to win the game, and he was a bit confused that it took so long, but it does happen.
He played the first part of this game very quickly. I've lost track of how much time he spent on this turn, but it's a lot. This has been agonizing for Austin.
Oh no, it's tough. It's hard to remember all the words, and at least he blocked the triple. He's probably thinking if it's phony and Jack gets a nice thing on the triple, I'm cooked. Now I at least have a chance.
Yeah, I think if you're unsure of punties, this play makes a ton of sense. Obviously, the bingo is better here, but the downside of playing a phony here is so large. Like you get a 40-point counterplay from Jack, and you still don't have a bingo, and you have to fish. You're really coming from way behind in a situation like that.
And Jack had a couple of choices. He could have played Walla on top, making Tava. He could have played a crawl. Both of those work towards kind of gunking up the entire right side of the board, but instead we see Claw keeping ALR, trying to block a few lanes. Charles, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Matt, that maybe some of those longer plays further to the right do have sort of the long-term plan of taking out the right side of the board. The left side of the board is already not looking great, so if you can sort of do board-wide damage to bingo lines, that would be great. Claw does block the P, but otherwise doesn't do a ton from a defensive perspective. It's just kind of the standard score well, keep good letters. You can never really argue with that. So I think this is fine, but maybe a slight improvement was available.
Yeah, it looks like Jack has drawn well. He'll probably get something like Admiral down, which he's already spelled out, but then he switched. Austin without bingos, gonna be tough. Charles, what do you think about, is there any way to pluralize WAF? The best way of doing that is probably Sepher. Probably not enough points to justify.
Yeah, the S doesn't have tons of specific utility here. There's no S hooks other than WAF. I guess TAWS is also available, but in terms of the S helping you hit 7-letter bingos, not really. So you could justify doing something like Sepher, open up lanes for 8s, and not worry about the fact that you're playing the S. You still have the E of Enslave, which is sort of like a bailout spot for 8s as well. But it's very tempting here, and we see Austin maybe going for it, just keeping the best leave that you can, trying to hit a bingo next to WAF through, again, maybe through AG here or to the T of Tank. The downside of a play like Few is it is blocking that E of Enslave, which was maybe a bailout spot for him.
Austin playing Foo ERST and 22 points is always going to be hard to say no. He's starting to get low on time after taking so long. Let's see if he gets a bingo. Doesn't look like it. He's close.
Yeah, the drawing the Y I together just feels really bad. Like Y and I don't work very well together except ending with ITE. That would be his hope on that rack.
Jack with 2 bingos. They're actually anagrams of each other. We'll see if the chat can see both. I did mention one of them.
Yeah, again, kind of a situation sort of like his first rack with Fotino. You'd expect a lot of bingos to play with the blank, but actually has to be pretty accurate here. He can't just find one of his many options. He specifically has to find one letter to make the blank that makes 2 options, which are his only options.
Yes, Admiral and Amildar, dar being a Hindi suffix meaning leader or manager. There's a lot of words ending in dar. We have things like Tanadar, which is the manager of a police department, also spelled Thanadar. Of things like Rizaldar, which is a military general. We have Amildar as a factory manager. We have Tehsildar, which is the leader of a district. A tehsil or a tahsil being a Hindi word for some sort of political subdivision. So dar, a very common suffix actually in Scrabble, and it shows up here with Amildar.
Yeah, and I think, as you mentioned, Matt, Admiral was set up by Jack, or at least close to it. That would play next to WAF, making FA. A decent scoring bingo. The downside is it really does set up that FA spot for easy 7s. So he would probably want to spend some time here, as we're seeing, to see if he can find something that doesn't do that to the board. It would be really nice if he could avoid that particular feature of Admiral, but we can see from our computer analysis that there is no other option for him.
For sure, yeah. He is going to play La. Very likely to bingo still. I don't think he's in a lot of trouble just yet. And he's very likely to bingo, so not a terrible choice. Austin with an annoying almost bingo rack that doesn't form anything this time. And Jack, unfortunately, trying the JR combo. That will probably set him back a few turns in terms of getting another bingo down. Austin probably very annoyed, probably seeing shades of punties and not wanting to miss another one. The bingo entryist almost fits, but unfortunately the V of enslave is going to kill that N in terms of anything other than starting with it.
Yeah, and starting 8s with an N, you just over time you develop this intuition that that's not very easy to do. It's a very marginal bingo spot on this board. We mentioned last turn that it was worth thinking about for Austin whether he wants to pluralize WAF with WAFs and just move on from the S and score some points. I think that's still in consideration here, Matt. He could do something like CEITY, SEITY, to just move on from the S and get a little bit closer on the scoreboard and, try to build back to a bingo from there.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea. The only thing that worries me about something like CEITY is there's no more S's left and ending in IEST or IST on top with the T is maybe one of relatively few ways to come back if the right side of the board gets completely blocked. So I would definitely be thinking of that. That said, gonna be hard to score and keep a good leave here. The best scoring plays that don't use the S are in the low 20s. So we will see what Austin decides to do.
He also does have to be thinking about the fact that Jack just played LA for relatively few points. He would have to figure out what's Jack trying to accomplish here. Was he fishing, blocking, both at the same time? It's a very reasonable thing to.
Oh my God! Jack has Jaghir Dar, another one of the Dar words.
Oh wow!
That would have been great. Just as I was saying, and we have Jaghir Dar, which is another term for an Indian who leads a certain political subdivision, but that's a tricky one, and Jack is going to play Jerd instead.
Yeah, the Jaghir Dar, I mean, a lot of us know the word Jaghir as a 5. Then you would have to know it as a 6, Jaghir. And then you would have to know Jaghir Dar as a 9.
Yeah,
That's a lot. There's a lot of barriers to being able to know and play that word. And that would be an insane find. Obviously, not surprised to see a common and honestly very good play of Jerd come down here.
Austin with two choices that once again are anagrams of each other. He has to see the hard to spot Tawai hook, but then he can play insects or incests. Pretty small difference between the two. I think I slightly prefer incests because it leaves somewhat of a lane afterwards in case somehow that triple doesn't get used. But it's a very small difference.
Yeah, we see Austin setting it up. Honestly, I would miss the Tawai hook. That is, especially with the blank there, that is actually very, very difficult to see. Your board vision has to be on point to be kind of aware of that as an option. I would be mostly thinking about the S going there.
An interesting thing is if he misses the hook and plays something like scent and wafts, Jack would have the aforementioned Barrow Mets, but he doesn't miss Tawai.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, Matt, we were previously talking about Barrow Mets, and now it's actually almost happening. Again, I recommend everybody out there to check out the Wikipedia article for Barrow Mets. The people in the Middle Ages really did have some weird ideas.
And Jack with a pretty obvious choice of 0 for 69, a nice scoring play. And Austin probably wishes an E was floating there for Gordier, but not going to get it this time.
Yeah, Austin was actually pretty close to, getting further back into this game if just a little bit more openings for something like an E for Gordier, but sadly it's not the case.
Yeah, definitely going to be a tricky turn this time. He's probably hoping for the blank, but he's not going to get it. We see it on Jack's rack. Maybe he'll play something like Goji to try to keep the score a little bit closer and maybe try to eventually open the left.
Yeah, right now he's looking at, in terms of bingo lanes, mostly the O of 0. It's really the most likely spot. With the S's out, as you mentioned, Matt, the T of tank gets a lot harder to hit. Not impossible, but considerably less likely. So a play like Goji would have sort of the longer term design of maybe being able to force open some bingo lines over there and be able to get back in the game that way. Honestly, I think Austin does have to be going for a bingo, Matt. I don't see, with the board the way it is, that he could come back any other way.
Yeah, it would certainly be tough. I think I like Goji a lot because it at least seems to try to do something. Probably going to expect the O or the T to disappear pretty quickly. Jack might not actually care about blocking the T with all the S's and blanks accounted for from his perspective. Still some possibilities, but a lot harder without an S.
You could also do Roji, unduplicating the R's and keeping the G. That actually, I don't know which one I prefer. They kind of do the same thing. Maybe he's slightly more likely to bingo through the O with unduplicated letters, but neither leave is really that good with the U featuring so prominently.
For sure, yeah. Guiro, definitely more of a leave-oriented play. He's probably hoping he draws the blank. This does have an upside. It's going to be... Oh, he's playing Guider. I like this idea. It does set up a pretty obvious bingo line, a little bit more obvious than Goji, which might have required a little bit more setting up in the future to get something.
And we know Jack has the blank. Austin's hopes to draw it are non-existent at this point, but Jack does not have playable bingos here. he doesn't really need the bingo at this point because he's up by 70. He just needs to keep the scoring pressure on.
Yeah, for sure. Needs to maybe think about blocking lanes. Things like the N on the bottom are not likely, but it is probably like the only way to lose.
Yeah, I think maybe there's 3 triples open. None of them are great. The O, the T, and the N. O is easiest to hit, but if it does get hit as a non-triple word bingo, you can probably withstand that unless an X bomb comes immediately after. This is a bit of a strange play. It doesn't block anything. It also uses his only consonant for not many points.
Yeah, I think this play actually might be all right because of how many consonants are in the bag. I don't hate the idea. It is going to be a bit more likely to bingo than it might have originally appeared because of all the consonants. Austin with kind of an almost bingo rack doesn't have a place to play out drive.
Yeah, the OUV together not looking great. And whatever he does here, he doesn't want to block anything that's currently open for him. He's still in a position where he really does need a bingo. He's down by about 80 points.
Yeah, going to be tricky. Don't know exactly what you do here. Maybe it's just time to give up and cut some spread. Spread could easily come into play at the end. There's a good chance 2 people going for the finals have the same spread.
Yeah, the tough thing about this turn is Austin doesn't really have scoring plays available, so he can't really split the difference between, going all out for scoring and then hoping that the bag bails him out with like a magic random bingo, because his best scoring plays just don't score enough. Something like Evo next to Jerd is about the best he can do, but plays his good tiles and only scores 23 points for his efforts.
Yeah, Austin's going with OU. This isn't a bad idea. He's going to go for something with the blank. Unfortunately, he's not going to actually hit it. I think Austin might be thinking about getting the V on the triple, which is going to give him a better chance to come back than other options. So I like this choice.
Yeah, I think that's about the best leaf he can keep in that situation and does score some amount of points so that if he does get a bingo, it's not completely hopeless at that point.
Yeah, Jack with one single bingo. It's going to be with the N. I think it's already been pointed out in the chat, which is Nailhead.
Yeah, it's actually been kind of a tough game for Jack in terms of his bingo racks. Like he's got these racks that seem like they make a lot of bingos. They make 7s that don't play or whatever, but only a small section of the bingos actually do play, and it requires a lot of precision. It feels a little bit annoying to have the blank for that long and just not be able to get something down.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if Jack can find it. Definitely a little bit tricky. The N, not the greatest tile to start words. I would be thinking more about the G. The 2 8-letter words with the G are not quite going to fit, those being dialage and gladiate. And the O also, given that it is wide open, feels like a place where you think about it. Fortunately, this time, no 8-letter words.
Yeah, I feel like even if Jack misses his single bingo here, if he just makes like another fishing play, maybe just playing off the A with Rat next to Ebony, something like that, it's like it feels very likely that he would draw something that would bingo both through the G and the O, which would then put this game away, even if Austin did have Miracle Bingo somewhere on this board. There's still a little bit of clunky stuff lurking in the bag, the U, the V, and the X. But honestly, if he just plays off the A, the V still helps him. The U still helps him. That would feel strong here to basically be guaranteed a bingo next turn.
Yeah, another option for Jack is to maybe play off 3 or more tiles. That would set up a situation where there's 6 in the bag and Austin would not be able to bingo twice. That's always something you think about at this score. Perhaps the only way to lose is to let your opponent bingo twice, and if you play off at least 3 tiles, you can at least try to stop that. The best option to play off more tiles is probably something like Ailed. Ailed would be, I think, 22 points. Playing off 5 tiles, blocking the N and partially blocking the O. I like that idea. Jack is going to play La. He knows that there's consonants in the bag.
Yeah, this is, again, he's definitely at this point thinking if he can get a bingo down, he can put this game away. As you mentioned, he's picking it back up. As you mentioned, Matt, at this stage in the game, you are thinking about maybe trying to stop your opponent from bingoing twice. Given that Jack has the blank and the rest of the pool is a little bit, it's not very bingo friendly. Most of the N's, R's, and T's are gone. That does seem, the chance of that is pretty remote, but still worth thinking about.
Yes, for sure. One of the likelier places for Austin to get a bingo that would actually win, as opposed to one that would get it close, like something through the O. So don't hate the idea of being super tight with regards to the T. And he's also leaving 6 in the bag to prevent Austin from bingoing twice. Austin with another annoyingly almost bingo rack. What do you think about Verdin? It leaves 1 in the bag, and it leaves enough bingo lanes that Jack might not be able to block everything. And Austin's probably still hoping for the blank, even though we know he won't get it.
Yeah, something like Verdin here, that's 32 points. If he draws like something to the N, from his perspective, he could draw something from the N and also something through the O, or maybe something high scoring through the G. There's still a little bit of hope. Like if he can maybe stick the Jack with the X at the same time, there's possibly some hope there. So I think Austin is going to be very tempted by 32 points from Verdin making Allen.
For sure, Jack drawing at least bingos in 2 spots. I see Home Bird and I see Bed Right. Both of those play. We'll see what he can come up with. It's going to be tricky for what Jack should do if he doesn't see it. He might be worried about available bingos with the O.
Yeah, it looks like Jack's available bingos here are Homebird, Bed Right, and also the very hard to spot, making the blank a second H, Hybrid.
Oh my, that's
not hybrid, but hybrid, High bread.
Could certainly see it being a word meaning coming from maybe an advantaged background. But yeah, that's a tricky one. Verdin is definitely a solid choice for Austin. Feels like the only thing that can really give him a chance given how far behind he is. I like the idea. Other options are things like Divna, maybe leaving the G a bit more open, but I worry about what will Jack do after that. I think he will try to block as much as he can, and I don't know if that will work. Austin's playing a D-O. I like the idea.
Is he going for like Ovenbird or something here? Is that the
master plan? I think unfortunately this time Jack already drew the B and the blank, but I think the idea is Ovenbird. Don't know if that would be enough after a Jack bingo, but hey, if it gives your opponent a chance to mess up, it's worth a shot.
Yeah, and it's also worth pointing out Austin was running quite low on time there. He's under a minute at this point. He might not have spotted Verdin. That's kind of a tough little place to make a play. He might have been more hyper-focused on playing short and going for something specific.
Yeah, Jack with a couple of available options for bingos. See what he can find.
Again, I think for the 4th time this game, it's he's got bingos available, but they're not straightforward, and it requires both word knowledge and good word finding ability with the blank. I certainly would not be guaranteed to find any of the bingos available here.
Yeah, definitely tricky. The spot with Homebird feels like there should be more than just one, but there is only one. We can plug the Blank Bingos quiz on Aerolith for helping to train me to find things like that. I saw it quickly because I've been doing lots of training. Thank you, Cesar Del Solar, a competitor in the NWL division here, for making Aerolith.
Yeah, I definitely also feel my blank bingo finding skills have improved doing that blank bingos quiz every day. It really sucked at the beginning, but slowly and steadily getting better at it. Still might not find something like Homebird, but more likely to be successful with the blank in the future. So I echo that. Thank you, Cesar, for that tool.
Yeah, Jack is struggling, which is understandable. It's a very tricky rack to look through for all the bingo possibilities, and he's going to play high, maybe? He's thinking about it with the number of tiles left. Good idea. It's going to be hard to lose no matter what, given that the tile pool is pretty clunky.
Yeah, I wonder if he sees something specific in the bag that he's trying to deal with. Looks like
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's gonna be hard to lose really with anything reasonable, and Herb at least blocks a couple of things. So not a bad choice. I think it's one of relatively few plays that wins 100% of the time, so that's good.
right. The bingos obviously are going to be better there, but as we said, bingo's hard to spot there, and so if you're going to miss your bingos, at least it's a good idea to make an extremely winning play, as
Yeah,
Herb was.
and maybe he even saw Oven Bird as a specific thing and decided to block that. In particular, Austin's playing Verdun. The highest scoring choice might be tricky to go out after this. You can also consider things like diving if you want to go out quickly.
Is
Yeah,
virgin a word, right?
Urgent. That would have been a nice find. Wouldn't have quite pulled it off, but at least would have scored something.
Yeah, I feel like Verdun should have been the play last turn, but it's possible he didn't see it until he had a time to digest the rack with Jack spending so long on his turn. So maybe one turn too late on that one.
Jack with a pretty slick best choice, very hard to find. It would be the word dog fox for 45 points through the O and 0. There's also things like docs forming show and X, probably a little bit easier to see. However, because Austin can't go out, there's probably going to be a way to go out into for Jack, score a few more points over the course of two plies. So we'll see what Jack comes up with.
He is designating a blank. He wouldn't need to do that just with something like docs. Is he?
Well,
Going to play Dex.
If he plays Ouija next turn, he actually scores more points over the 2 by putting the O in a spot where it scores 3. So there's actually some logic behind this. I think he can get outplays with the blank. But if he's planning on playing Ouija next turn through the JA, it actually does end up 1 point better to use the blank now.
Oh, that is, very interesting point there. I missed the Ouija spot. That is very tight. And I think he also benefits from the fact that if he doesn't go out, Austin probably goes overtime.
Yeah, the best option for Jack, assuming Austin does stay within time, would have been Gids and Tawise, which leaves Ox for later. But I think there's an argument to not going out in 2 if you think you can get him overtime. And it's easier to get him overtime with 2 turns. Going to be tough starting with 0-0-0. A little bit hard to mash the button on Ulu. Let's pray in the chat for whoever's phone is being used on Ulu. It's tricky to mash the button in a short amount of time. It's a smaller button than the one on the clock, and it's a little bit ruder to attempt to smash someone else's phone than the clock. So If Jack can spot Ouija, he will preserve the most spread possible. Yeah, Doc's using the blank is actually Jack's best choice if he can find Ouija and get Austin overtime, interestingly enough. So to those of you in the chat, yeah, Austin. Oh, no, that's RE. That's RE. That is officially RE if they call the director. That did not go in the right space.
Yep.
That should just be RE. I don't know if we're allowed to interrupt the game. It should just be RE. It is not RE. Actually, no, this is an illegal play. I think we're supposed to interrupt. The I did remain on the board, so I think we should actually interrupt and call it a pass.
Yeah, that was not in the correct square.
And I'm not sure if we're going to do it. I do think officially this is an illegal play and it can't be accepted because the I is officially after enslave. But if they don't interrupt, we might just see our EI go down.
Yeah, I think we're letting the play stand. Austin still did go overtime, so despite his best efforts, is going to lose 10 points on time. Going to be Jack's win by a considerable margin here.
Yeah, and Jack actually managing to make the best endgame play if he thinks Austin is going overtime, which is actually really impressive using the blank. It is better because the O, if he finds Ouija on top of Verdun, contributes 3 to the play and 2 over there. So if he actually found Ouija, he would have made the best play using the blank for less points, which is really impressive.
Yeah, nicely played from Jack here. One turning point was certainly punties getting missed by Austin. That sort of set the tone for the second half of this game.
Yeah, I think we're going to switch to the overhead mics. Austin probably going to be a little bit disappointed when he sees the bingo misses, but it does happen to the best of us. Very hard. Scrabble's a hard game.
9-2.
Yeah.
2-1-2.
Yeah.
2-8-2.
Yeah.
2-9-4.
Yeah.
3-0-9.
3-9, yeah.
3-1-5.
Yeah.
3-4-7.
3-4-7, yeah.
3-5-9.
5-9, okay.
3-70.
3-70, yeah.
So then take away 10 plus 4, so that's 3-6-4.
3-6-4.
Yep.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
well played.
Thanks, Austin.
Yep. Yeah, I felt like I messed up somewhere.
I was quite lucky.
No, you played well. You played well.
Did well there.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a bingo here with punties. I wasn't even 100% sure,
Yeah, okay.
but then it was just going to get hit a lot underneath. So you had the C and the W.
Correct.
So you would have got like 50 for it. So I think it was worth playing if I wasn't sure.
Okay. What was the word?
Punties?
Punties.
Yeah, Puntees.
Not sure. Not sure.
It sounds like a bunch of other things. But yeah, maybe if it was a bit more, or maybe if it didn't give away as much, I'd probably try it. But
Okay, I'll try that, yeah.
yeah.
So 4-6-7, 2-6-4.
Yes. Did you have the blank for a long time?
Yes. For a long time.
Yes,
For a long time.
yes.
I was waiting for the right time to go. I actually had bingos to go, but I couldn't land.
Yeah. Oh,
Maybe I didn't know the hooks. I couldn't play to
the T.
hooks. I didn't
Oh.
play to this and this. Then, is that Brighthead?
No.
Brighthead.
No.
I could try Brighthead. I said no, brightened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just take a picture of this.
Yeah. I'll take one of them.
All right, so we do hear Austin pointing out that punties was available, wasn't 100%, and also didn't like what it did to the board. Seeing from the very next play from Jack that the newly created hotspot would be hit in a very damaging way. So it's all those factors added up. You can see why that would result in a missed bingo.
Yeah, it would have been a really tough spot with punties. If it's phony, the game is basically over. Jack would have gotten something like Clue or Walla. And yeah, it would have been really tough after that. I can see why Austin got a little bit gun shy.
Yeah, so, but a very well played game by Jack, and I think a lot of good positions in that one to discuss. So I'm glad we were able to watch it.
For sure. I'd like to point out Austin's first turn was an interesting spot. There's a strong argument in favor of being very tight and playing something like IN, EYEN. Does not take an S. Well, it does take an S, but only in the front. It does cut off a lot of possibilities for bingos with Jack, with photos and stuff like that. Really awesome to see. Interesting choice if you want to be a little bit tighter.
Yeah, a lot of interesting turns that game from start to finish. Yeah, you can see where Matt is suggesting I in there instead of Ebony. The Q was looming on that turn, but some options there for Austin to change the shape of this board. But it played out the way it did, and I think it was a good one to watch. I think we have standings, at least partially updated standings, if we want to switch over to those, see where all the known names are at, and see which maybe shadow contenders are working their way up the standings.
Sure, this seems like as good of an intertitle as any. We can harken back to the era of silent movies with our intertitles. Maybe we can have a little card with all the things Austin and Jack are saying now, like it's
little
the
quotes.
20s, yeah. But Alex Sjoholm with Austin losing is the only person at 9-1. Dennis Ikikarigor 8-2. Austin, despite the loss, still in third place at 8-2, and Jack sneaking into fourth place with his sixth win in a row. Very nice job.
And yeah, we see also Winter sitting there at 7-3. This is what we've been saying about Winter. He's been close to being on the cusp of being in many of these competitions, and this one is no different. So a nice, strong start for him. We see some names further down the list that we fully expect will be able to make a run at some point. So this is by no means over. In fact, it's nowhere close to over. There's still a ton of great Scrabble left to be played here.
Yes, next round we are thinking about David Whitley versus Waseem. Oh, no, we got word that they have already started. We can't get them onto the stream. So we are still figuring out a matchup, guaranteed to be a pretty solid quality one given in this field. But yeah, just give us a few seconds. We will get a match ready for you. Another option is to bring Austin back and put him against Rashid Balogun. But we're figuring this out, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us on that short break. We've got players ready to go here for round 11 of the 2025 NASPA Scrabble Players Championship. The matchup we have for you right now is Rashid Balogun and Austin Shin, who we just saw lose kind of a heartbreaking one in the last round.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Hopefully, Austin's had some time to collect himself and put on a great game. I know he has it in him. Let's see it. He will be playing against Rashid Balogun. Sorry, Rashid Balogun. Rashid is 6-4, and he's currently in 10th place. He's got some work to do if he wants to make the finals, but what better way to do that than to try to knock down the person in third place? We see he's had a couple of tough losses this morning, but I think he'll be ready to go.
Yeah, Rashid's been kind of perpetually roughly a 2,000 rated player. We see him a little bit below that standard currently, but definitely one of America's or North America's top Collins players. Austin needs no introduction. In fact, we gave him one last round, so we won't repeat too much of it, but this should be a great game.
Great player. Austin abides by the motto, scoring never stops, which is why he never exchanges. No, just kidding. But he does like to pile on the points when he can. Rashid is drawing tiles, which means we are about to get going.
Okay, is his first letter. I like seeing the K on my first rack. That means I have a pretty good shot of scoring like 30 or something like that. So that's a good start for him. He also has a blank here. I think he does have bingos available. We'll see what he does.
Yes, I see lurking right away. Do we have one that doubles the K? That might be what Rashid's thinking about.
I think he's got earn like. He's got to be aware enough not to try lunkier, which is, I believe, the phony attempt you would make out of a rack like earn like.
Yeah, luckily Lunkier also doubles the K. Sorry, Lunkier fails to double the K. It might not be something you would even think about because it's tough to play something you're unsure of, and it doesn't score that well anyways, given that it doesn't double the K. But Rashid has earn like spelled out, so I think this will go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, the downside is like words are kind of hard to keep track of. Some very marginal nouns take like, and some very normal nouns don't take like. So it's a little bit of a crapshoot which ones are good and which ones aren't. We see Rashid going for lurking here, which isn't too much of a surprise given that it's hard to keep track of all the like words.
Yeah, now we're in another one of those tricky spots with the words. Some of the words take ing, some of the words do not. This one happens to take ing. Don't think it's going to be correct this time. Leeway is a pretty nice choice, but if Austin plays leeway, he's likely to eventually have to think about lurkings.
Yeah, that's we saw it play out a couple games ago with sort of an S hook on an ing word that was kind of unknown, and maybe you could consider it unknowable unless you have a method for keeping them straight. Lurking, I feel like, is in that same boat. We'll see if that has ramifications later.
Yeah, for sure. Rashid getting a pretty nice follow-up. It looks like he has things like pleated and petaled. We'll have to see if those play afterwards. Another option being end plate, which is a word we already saw on stream. Ben Schoenbrunn forwent it and then redrew it and then played it. Also things like paleted and pedaled with two L's. So a lot of choices for Rashid. We'll see what ends up remaining after Austin's play. Likely to be something like leeway.
Yeah, I think unless he wants to burn his S here, leeway is his highest scoring option. Just sort of moves on from all those letters. The W and the Y are both not good bingo tiles at all. It's a little bit sad to part with your two E's, but the E is the most common tile in the bag, so very likely that you will draw more of them later, so you don't have to get too attached to them too early in the game. I do like something like leeway here.
Hey, what do you think about something like WEY on top of lurking? It leaves the N open as a floater with AEIS, and it leaves another spot for an S hook in case Rashid himself uses lurkings. I don't mind that idea either.
Yeah, that is actually a very nice idea, especially if Austin's unsure of lurkings. It creates an S hook that he actually knows 100%. And you mentioned, Matt, with the floating N out there, maybe the G to a lesser extent, the leave of AEIS is a little bit more acceptable.
Unfortunately, this time for Austin, Rashid has a nice overlap with pedaled. Fits with EW, TEL, and AYU as Austin draws a nice rack. He's going to have Bezonian and Begonias at the very least, depending on what Rashid does. Begonias will still be open if Rashid sees pedaled.
Yeah, it looks like Rashid does have pleated set up on his rack. Should take some time to make sure he can. Yeah, he's making overlaps here, but he's got. Oh no, wait, he's actually going for epilated here. I think this might be his lowest scoring option.
Yeah,
nonetheless.
Does have a couple of choices there that are all 62. Depilate and pileated are also words. This one will set up a couple of options for Austin, including the niobates, botanies, botanize, obeisant, quad, Bedesonia, I believe is a word.
Yeah, and still the begonias from the previous turn. Yeah, this is a decent play from Rashid. I would be a little bit afraid of I'm taking a lead here, so I don't want to set up too much for my opponent. Like, if I can score more with my bingo and not give back a T in a double-double, I would probably do that. Also, epilated takes a D in front for depilated, sort of a sneaky double-double spot up top as well. When you're taking a lead like that, you want to be a little bit more cautious of what you're giving back.
Austin with a bit of a deficit now, but he does have the 76-point play of Bedsonia. I think that's what we're seeing. It is spelled out on his rack. Bedsonia also kind of forks the board. It's going to be hard to shut down everything because of the way epilated fits on the board. Rashid drawing the D, which is very nice because he can immediately take out the spot that he opened with epilated. It takes a front D, so now we can see something like Fjord and depilated, which I like a lot as a choice, assuming I didn't miss a bingo.
I wonder, so Matt, Fjordic is a word with a J, and Fjord can be spelled with an I. Do you think we see maybe Fjordic with an I here, which would be phony?
Oh boy, that's tough. Luckily, I think that's probably just high enough prob that it feels wrong. But yeah, certainly tough when the main spelling takes an inflection like I see. Does the alternate one do it too? Another option on this turn going to just be if it scores 28 points. Very open, but not as bad as you think. A little bit tricky to really use that spot for all it's worth. Austin with quartets as a double-double, probably a very welcome sight. Probably was starting to get tilted after losing a game and seeing Rashid open with two bingos, but this is going to be a really nice post-bingo draw, given that he has a double-double.
Yeah, this is going to be a barn burner once Austin gets his next bingo down. If Rashid does go for IF for 28, as you say, Matt, it's not that dangerous. SI doesn't take in many vowels. In fact, it doesn't take any vowels. You kind of have to end with an R or a T or something like that. And the OF is hard to work with. So it feels dangerous, but isn't as bad as it could be. It would get hit pretty hard with quartets, although that might not actually be more points than quartets. Either way, Austin's going to get something big.
Yeah, I mean, I think in my shoes, I feel like you have to just take up the triple if you have any sort of option down there, and I think that's what Austin would do. But it is insurance in case Austin's bingo's only played through as like a double-double. Then you're actually setting yourself up with a triple-triple. So if is a good option, pretty likely to bingo, especially with the D hook on epilated. Fjord right away blocking depilated, also a very solid choice. Let's see what Rashid ends up doing.
Yeah, he could do Fjord up there with Depilated. He also could just do Void up there, maybe make it a little bit less likely for damaging plays on the double letter, double word axis. Either one is pretty good there.
Rashid has Rico spelled out, type of stew dish from the Canadian province of New Brunswick.
Yeah, some weird Canadian words have made it in. Some very, very local words.
I don't think people from New Brunswick are weird. Matthew Tunnicliffe's mom is awesome. Thank you very much.
So we see Rashid go for if. That seems like a good balance between scoring and trying to get a bingo with those floaters, the E and the A and the T. Bingo seems relatively likely with a decent enough draw, but Austin's going to get right back into this game. In fact, I think he's going to take a pretty solid lead here with Querist, which I hadn't noticed before, but fits perfectly here, hitting the cue in exactly the right spot. This is 134 points.
Yeah, very nice welcome break for Rashid. Interestingly enough, Rashid has code driven, which doesn't look like it fits, but it does for the E and epilated. Very nice fit forming Ryu and Del and OW.
That'll take a little bit of board vision, just doing your due diligence. If you see code driven and you see all those letters in the way, you're very likely, if you're not disciplined enough for looking at the spot, you're very likely to just skip over it. Say, oh, the E is blocked in that way.
Yeah,
the E needs to be earlier in the word, so I'll just move on from this. We hope Rashid takes his time looking at those overlaps.
Yeah, Rashid has corvid spelled out. A corvid is another word for a crow, and it's probably going to play with depilated. That's probably what he's thinking of. It does check some of the boxes. It blocks the S hook when you don't have one for way, blocks the D hook, which is pretty volatile, and it scores about as well as you're going to score if you don't see code driven. Code driven is going to be a tricky spot. Luckily, it is a high prob word that I think Rashid knows, but the fit is going to be very tricky. So let's see what looks like he's spelling it out.
Yeah, I think it's dawning on him that all the words actually work, and it's probably a little bit surprised by that. It's always a nice feeling when you fit in something clever like that in a spot where you wouldn't think it would fit. So
yeah, for sure. It's still early in the game. There's at least a chance at this point that both of them reach 500. That would be pretty cool to get on stream.
Yeah, we've had some low-scoring ones on stream up to this point. I guess I haven't paid close enough attention. I don't think we've had a complete barn burner, but this one is shaping up to be it's going to have a lot of fireworks involved.
Yeah, for sure.
It looked like he had it set up, but he's moving away from it. That's a little bit concerning.
Yeah, see a suggestion in the chat for Austin to fish for opgafak, a South African slang term that's not safe for stream, but unfortunately the K is already on the board, so that would be tough. Rashid playing Corvid, unfortunately does not see the amazing fit for code driven.
But yeah, this is still a really nice play for the reasons you mentioned, Matt. Blocks that S hook on way, plays all the letters that he doesn't want, blocks or uses up depilated, scores decently. This is a nice consolation prize, but the bingo would have been a really nice play to get back in this game.
Yeah, Austin with a J, maybe just Joe in the new spot that Rashid has created. I don't hate that choice. A little bit worried that it's too open with the triple. Sorry, with the bingo lane. But we actually see Austin challenging. Let's see what he's actually challenging. I'm not sure.
I'm guessing it's depilated here, but yep.
Yeah, depilate is a word. I think it means to remove hair.
Yeah, I think that one's relatively common, but if Austin's unsure, he can send that one back and take a 100-point lead. That feels like really good. For 5 points, you might as well give it a look.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if he challenged and then played elsewhere and then Rashid finally saw code driven had it not been a word? That would be very funny.
Yeah, I actually did see that play out at a recent tournament. A game next to me was a phony 4, I think, got challenged off, and then the opponent exchanged, and the player who played the phony 4 bingoed. So there had been no change to the state of the board, and he just decided to bingo rather than playing a phony 4.
Yeah, Austin with maybe two different ways to go this turn. JO is the equity play up top on top of the Corvid play. He can also try to go for a more exhaustive board with something like Jogger through the G and lurking. Jogger also kills a lot of the lurking's possibilities if you're not sure.
Yeah, there's some peace of mind to be gained just by like eliminating a hook that you're not sure of. Then it's not looming over you like, what do I do if my opponent plays here? What do I do if my best play is here? If you can remove all those considerations, there is a little bit of mental overhead that gets taken off your shoulders.
Yeah, definitely. I don't hate the idea of Jogger also blocking the A as a floater, the T as a floater, so that is always nice. But Joe is 38 points. That is pretty hard to say no to. I think I could go either way on this one.
Yeah, I think honestly, I'm taking the points here. Rashid just played 6 tiles, so his rack is very, very random. Austin doesn't need to be overly concerned at this point with blocking the floating A and T for bingos. Just taking the points here makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, very, very nice. Rashid with a little bit of an interesting choice. The highest scoring play being something like Zits or Sits. These plays having kind of an issue with opening up the board. Actually, no, he can play Sits on top of Bedsonia. That seems pretty nice.
Yeah, that actually is a sneaky 50 points. He does give up his S, which would be nice for Bedsonias or Lurkings. But 50 points is 50 points. He's basically, with this play, getting back into the game without worrying about a bingo. This is a lot more straightforward and more likely to work out than praying for a bingo when you've got clunky letters.
That said, something like Tiz does bingo quite a bit, especially with the A as a floater. And as an homage to Austin to fish for something like that. Austin with over Pag. He has not the greatest options. They all kind of score 20 to 30. What are you thinking of, Charles?
My first inclination is that ZA just became available. Can I do anything with that? And then what I see there is just Gov, G-O-V, keeping a pretty nice set of vowels and consonants. The V in that spot is a little bit scary. IVE bingos, IVE triples could happen there, for example. But it can't be underlapped. And it's more likely that there's a 24-point play there than there is, a 80 or 100-point play there. So Gov at first glance looks like a pretty good idea. There's not a ton of other scoring spots available to cash in the V and the G.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where you have to kind of think about just how open the V is. It's a little bit obscured, and you also can't go underneath a V with a parallel play because the V doesn't make 2-letter words. So maybe not quite as concerning as it looks upon first glance. I don't hate the idea of just Gov.
I think any play Austin makes here should definitely be looking. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say that. So I was saying get rid of the V. Maybe not necessarily if you can keep over, but then again, how likely is it that your bingo starting with over is actually going to go on this board? He does currently have over page that just barely doesn't fit through the E of depilated. It's very likely that if he was going for a bingo like that, it still wouldn't fit on this board.
Yeah, I like this idea of Gov. It looks like he's about to put it down. It's one of those plays where you can kind of, hey, wait a minute. This isn't as open as it looks. It sets up a lot of 30-point plays, but it doesn't set up too much more than that. It's going to be hard to triple through it. So I'm going to take the points and the nice A, E, P, R leave and try to hit a bingo maybe through the T or the A.
And he also does just have Pave coming back for 36 points if he needs it next turn, which is a lot more than he's scoring anywhere else on this board. So I think this will split the difference very nicely between going for bingo and then just being able to score next turn without a bingo.
Yeah, Rashid in kind of a similar spot to Austin where he can say, hey, I'll take the equity play and I will leave this open. The equity play would be playing UFO. UFO would form a cow, but it's very open. But he can also choose to play something like Dove, taking it himself and kind of cutting off some of the scoring options on this board. What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, the first thing I think when that V goes out there, if I'm Rashid, is like, oh, I have to play there. That's too dangerous. But it's really not, as we discussed earlier, isn't that dangerous of a spot. He doesn't have to. Basically, he'd be playing two of his best letters with the D and the E just to use that spot, keeping the F and the U and some consonants together. It's not a great leave. So
can you see why on this board the D is actually an excellent tile? Rashid has an interesting option with the D that is tricky to spot.
Is maybe something involving Querist? I'm not exactly sure.
No, what if he sticks the D in between Joe and EL? He could play something like Fiad, or he could play something like Todd and keep it a little bit tighter. Nice thing about Todd is it stops a similar version of that that's also an S setup. Rashid is going with Dove, however, cutting off the triple.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad play. It scores nicely and prevents Austin from doing the same in that spot. Unfortunately, the leave is not great. He's just down by 11 points, so he's still just trying to claw his way back into this game through sheer power of scoring, which I think is a good strategy on this board.
For sure, Austin with a little bit of an annoying spot. No P for something like Bagpiper, and he's going to look for a while. I think all of his plays are going to kind of not be up to his standards for what he's looking for here, and eventually he's just going to have to settle on something.
Yeah, I wonder if he tries to keep RIG to go for Ring Dove. That could be an option here. There are 4 ends unseen.
Yeah, a lot of really disappointing options here. Biga over Bedsonia, very sad play. It does keep about as good as a leave as he's going to get. Very sad, though. There's choices. Maybe there's a one-tile fish that bingos a lot here, but it's going to be tough without an S for lurkings.
Yeah, maybe. The other bingo spot here would just be above Joe. That would require specific consonants to go there. Like the P is not going to help him there, for example, which is maybe out of these consonants, the most likely to start the bingo. So yeah, kind of a situation here where he doesn't have a standout play that he would really feel good about.
Yeah, gonna be an annoying spot. I think we're gonna see a bit of a tank. I think Austin's gonna generate a lot of plays that aren't quite up to his standard for what he's expecting to find or maybe wanting to play here, and he's gonna end up tanking and ultimately picking something that's pretty disappointing. I kind of like the scoring route with something like Parav through the V, P-A-R-V-E, a word meaning in the kosher guidelines containing meat nor milk. But Austin's going with Piba. Maybe he's thinking of Ring Dove.
Yeah, I think that was specifically keeping the letters for Ring Dove, which he has drawn. So that will be scoring for him on a future turn. Probably this next turn, there's very little chance that Dove gets blocked.
Yes, this could go the route of scoring so much that even a bingo for Rashid doesn't quite do it.
We see Rashid going pretty quickly for faux here, scoring 30, keeping anti. But Matt, he did have fax for 45 underneath Peba, which just got opened up for him. That's kind of a big sacrifice to make just for the sake of a better leave.
Yeah, I'm wondering. It's definitely a bit thematic with Rashid's deficit, and we see him drawing a nice rack. I don't hate the idea. He's correctly assessing that his situation is still not great. Austin quickly going with Ring Dove. I do worry a little bit that he has too many consonants, but I don't know what else to do, so it's probably the correct play.
Yeah, Ring Dove is 39 points. He does need to keep the scoring pressure on. He was only up by 1 before that turn, and we do have to keep in mind his motto that scoring never stops unless it's temporarily paused.
And Rashid in an interesting spot. He does have bingos. In order to play the best of them, he needs to know lurkings is a word. I think there's a chance that he's not sure and he ends up playing Senorita. Has somewhat of an advantage, sets up less floaters in less good spots, but yeah, Rations or Aroyns is going to be a lot higher scoring.
Yeah, I would be very surprised to see either of those just because Rashid can't risk the chance that his bingo comes off the board and that Austin does something really tight to block roasting and Senorita. That would be a worst case scenario for Rashid that I don't think he wants to confront. So I'm fully expecting to see Senorita come down.
Yeah, Senorita will put Rashid in the lead by 16 points. It'll probably be roughly a coin flip after that. But yeah, Roints and Rations, a much higher scoring play. But we're going to see Senorita. It's good to get a bingo down. It's good to keep some time for the end game. So solid choice. And Austin with a little bit of a clunky rack, 2 H's, but a lot of scoring potential. Charles, what are you thinking?
Yeah, with the new double word score on top of Senorita available, Austin can just do something like ha. It feels like a very standard play just to move on from the 2 H's and the U and get some more points on the board. I would be a little bit concerned about overlaps on top of ha, making a he. You might be giving back as many points as you score. So maybe my first inclination isn't the best one there, but it's certainly something to think about.
Yeah, I usually like to think about the words that don't take a front hook. That would be something like DI, but I don't think there is a great way to do anything there. Maybe it's hut, sacrificing quite a bit, but those A's are very ominously lurking in the unseen pool. If you play something like hut, you might be able to squeak it out over the course of several turns.
Yeah, the scoring spots are not super plentiful on this board, so if you give up a spot for your opponent to score 30 or 40, it's a pretty big deterrent to making that play. The only other real nice spot that I'm seeing here is like around the area of Piba. That might be another place where Rashid's able to score now that he's drawn some A's. Austin can't really do much over there. He does not have letters that play nicely with the P and the B. So really, he's probably looking at Senorita as the primary scoring spot. Also, if he's spotted Joe Dell, he might be sort of thinking about that for future turns, trying to keep the D and see if he can get something there later.
Yeah, YOD would be a really welcome sight if you can see the spot with Yodel. It would be, I think, 36 points. That could easily get him over the hump to win this game. And he's putting down Ha. I like this idea. I think that is really the only choice.
Yeah, it has downsides, as we mentioned, the A on top of high, but 32 points and getting rid of some odd-looking letters, keeping the D and the Y, maybe he draws one of the 2 remaining O's. There's a lot to like about it.
Rashid, think Ma on top. Don't think there's going to be too many options otherwise. Sorry, I saw that wrong. Sorry, MNA. I think it's going to be hard to do anything other than that. It's a nice tight play.
Yeah, the nice thing about this is it does keep Ma for later on top of Peba. So a nice 2-turn sequence here with all those M's and W's and stuff, actually getting a lot out of it.
Yeah, I think so. I like this idea. I think it's really nice to leave Ma for later, but as opposed to cashing it out now, the Ahi spot, it's definitely a little bit more volatile.
So now we see Austin at a relatively decent sized deficit. He doesn't need to freak out about bingoing at this point. Like on this board, that would not be the route to go. He just needs to keep up scoring pressure. Unfortunately, did not draw an O for Yod in that sneaky yodel spot. And the rest of his options aren't super good. He can play off his good tiles for 27 points with something like Yeed underneath Peba, but that keeps quite poor assortment of letters and puts a Y in the triple line. I think he would probably move on from that one relatively quickly. So, but it's hard to say. He doesn't have a whole lot else on this board, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. This is the part where I start to think about going for a bingo, somewhat going for broke. It's not. It doesn't look that desperate, but it could definitely be hard to come back with any other choice. You play something like Yeed down there, and Rashid will just play white, and then it's like, now what am I going to do? And I got rid of both my E's. I have a pretty bad leave, so I definitely think you might start to think about just going for the bingo already.
Yeah,
Another
go ahead.
Sorry. Another interesting option is Yipe. Not going to work great this time, but it does kind of make it so that you can try another one to stack on top and try to get towards an opening.
Yeah, that is actually worth considering. Yipe doesn't immediately do anything for you, but you still have enough game here where you'll have at least one or two more turns to sort of shape the board how you want, and maybe Yipe is the way you start doing that.
Yeah, one of those spots where you kind of start thinking about it and then you finish it later. We could see Deeve through the V as a sort of like scorer without the scoring tile of the Y, and hope for something like YA on your next turn blocking Piba. Fortunately, Rashid will get there first. Tricky spot for Austin.
Yeah, tough spot for Austin, as you say. Rashid's got some A's, so that Piba's spot is going to score a lot of points. It's going to be really hard for Austin to deal with that many points coming from Rashid's side. Deeve, yeah, does have some merit. Just immediate. It's one of the few plays I see on this board that actually immediately opens up a bingo line. That's a little bit annoying to block. If Rashid wants to focus on blocking after Deeve, he's going to be looking at like an 8-point play or something, like a little 2-tile play there, which might play into Austin's hand a little bit in terms of coming back organically at this score.
I think Austin, if he plays Deeve, Rashid will be playing Maw pretty quickly because his options just aren't great, and he'll be up 3. And then it might be tricky to come up with something with DUITY. So that might be swaying his decision-making process here.
Yeah, it's just the Deeve would be a really good play if the leave was better, but with keeping UITY, it's just so rarely going to work out. Both blanks are played, so those aren't coming to save you. You would probably need another turn to fix up your rack, at least one more turn to fix up your rack after that. And that's just one more turn where Rashid can either pull further ahead or go all in on blocking the spot.
Yeah, definitely one of those spots. But this is probably one of those situations that kind of separates the experts from the super elite experts. The ability to kind of parse through this and come up with some sort of a winning line.
Yeah, this turn would be a lot different if Austin had drawn an A or an O for that yodel spot. He would be able to stay in this game just on the power of his scoring rather than trying to get desperate for bingo. So tough luck for Austin not to draw. I guess there were 5 options for him on that turn, so a little bit tough there.
Yeah, definitely. And Austin's getting down to 7 minutes. I think we're going to see something pretty quick. You definitely want to leave some time for the pre-end game and the end game. It's probably going to be an interesting one if Austin gets a few more points. It could definitely be a close one where maybe he has only one winning sequence. Some other interesting ideas involve playing DOR or TOR and immediately setting up a little bit more of an obvious spot for 7-letter words. don't know if there's the greatest options with that, but maybe something like Deity is a bit of a way to go for broke in a way where it's hard to completely shut it down afterwards.
Yeah, that is actually a decent idea. After Deity, if Rashid sort of tries to block a little bit, he's almost always going to be giving back a triple word score in some capacity. He's going to be giving back some kind of bingo line. I mean, we see from Austin's end that he'd be keeping U, E, drawing into a pool that's not really that fantastic, especially with the U. It's kind of a long shot, but could still work.
Yeah, there's not a lot of great ways to open the board. It is one of those things where I wonder if it will stay open for several turns just because there's not actually a great way of dealing with it. And Rashid, after Deity, is only starting up 7, so he's probably not going to feel like he can really afford to block it. He's probably just going to go straight for the Ma, which scores very well.
Yeah, and the another kind of downside of Deity is other than Austin drawing a bingo, there's not a ton of further upside for scoring, especially as you assume Ma or something it goes around Peba and obstructs that scoring spot. Then it sort of becomes more important that Austin gets a bingo. It sort of closes off his chance to approach this game just from a trying to win by scoring perspective. Austin is spending a lot of time here. I mean, he's correctly determined that this is a tough position, and we've spent a lot of time talking about it. I don't know, Matt, if we've missed something or if there's something better that he can do, but he doesn't really have an option that feels nice here.
I think we discussed a lot of the reasonable choices. I don't think there's too much else after that. Just a lot of not quite great plays that don't quite work and don't quite come back that often. Definitely a tough spot for Austin to think through.
Yeah, and he's running down his clock a little bit. He's down to 4.5 minutes. Like, we're probably going to see a play relatively soon just so he can maintain some time for the end game. I am curious if he's just going to try at all costs to maintain the Y and the D and hit that yodel spot that he might be feeling like that's his way back in this game, is the 36 points he gets from that spot.
Yeah, for sure. Austin's ending up going with hoo-hoo and Ute. I think his idea is maybe to fish for Yod. I like the idea.
Yeah, downside is he's only playing 2 tiles, so only 2 chances to draw the letters he needs.
For sure. Rashid is probably going to play either Mawa or Ma pretty quickly. Austin whiffs on the bingo. Might only really have Deity. No, if Mawa goes down, that empties the bag. Rashid's doing at Mawa.
Yeah, this looks pretty nice. Oh, he's taking it back.
Is he going to put down Ma? Yeah, Mawa does lead to some situations where Austin can open a bingo lane, although I think it can be blocked.
Yeah, I'd feel a little bit more I'd feel more secure if I was in Rashid's position to just play internal to the board and not kind of float letters towards the edge of the board where the bingo line could be set up.
I think that's not a bad idea. Don't know exactly which way I would go. Mawa and Ma certainly both feel like reasonable choices. Austin might be getting to the point where he does something pretty crazy and desperate.
Yeah, I mean, he's only down by 11 points before this play, but he's going to be down by more than 40.
What do you think about? There's a very nice fit of oatmeal.
Ooh, wow. that is.
It makes it a little bit harder to even think about doing anything up top because Austin will only have 1 tile in the bag to work with. That would have been a really nice thing to spot.
Yeah, being able to play more tiles in that position is advantageous for you. As you say, Austin's limited to 1 tile fishes. That's a very difficult play to see. You're not I'm not considering that spot under lurking as any kind of potential place to make any plays at all. So to have a 30-point plus oatmeal there is just very hard to spot.
Yeah, Austin, I feel like we're going to see something like Deity on top. I don't think there's really a reasonable way to try to come back without a bingo at this point. I think Austin's going to maybe look through the bag and look through the potential options and settle on Deity as one of those things where maybe it's not going to be possible to block everything depending on what he draws exactly.
Yeah, Deity is pretty nice in that it kind of sets up two bingo lines because there is odor. It's sort of a marginal bingo spot after Deity if he draws one of the two remaining O's. Anything else he tries to do, like maybe in the lower left next to Peba, given Rashid's knowledge of the state of the game, like a bingo line there is never going to stay open. Rashid's not going to play anywhere else after a play like Tai or something like that. So that those options feel like they never work against a human opponent, whereas Deity still has some outside chance of drawing unblockable bingos or very, very difficult to block bingos.
Another interesting option is Tai on top of Or. We know Rashid has the C, and he'll probably play something like Talk on top. But if the C is in the bag, there's actually sometimes not a lot of good ways to block everything. Actually, it also just sets up lactone this time, but there's definitely a world where Rashid has a lot of vowels, and Tai actually makes it a little bit hard to deal with everything. And the EIDY leave actually doing pretty nicely with the two unseen L's. We can see a lot of things like tiredly maybe coming down readily. Tai is an interesting sneaky choice that's actually kind of hard for Rashid to deal with if he doesn't have the C. Austin's putting down Deity.
I think this probably does work out for him the best. It just needs a good draw from the bag. And thankfully, he's not giving back lactone. That almost fits making odor, but not quite. So it's still a little bit of a glimmer here.
Yeah, Rashid with his highest scoring option of Octane, which I think will be safe this time, but that is hard to know for sure.
Yeah, we see the unseen pool from Rashid's perspective of AEEGILOR. I think that only forms one 7-letter word. That would be aerogel. So that is probably his primary concern at this point.
Yeah, Octane is actually not safe because of aerogel. So it probably won't be that. I think there's a decent amount of choices though, as long as he kind of covers up that area. He could play something like Lance is a very safe play because you can easily see LI takes no hooks. You can see the C takes no hooks. That's one of those things where maybe in game that feels the safest to me. And OT feels like you'll find an outplay somehow.
Yeah, exactly. It might not be optimal in terms of what's actually in the bag, but it unambiguously blocks every bingo. And so you're just happy with that outcome. You might be sacrificing a little bit of spread to get that security, but you have the security that there's no way your opponent bingos after your play. So something like Lance would be very nice here. We see Octane being set up. That would not be a good idea from Rashid's perspective. We know that Austin doesn't have aerogel, but LOY is a word, so you can't risk giving up a bingo like that.
Yeah. He definitely has to do something to deal with the possibility aerogel plays right now, so we're not going to see something with odor, I don't think. But we also have to block it in a way that doesn't reset it up. That's why I like something like Lance. Very, very easy to tell it doesn't set up anything because of the C in space and the LI in space. So I like that idea.
Yeah, Rashid does have some time to figure this out. Austin has run down his clock a little bit, but he's probably just waiting for this game to end, so to speak. Rashid, I feel like is probably just trying to make sure he's playing as much defense as possible. It's a little bit tempting here if you're not paying attention to the state of the game to just go for another bingo. but that's not the way to go here. Definitely, with only one tile in the bag, you can pretty easily determine any possible bingos that are available, especially with this board the way it is. There's no lanes for eights. So
Yeah.
it's straightforward enough to figure out what your opponent could do.
Yeah, computer analysis favors the play of Lancet. A little bit easier to go out. I think Lance fails to go out if you draw the eye, but I think Lancet always goes out. So it's going to be a little bit more accurate. Still, Rashid does have quite a few choices that block everything, including Lancet and Lance. There's a lot of other ways to do it. Some of them I don't think we'll see, such as CONTE on top of deity. That does actually block everything, but it does feel kind of insane.
Right. If you've mistracked, that could be disastrous. Whereas something like Lance, even if you've mistracked, those letters are set up in such a way that there's no possible way in any universe that any bingo ever goes down up there.
Yeah, I think we will see something like Lance, because I think it's the easiest thing for a human to confirm in game. Wins every time.
So while we're waiting for Rashid to make his decision, everybody make sure you're liking and subscribing. Like this stream, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble. I got a pretty good amount of likes on my last plug for this, but I'm sure we could do even more. There's really, unless you're phobic of clicking buttons, which would make your life very difficult in general, there's no reason for you not to click that thumbs up button. So I want to see a bunch more likes on that one. We want to get this video pumped up. We want this stream pumped up so everybody, all the randos out there on YouTube, know that these cool things are happening. And I will be refreshing the stream shortly to see the effect of my words. And if it's not good enough, you will all feel my wrath.
Yes. Rashid has been thinking for a while. Definitely, it feels a little bit tricky. One of those spots where you're happy to have preserved time.
Yeah, definitely. It feels, if you're entering an end game like this, which is, it does require some precision from Rashid. He can't just play whatever he wants and hope that it works out. It's nice to go into those end games with a little 10-minute cushion. You can do things like double check your tracking. You can double check the scores. You can make sure all your bookkeeping is buttoned up nice and neat so that you know you're making the right play. And then, of course, you have a ton of time to look for candidate plays as well. So nice to go into an end game kind of relaxed like this, whereas Austin was sort of entering this end game in a rushed position, which certainly was going to make it harder for him.
Rashid is playing cat. I do think, given the unseen pool, that it will be safe.
Yeah, I think this is another one where it's like he just has to do his diligence and make sure that the C isn't giving back anything. And in fact, it doesn't. But you have to be careful with plays like that. If you've mistracked, this could be a game-losing move.
Yeah. Austin with almost a bingo rack. Again, it's got a couple of different ways to go here. It's going to set up an out and two, I think. Here's a nice spot underneath Piba, which is going to probably contain some of the scoring plays available. Austin with very little time. Let's hope he doesn't go overtime again. He's playing Riel. I like the idea.
Yeah, this almost certainly gives him, he's got like age next to Ring Dove, certainly other stuff as well. So Just executing an out and two, good idea.
He's got a sneaky fit that'll score 26 points if he's seen it. Tricky one time ticking down, but
yeah, let's not spoil it. I want to find it myself. I haven't seen it yet. Oh yeah, I guess now I'll spoil it. The spot where we're talking about oatmeal a little bit later might actually yield some points for Austin in the end. So that would be a cool little play here. And, if Rashid phonies or something and Austin scores enough in that spot, could still win this game. It wouldn't be likely. I don't consider that likely, but always an option.
yes, Rashid with probably his best options using the R on the triple. He can play something like Lentor or Luther.
Yeah, and the R is also the most obvious spot for Austin to go out with a reg. So even ignoring the fact that it scores a lot of points, it's also just a good sort of end game defensive play. So fully expect something like Tuller.
And hey, maybe if Rashid goes the wrong way, Geel would be enough to come back. I don't think it's quite enough, but you never know. Don't know if Austin has seen it. He appears to have a reg spelled out, so maybe not.
Yeah, Rashid getting a little bit low on time here. He's got to make a play eventually, and he is going up towards the top of the board. Looks like Loot.
Loot will be enough to win, although it will be pretty close if Austin sees Geel.
Yeah, if Austin sees Geel, this is an 8-point game. He does, in fact, spot it. Nicely spotted by Austin and successfully neutralizing the clock with 5 seconds left. Final score is going to be, it looks like 477 to 469.
Very high scoring game, very back and forth. We saw Rashid struggle a bit at the beginning after Querist, despite a nice start, but he came back and won the game. Austin with a really nice end game in time pressure.
Yeah, let's see if we can cut it to overhead, Mike.
Yep, well played.
Thank you.
That might be all we get, the well played.
What was the last down in the back?
I had lactone.
Oh,
I
so it's
picked up
O.
O.
Okay.
Yeah, O.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, if I played, I was trying to play Octane
Yeah.
to score, but I thought I look at the ties out that the only bingo out might be Aerogel.
Right.
So I saw that the AL would freeze here. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm checking out. I said, no, I'm not going to play it. Then I look at all the ties out that with the C. I don't see any bingo out.
Yeah.
Glacier to E. Or I don't see or O. So at that point, I didn't see nothing coming.
Yeah. Quite do it.
So it's the only slap I had on this ball. I almost cried. I thought about it, and I also thought about this was the second mistake I made. I was planning to play Devo, D-E-V-O.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm scheming for that spot too. That okay, what if I pick?
Right.
If I pick Ring Dove, I could play it as well too.
Yeah. Yeah, just waiting for like an A or an O.
Yeah,
I
probably
had
if I
the D
played-
here.
Yeah, but probably if I play piloted instead of the epilated, if I played piloted, I would have had a bingo again when I played this because one E will be here, one E will be here.
Oh, okay.
The E will be
Yeah.
separated.
Oh, right.
Because I had codifier. I don't know, maybe it's not good anyway. I had COVID. I first had codifier.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
had
good. Yeah.
codifier. Yeah, that was when I played IEF.
Oh, I see.
I kept CORID. I played this.
All right, all right.
Okay, and it never worked out. I picked V and N. So I picked V and
boy.
N. So I was like, I'm just gonna play this COVID and get out of this. And the chorus was just like a blow in my brain. I was like, oh fuck me! Why did I have to play this IF right at that point?
I mean, I had like quartets here, so I had 114 or something.
Yeah, but this, well, I'm not sure that will score as much as this.
Yeah, this is like 20 points more. Yeah. Yeah.
Chicken. So I thought of to start. I wanted to play unlike. I started doubting again in my head because I wanted the K to be here.
Right.
So I was
Unlike,
URNLIKE. But I was like, just play what you're sure of. I want to take a gamble for the first move.
All right, sounds we eventually got some good post-mortem out of that one. Although Rashid was never clued into the fact that he did in fact miss code driven, but still some good insights from both players. And I'm a little bit blurry here. Good thing we're almost done here, Matthew.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to take a lunch break, but how about we tune back in at 2:30 to watch the afternoon with Nits Chagti and Elise Bickford, two very good commentators. We saw Elise yesterday. This will be Nits's first time today, but if you've watched Let's Play Scrabble streams before, I'm sure you've seen Nits. A very good personality to have on the stream.
Yeah, this will be a good session to watch coming up here after the lunch break. Again, I think we're resuming at 2:30. If you really are just desperate for more Charles and more Matthew, both of us will be on commentary later in the tournament, so never fear. You'll be hearing more from us shortly. But with that, I think we're ready to go off to lunch. Again, This is the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, brought to you by NASPA. This has been Charles Reinke and Matthew O'Connor.
Thank you so much for having us, and we'll see you with a different commentator set at 2:30.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 12 of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, brought to you by NASPA and live from Maryland. I am Nits Chagti. I am going to be your host this evening, and I am joined by the lovely Elise Bickford as we watch Ben Schoenbrunn and Alex Sjoholm go neck and neck in this, what I'm sure is going to be an explosive game. Elise, how are you feeling about this?
Hi, Nits. It's great to be here. I'm really excited to see this matchup. I think both Ben and Alex have been, or Alec, sorry, have been on the top of the standings this tournament, and it should be really exciting.
Have you ever seen Ben and Alec play each other before?
I actually haven't. Yeah, I saw both of them play separately yesterday, but I'm really excited to see them face off.
I think both of them are incredible, fierce players, and I mean, they both have their own, I'd say, advantages that they bring to the game. They have their strengths. Ben Schoenbrunn, of course, notably having his tiles always upside down and in weird positions. I wonder if that brings him some sort of luck as we go into the standings, see how he's been doing. Clearly, Alec and Ben up there, they are fighting their way through this really stacked Dennis Ikikaragor also up there. Elise, have you played Dennis or Alec or Ben or any of these players before?
I think I've played Ben just in some smaller online tournaments, but never in an in-person game. But I've definitely watched a lot of them play on stream. Yeah, Ben is a bit lower down on the standings, but it's still super early, and I think he has a lot of great opportunities to kind of claw his way back. A lot of times in these long tournaments, players will pick up momentum towards the end, so we could definitely see that here.
I completely agree. I'm really excited to see what will come of this matchup. I mean, Ben and Alec, both of them have played long tournaments this summer already, and they're bringing their best to this. I'm sure it's going to be, a battle of the words.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see these players. I believe they are seated and they're ready to go. They're already laughing, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, we like to see people having fun. You know, that's what Scrabble really is all about.
And I wonder if this is going to be one of those close games. They've been really killing it this tournament. I mean, look at some of those scores, 556 for Ben and in the 400s for Alec. They are no strangers to high-level games and really going all out on this board.
Definitely. Okay,
All
and
right.
it looks like the players are ready, so we can dive right in.
May the tiles be with both of them, I guess. I would hate for just one of them to draw everything and for it to be a complete blowout.
Yeah, me too. We've seen a lot of close games this tournament, so hopefully that will continue.
Heidi in the chat says she's rooting for a tie. I mean, I think if there's anything that would just drive this chat insane, that would be a tie.
I would love to see it.
All right, an S already for Ben, but 2 C's and 2 S's. Oh boy. Hi. I think Ben is a strong enough player to know that once you've got those 2 S's, there's no reason to hang on to one of them. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in and plays, he plays off those C's, gets rid of the S, maybe something like COCEC, Kosek, on that board.
Yeah, he has Kosek. He also has just the more common word comes or Seko. He has a few, good options here. But I think Kosek seems to make the most sense, just getting that C right on the double letter score.
I agree. And I mean, the C is such a great bingo tile, but if you're choosing between comes and Kosek, I think Kosek is a little bit more defensive, and it's just a really good idea to just get that down on the board and move on. Alec is no stranger to playing fast, so I wouldn't be surprised if this game moves along very quickly as these players make, their top optimal moves.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice, I guess, whether to put Kosek here or with the C on the more rightward double letter score. I think maybe he didn't want to put the E in the double lane, but I could see kind of drawbacks and benefits to both positionings here, but tough choice.
That's a good point. I mean, I think I'd struggle with that too, but I wonder if there's also just a point to like as you said, not wanting to put the E in double in the double. I think Alex's play of Zex is really nice here, 37 even points, but he could have also gone with something a little bit more longer. Roselle, Rozeelle through the O of Kosek that was just floated. Not a bad idea, keeping that X for scoring power next time.
Yeah, and unduplicating those L's.
I agree.
They can sometimes go south if you keep them together. They have a little bit of synergy. There are some words that have double L's, but yeah, I'd maybe like to see him take a little more time on that turn.
Nothing. Can't really hold it against Alec for wanting to keep the game moving. And Ben would have loved to see an E or an A for overarms or removers, but he's just got to go ahead with Vroom, keeping ERS. Beautiful leave. Really lovely play. I think you got to take those 20 points and move on. There's really not much to consider here, I'd say. I think Vroom is a totally defensible play.
Yeah, it looks really solid to me. Just doing exactly what you want to do, scoring a bit, keeping a great leave, taking out a dangerous double-double line. Good stuff.
Yeah. And on to Alec. He's got all these 1-point tiles that do not make a bingo. He would have needed 2 tiles. He would have needed a G or an F to get himself a bingo, and he doesn't have either of those. So now he's got to struggle with this rack that's not really going to score him very much. And what are you supposed to even do here? Do you get rid of as many tiles as you possibly can? Do you fish? I don't know if this board is conducive to fishing right now.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. I think I would prioritize maybe getting rid of 1 or 2 of my L's here. He has a few options kind of playing through M and X, so you can pick up a few points there, putting your A for something like Sal. He also, could play down from the C and Kosek with something like Caller or Seller. I think those are all kind of solid options. They all score around 18, 20 points and just balance the rack a bit.
I really like that. I'd be surprised if he played just Sella, which is also a word, keeping that R back, because I think if he had sniffed out that Ben had an R, which he probably did, Vroom makes a lot of sense if you're keeping back an R, because otherwise Ben would have played Omov. So Seller instead of just Sella makes a lot of sense here, because he can probably sniff out that Ben has an R ready to go.
Yeah, that's a great point. Macondo likes Sella better than Seller, but I think if you add that inference, like you said, of Ben holding on to the R, putting that R onto Sella really makes a lot of sense here.
Ben's got himself a hard set of tiles to deal with here. You don't really want to see that U. You don't really want to see that B when you're not going to get a bingo down on this board. I think Ben is in the same position that Alec was last time, where he's got these tiles that are close to a bingo, but they're not a bingo. And now you got to think, do I just blow through this rack, or do I just play off 2 tiles?
Yeah, this is pretty tough. Let's see.
What do you usually do in a situation like this, Elise?
Well, first I assess the board and kind of the openness of it. So I have some good bingo tiles, like ALERS is always kind of reassuring to be holding on to. And there is a lot of space here. So that would kind of lead me towards maybe wanting to fish. In which case, I'd want to be fishing off my B and my U, and a play like Cub, which Ben just put down, seems to be a good option here.
I agree. I think this is a really nice play by him. Again, he's only taken, 1 minute and 40 seconds of his time. He knows that he needs to get rid of the worst tiles on his rack that aren't going to be beneficial for bingoing. And Cub, it sets up his S, sets up his E. I think he's in a good position playing this. I like your idea.
Yeah, and Alec has a bit of a tough rack here, but he finds a good play of Olean to offload the superfluous vowels that he has. So yeah, I like this play.
Oh, really lovely that he's been able to get those down so fast. But on to Ben, and he's wasting no time at all. Wow, look at him.
Yeah, geez.
I guess when you see a baby bingo, you just got to go with it, And what do I mean by baby bingo? I just mean that when Scrabble players, they start studying for Scrabble and they start memorizing the dictionary, they go with the high probability words first, and Orleans is right up there. It's one of the first words you learn when you're learning your 7-letter words, and it comes down for 78 points very quickly. Really impressive. Fantastic recognition by Ben to see that Cuber hook.
Yeah, this is by far the best bingo. He had a few other options, but this scores the most, and yeah, there's no need to waste any time here. You just want to slap it down and move on and save yourself precious time for the end game.
Makes Alec pretty happy though, as we see him rearranging his tiles. He's eventually, I imagine, going to find a bingo that's available to him through that N of Orleans that's been made available to him. He's going to be very happy to get that down once he sees it. I'm noticing something really interesting with these players is that they're not always alphabetizing their rack, which is one of the things that people will do when they're studying, so that they're always able to recognize the patterns in game. A demon coming down, fantastic, but I wonder if that says something for their ability to anagram even without seeing those tiles in the same order as they're used to.
Yeah, it's really impressive to me to see that. I know I study on Aerolith and Zizova using alphagrams, so having my tiles alphabetized, but I think these players are just so experienced, they're so good at finding patterns that they could even anagram these words with their eyes closed. So it's very cool to see.
And on to Ben. This game is moving so fast. Oh my gosh, look at this. There's only 56 tiles unseen right now, and they've used collectively hardly any time at all. And Ben now to decide what to do with that Q on his rack. There's no great place for him to dump his Q and his I. I mean, I wonder if this is a turn where he just puts the Q down on top of the I of Elaine and gets 31 points, keeps DEIIKO, or maybe he does something like irked through the R of Seller.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. I always find myself wondering on turns like this, do I just slap down QI and move on, or do I maybe hold on to the Q and see if it can improve a bit? Makondo's actually kind of liking a play down next to a deeming of Dike, D-I-K-E, keeping QI together with the O. Yeah, maybe hoping to then draw some good Q plays in the L column. I'm not exactly sure of the reasoning of that, but I think there might be some justification for holding on to the Q until next turn.
That's fair. I mean, that spot on top of Olane, it's really not going anywhere. The X has been used up. The Q is the only thing that's going to fit very neatly there. I mean, Alec might want to block it eventually, but he's really not going to have any reason to. It's 31 points.
Yeah, you can always have that in your back pocket as a kind of insurance, but I think, yeah, Ben decides to just take the 31 points now, which makes sense too.
I definitely don't fault him that. It's a pretty even game, and if you want to get ahead, go ahead and get ahead right now.
Mm-hmm.
What is Alec to do here, though? I mean, he has a pretty clear play that he set up to the side of his rack. He's been looking at it for a hot second, and I wonder if he is going to reconsider this play of Jeton Jeton, thinking about how long Ben took to play QI, what would appear to be a pretty simple play. He can imagine that perhaps Ben is holding on to bingo prone tiles. Maybe that's why, or maybe he isn't, and that's why it took him so much time to play off that Q.
Yeah, I mean, Jeton, I think, is by far the best play, just scoring 10 more points than anything else. But yeah, it does open more space on this board, which might be a bit of a concern if you think that Ben is holding on to good tiles. But yeah, I like this play a lot. I think it's good.
Tough turn for Ben, though, because he doesn't have a very clear play. There's not a lot of space on this board to do something fantastic at the moment. I mean, at best, I can see that play of irked again through Seller making nod, and that's what Ben has decided with he could also probably play oik, O-I-K, to the side of a demon making K-A, but I think that's just giving back a little too much to your opponent.
I agree, yeah. I like keeping it a little bit tighter and working through some more tiles here with Irked. I think this was a nice choice.
And Alex drawn that very first blank out of the bag. He's going to be happy to have put that N out in space for himself, because now he's got himself a very nice bingo that will take up that spot, and he will be scoring ahead into the lead.
Yeah, we're seeing some beautiful ing words that don't always come up so often. He's got a lot of options here. Maybe people in the chat can find a few of them.
I see one of them has been found. You guys are definitely on the right track. These are the types of words that you're going to have to end up playing, TW words. Alex definitely seen them, but I imagine he's just scanning the board to make sure that he's not missing anything. Perhaps there's some fantastic underlaps that have been made available to him. I definitely admire him for doing his due diligence, but I do not think that he has missed a bingo here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I imagine this is whiting. We'll see the blank chem here, but I think it's going to be an H. This is, yeah, one of his two options that scores 64 points, so I think this is a great choice.
And for all of us out there who are struggling to read Ben Schönbrun's rack, it is AFI-NORT. He is not going to have a bingo, but he's going to have a fantastic play available here once he remembers that whiting takes a front T for twiting.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, he's going to be able to get close to a bingo score, actually a bingo score, if he can spot this hook here. He has a lot of great words that end in the T, hooking this triple, and then the triple goes both ways, so I really hope he's able to spot this here.
And this, I mean, I guess this really makes me think about Alex's decision to play whiting, because Alec is no stranger to playing 9-letter words or longer. So I imagine that he knew that this took a T. Was he, in your opinion, do you think he was banking on Ben not knowing that T hook with those 3 T's unseen to Alec?
I don't know. I mean, Ben knows a lot of words, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was familiar with this 9. It could have just been an oversight. I know that I've kind of played bingos thinking that, we might have a challenge here, actually, which maybe changes what I would say, but yeah. If he's not sure of the word, he might not be sure of the hook, so this should be interesting.
And thank you to Artmore for the wordjudge.me website and this cam that brought us our live recreation of the challenge, as Ben found out that whiting is in fact good. Gives Alec plus 5 points, and moving on to his play now. I wonder if this was a 5-head move by Alec, deciding to, oh my gosh, and he's picked up the second blank.
Wow, this is exciting.
All right, so Ben has not seen the twiting hook, and this is exactly what Alec may have been relying on.
Yeah. This is, but he's picking it up. Oh, let's see.
All right.
Okay.
We're gonna find out soon if this is something that that Alec was counting on for Ben not to see twiting. I mean, it is a 9-letter word, and Scrabble players famously are unlikely to study 9-letter words because it's just better to know 7s and 8s. That's what comes up more often. That's what gets you the points. 32 points is nothing to sniff at, but leaving behind a frit, A-F-R-I-T, and twiting, that was 75 points. That's a little rough.
Yeah, and that makes this board even more volatile too. Now we have the bottom triple open, we have this aggressive spot above whiting, there's also a lane next to a deeming, so yeah, I think we're going to see some fireworks here.
Absolutely. And Alec can't know that Ben doesn't know the twiting hook, right? So is it the case that he plays rain out for 107 right now, as has been suggested in the chat, or should he block the triple lane underneath, like row 15? Is it a better idea to take away Ben's chances of playing something underneath and save that T hook for yourself for when you draw it, or just to get those points for rain out?
I don't know. I think if the two plays were maybe a little bit closer on the score, I would want to play arousing instead of rain out, but rain out here was 107 points, so that just is 40 points you're leaving on the table, and you're leaving this hook open.
Absolutely.
I would have gone with rain out.
I think what this has confirmed for us is that perhaps Alec also did not see Twiting. I think he would have seen rain out, and I don't know if he would have played whiting if he had been aware of that T hook. I think it's a little too much. Perhaps it's a little too much to barter on to hope that your opponent doesn't see Twiting. And Unitary is going to come down like a ton of bricks. This is 96 points. Really beautifully found by Ben Schoenbrunn. He puts it on immediately. These players are going fast.
I know. I feel like I'm driving in a race car right now or something. Getting flashed with all these bingos. It's really exciting. Yeah. Great spot by Ben, taking out that triple on the bottom and bringing the score back to almost even. We have Alec a little bit behind, but on turn here.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, time for Alec, who is, wow, he's only down by 14 points. He has to see that T hook, and if he doesn't, what does he do? What play could he possibly have that is relatively high scoring, or is a good play here? As long, when you're not seeing Twiting, he's not in a good position to block this board. He has to keep his chances alive. He's got that S, which probably isn't. It doesn't seem super useful on this board right now. Where are you looking for points on this board?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, it's just so distracting to look at this hook, but let's see. Outside of that, I mean, he could maybe play something around this hotspot in column 11 or row 11. He could just
out.
maybe. Oh, bout. Okay, where does that?
Sorry for interrupting you, but yeah, he's out on top of Arousing.
Yeah, that looks like a solid option. Just getting rid of that U and doesn't score a crazy amount, but
it's definitely something. What do you think about something like VUM, V-U-M, to the M of Ademing? Getting rid of the V, the U, and keeping B-I-O-S-T.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think you might still be thinking about bingoing at this point. And that would certainly help you in that direction. It scores a pretty good amount for getting rid of those two tiles that you really don't want to have together. But I think maybe I would like to see something that scored a little bit more, just given how tight things are right now.
I agree. I feel like Bout might be his highest scoring options as long as he doesn't see Twiting. That T is now on that board. There are only 2 Ts left to draw for either of the players. And I'm pretty sure I'm feeling like we're not going to see Twiting come down on this board. I mean, I'm willing to put $5 on it.
Yeah, I'll put $100 on it, I think.
Oh my gosh. Big spender.
Yeah, I think they would have played it if they had seen it. But also sometimes you're playing a game of Scrabble and you don't notice a hook until the very end, and then suddenly it just hits you in the face. So maybe they'll have a moment of insight later on.
Fair. And Ben coming down with Anai very, very quickly, 37 points for him. I almost wonder if Ahai, A-H-I-G-H, would have been a better version of it. It is more points. It is 9 more points to play the H instead of the N. I wonder if he's just looking to keep that H for scoring potential later.
Yeah, I wonder. I do think the P and the H have a little bit of synergy together, so usually you don't want to keep 2 consonants, but they almost sometimes work as 1 consonant, so I can see a bit of a justification for maybe wanting to keep those. But yeah, I would maybe just take the points here with.
That's really well reasoned. Alec, though, I mean, what's he to do with that V? They did pause that clock momentarily. I believe they were just kind of a score, and I think Alec is just in a position where he's going to have to give himself more chances on this board as long as he doesn't see that the Twiting play. So maybe if he does something like viral through the A of arousing for 24 points and gives himself more space on this board, or maybe rival, putting that R so that he can bingo to it.
Yeah, I like that. I think just making more space for yourself, I think that's a nice play. I also don't mind a play like Pale, down hooking AI and setting up your S. I mean, that's always a little scary, but if you're playing from behind, that might be maybe a little bit too desperate of an option, but another option.
That's a really good point. I definitely like that. Setting up your S. There is one S still out, so you just have to hope that your opponent doesn't have it. I don't know if Ben's play of Anai telegraphs anything about him having an S or not. So I think, I mean, Pale could definitely be defensible. There's 16 tiles unseen to Alec, which means there's 7 of them on Ben's rack. So I don't know, I don't know. He's definitely looking at rival. I think he's thinking about giving himself some space on this board. I kind of like it.
I like it too. Yeah, I would also be thinking about pacing here. There's only 16 tiles left, so a play like Rival is going to kind of rush you into the end game a little bit more, which might be what you want. I'm not exactly sure. What do you think, Nits?
That's a really good point. I know the old adages, do not play too many tiles when you're coming up from behind. You want to slow the game down. You're absolutely right. I think Rival is such a good play in, as long as you're not seeing Twiting, of course, it's such a good play in opening up that board and giving yourself some space that it's definitely worth, I think it's worth thinking through. And, afterwards, you can still do the PAI something. You can still get some points there later. So it's just up to Ben now to decide if he wants to do anything about that floating R or I. I guess that I is not as scary, but that floating R. But I think he's probably just going to try and find himself something that scores well, and that's not going to be super hard. He could, as long as he's not seeing Twiting again. Sorry, this is just like the underscore, the highlight that we're going to give for the coming commentary. As long as he's not seeing that, I think maybe something making Yerked, like YIRKED, and maybe PYA would not be terrible. There's no O's out. There's no U's out. There's no blanks out.
Yeah, I mean, that's also a bit of a tough hook to spot. Yerked is maybe a little bit more of a gettable hook, but it's also an obscure word. But yeah, I like something like HYP or PYA there. I don't know, are there any other scoring options on this board that don't rely on finding that hook?
Ooh, I'm glad that you asked, because Kosek not only takes an S, but it also takes an H, which Ben has now. So he could possibly, if he sees that, he could play to the interior of the board if he doesn't want to obstruct that R, if he doesn't find a good way to obstruct it. He could just play Raya, RAYAH. But I wonder if Ben is in a position where he's only 4 points ahead, so this is basically an even game. If there's a way for him to keep scoring so that he's not holding the bag at the end if Alec ends up bingoing. So if Alec's only real chance of bingoing is through that R of rival, I imagine Ben's entire energy is going to be completely diverted towards stopping that or scoring so well that he can withstand a bingo at this point.
Yeah, that's a great point. There are kind of two different strategies you can take here. You can go for a bit more defense, just hoping that you can prevent your opponent from scoring a bunch, or you can just try to outrun your opponent and look for some of these higher scoring plays. So I'll be very curious to see kind of which approach he decides to take here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's difficult to figure out how to use that R or obstruct that R in a way that's also scoring you points, and to have to think about what does your opponent's moves really telegraph to you. I mean, he's played off 4 tiles, so he's kept 3 tiles that he's happy with. And to Ben, there are 12 unseen tiles, which means 5 are in the bag. He could try and play as many tiles as he wanted, but he would also have to score enough. So again, that he's not ending up holding the bag. So I think it's important to obstruct that R or to find twiting, because those are the only really great ways that he's either going to be able to score or to withstand a bingo.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I've just taken a look at Alex's rack, and it looks like he has a few choices of bingos through this R here. So it's going to be pretty crucial that he blocks it. I mean, obviously, Ben can't know what Alec has, but yeah, he's going to get hit back pretty hard if he doesn't play a little bit of defense here.
Absolutely. Is there anything to be said for Ben himself trying to go for a bingo? So if he does not obstruct that R, say he does HYP and Yerked instead, is it the case that his leave of AAST bingos enough with this pool? I mean, the pool doesn't look great. I mean, it looks fine. I mean, there's the F and the W that you really don't want, but I don't know if it looks incredibly fantastic. It's got a few too many vowels at the end of it. Maybe it's not that great of an idea. HYP would be 36 points. If I were Ben, I'd be tunnel visioning on that R, though.
Yeah, true. I mean, he could draw into something like spade or heptads, or, but I don't know if those would fit with that new lane that he's making. If he played your or hip or pia.
Right.
Yeah, so you definitely want to be looking at the pool and seeing, like, specifically what can I draw into if I'm going to try to make a lane and maybe hit a bingo.
I agree. So he's holding on to that P. He's definitely got the Y8 in his hand. I wonder where he's looking. Is he thinking of... He can't possibly be thinking of AW and YA. I don't think that's that. He's looking at PYA. I wonder if he's looking at Yerked there. He knows that there's nothing that would hook onto that P. It's 30 points. It's tempting. It's tempting.
Yeah, it is tempting. Yeah, all the O's are gone. I just realized. So, like you said, yeah, that actually doesn't open anything. If you played PYA there.
Okay.
His OP being the only 2-letter word
right.
with the P. Okay, so he's going to block.
All right. And he's going to be happy that he did.
Yeah, this will pay off.
9 points for Prey, and it keeps him safe from the bingo that Alec would have come down with. Maybe it would have been, I mean, maybe knowing what we know about twiting, it would have been a mistake to play that. And now on to Alec. He doesn't have a lot of, I mean, what is he to do here? I don't know if he has a lot of great options that aren't seeing twiting. So he really needs to see, perhaps he can do something with cossacks, right? Like maybe he can do, or maybe he could do paid, P-A-I-D, where you had seen pale.
He also has a cool play underneath arousing of plead, slotting that D under OU.
Oh,
so
nice.
Underlap there. That has a little bit of scoring potential. I would maybe be looking in that spot. That gets 31 points.
That's beautiful. I really like that. That's great. I don't know if I feel great about Alec's chances here, though. Well, actually, maybe if there's a way to leave Ben hanging on to a lot of those clunky tiles so that he can't get rid of them, and if Alec is able to go out with his low-scoring 1-point tiles, he might be okay as long as he's getting a lot of points off of Ben's rack. Plead is so nice. It's 31, keeps EST, and draws 2 tiles out of the bag. Maybe that could be it. Maybe that gives him enough of flexibility to do something with this board.
Yeah, I like the idea of going into this endgame with EST, because you really do want to be prioritizing going out quickly, looking at the pool, seeing that this W and this H and this F are still out there. You would hope to maybe stick Ben with those. So I like that option of plead, or an option that, yeah, plays off a good number of tile. Nice.
That's a really good find. That's a really good find by Alec.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder what Ben is to do here. I mean, we know he's got the clear plays with the T. Both of the players hanging on to these final T's going into this end game. This is really, really interesting. But in this scenario where they're not seeing twiting, what is Ben to do? I mean, I guess he could play through the R of room. I guess he could just play Wharf.
Yeah, Wharf, or I guess Dwarf is a slightly worse version of that. That gets rid of the clunk, which is definitely something you want to do. It scores 30, which brings these scores really pretty close again.
Absolutely.
I guess the question is, can Alec go out with what he has on his rack now? Which I don't think he's going to be able to go out in one. So this might actually do it.
I think you might be right. I think you are right. Alec needs, he has to see twiting. That's his only win. That's the only
shot.
Score enough.
Oh, it would be amazing if he saw it in the last moment, but I put a lot of money on the line in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, $100 is a lot to lose. I was just going to lose 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this moment is, I mean, I'm actually really excited that this game has come down to the end game where both of them are holding on to that T, and it's just come down to this where it's just, you have to guess. You just have to make that leap. He's got ET to the side. I think he'd be looking at SET set if he was going to play there. 45 for ET if he does twiting in ET, but maybe he could be thinking of maybe he could be looking at JEE. You know, maybe that's 16 points. It's not gonna win him the game, but it's. I mean, what else is he to do?
Yeah, he could actually dump all 3 of his E's with the word ew to the W in Dwarf. Not the best play, but maybe expressing his disgust at not being able to win this game potentially.
Gosh, this would be a historic moment if that T, if that comes down with twiting. I mean, is Alec thinking of it? He's got ET off to the side. What is he thinking about? I really want to be in his head right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Do SEE? Does that go anywhere? I guess you could play seed, but that doesn't score anything. So I do wonder if he's thinking about trying ET in that top right corner.
He could be. Oh man. I mean, right now he just has to do his calculations. He just has to do this slow and steady, and oh man. I can't believe this all banks on the players seeing twiting. I mean, this entire time.
Yeah, I guess he could be thinking about playing spray and SEE down from prey. That's another option here.
That's really interesting. Oh man. If we were to see JEE come down, what would Ben's response be? I think he has clear one win of finding the twiting hook and holding onto that H, but if he doesn't, then is it really the case that he comes down with spray and SH? I mean, what does he do?
Yeah, true. I guess I thought he had more flexibility here, but there really aren't that many open vowels. So maybe it is paramount to block that prey hook, because he is going to play SH there for a lot of points, if not. And that seems like by far his best endgame play if he's not going to see twiting.
Oh, sorry. Also SH to the side of JEEG, as has been pointed out in the chat. My apologies, chat. Thank you for keeping us honest. If JEE does come down, yes, that would make C and hem.
Mm-hmm.
I think this game is one for the books. Just that twiting hook. Oh wow. Okay, JEE.
Oh, wow.
Comes down.
Oh my gosh, this is so close.
Oh my god. If I was
Also,
a
they
player,
both have so much time on their clocks too.
I
This
know.
feels like a blitz game.
This is exactly the kind of game where you want to have, a bajillion minutes on your clock. You're glad that you've played the entire rest of the game so quickly. Maybe not too quickly, but just quickly enough that you have this time that you can think through. Ben is shaking his head, and I wonder what is going through his mind. He's probably seen that he does not want JEE to go there. This might be a tie. Oh my gosh. I think Alec
We
is
said we wanted a tie, and we might get what we want.
Oh my gosh, I think Heidi completely jinxed us. Well, not even jinxed us. I think she has completely seen the future, and because of this, we are seeing this tie play out in front of us.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Is this actually going to be a tie? I mean, if
I'm trying
SH
to
comes
do the
down.
math here. Let's see.
I'm trying to see. I see Ben winning by 3 points after SH comes down. I wonder if, as long as Twiting is not found and Ben plays SH, I think Alex's best move is TETS for 17. And I think Ben wins this.
Wow. Yeah. That is wild.
Which is crazy to me. This is actually. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Oh my gosh!
Amazing.
He didn't even need it.
He didn't even need it. He was gonna win anyway, and I bet this will get the 5 points too.
Oh my god!
Wow! What a find! He pulled it out.
Holy. He did it! Oh my gosh, guys, he did it!
That's incredible.
45 points. And is Alec going to challenge?
Yeah, that's
He has
a
to.
good question. He has to. I mean,
He has to.
he has no chance if this
He
is
has
a
to.
word. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Content play.
Amazing.
Come on, Alec. Wow. Wow.
I guess I just lost $100.
He's challenging it. Oh my gosh.
Challenging,
Oh,
yeah. Totally understandable.
I take Zelle, Venmo, and PayPal. I will take that money any second. Oh my gosh. Guys, just watch this. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Wow. And the pain of knowing that that was open the whole game, too.
The whole time.
It would just be heartbroken.
What a game. What a turn.
What a game.
To hang on to that T for so long. We absolutely have to cut to overhead cam the second this game is done.
I want to hear their thoughts after this.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, so it looks like Alec is going to play off his last 3 tiles here. It'll bring the game still pretty close. I mean,
both of them laughing. I mean, it's good to see them, still jovial, and set comes down for 25. And I think it'd be great to skip immediately to the overhead cam, see what they're saying. Elise, do you agree?
I agree. Yeah, let's cut to overhead.
Okay, let's do it.
Good game, Alec. That was crazy. I saw this immediately.
Okay, even whiting was a mistake. I'm supposed to play twigging, I
Twiggins,
guess, or just wig.
Yeah, that's also probably fine. Yeah, I saw this immediately. I just wasn't sure, and I didn't want to try it until I needed to, because I didn't like it a lot.
I didn't think there would be a hook either. Okay, so obviously this is supposed to be rain out. This is supposed to go here.
Were the commentators talking about twiting the entire game? Oh, it's just the last mistake wins or loses, I guess. My God.
Does set outrun Taish and all that?
Probably. Is Heist good?
Not Haist.
Okay, Scythe is what I was thinking.
Scythe and Taish.
I wasn't going to try it unless I needed to.
This is twiting. You are free to twite me.
What is this game?
We missed this hook all game.
Yeah, I had to try. I didn't try until I needed to. Thanks, I guess.
This is a game.
All right, folks. Wow.
In this,
Incredible. So it sounds like Ben saw the hook the whole game, but maybe wasn't so sure and tried it when he needed to. It just really goes to show that you can study words as much as you want at home, but in the actual high stakes moment of a Scrabble game, it's really hard to pull.
I agree. And in Ben's own words, what a game. What a game. And thank you all for sticking around with us and watching this, because I really don't, I mean, this is the one place that you can come to for more games like this. This is why you have to like, this is why you have to subscribe. We're going to keep bringing you more content like this, because this is what Scrabble games are. They are neck and neck, where you end up missing this one hook until the end of the game. You pull the trigger and you still only win by 7 points. Oh boy. I mean, my heart was in my throat the whole time.
Mine too, yeah.
I think we could all really use a little break and then come back for another round of games. Thank you guys for sticking around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this very short break.
I don't think we can hear you, Nits. 1 second. But hello, everybody, and welcome back.
How about that? Am I still muted?
That's better, thank you.
Okay, so sorry about that, folks. But round 13, Scrabble Players Championship. Thank you, NASPA, and thank you, Maryland. Elise, how are you feeling about this game coming up? I cannot believe what we just saw with round 12.
I know, I'm still coming down from the last game that we saw, but I wouldn't be surprised if this next one is just as interesting and compelling. We've got Waseem Khatri versus Winter. Both are really incredible top experts. Can you tell us a little bit more about these players?
I would be happy to. I mean, I know for a fact that I have never played Waseem, but I have played his friend and I would say protege, Moez Olabeg, from Pakistan as well. Waseem is a 13-time Pakistan national champion, I think. Like, it's incredible how many championships he's won in Pakistan. He's coming and he's always presenting such a great showing at any of the North American tournaments that he's played. I know he was recently playing a long tournament in North America just last week, and he did incredibly well. I think we are here to see a fantastic, fantastic game.
Yeah, and we just saw Winter take down the reigning champion Josh Castellano this morning, so we know that really he can take on any of the best players here too. But yeah, let's look at how both these players are doing in the tournament.
Wow, those are some records up there. I mean, 9-3 and a spread of plus 528. That is incredibly difficult to do in such a stacked field. I mean, look, it's got David Whitley, Ben Schoenbrunn, Alex Sjoholm, Waseem Khatri, big names. And I can't wait to see what Winter and Waseem bring to us. I can't wait to see if the players are ready. Do you guys want to kick it off? Oh, wow. Look at those scores. 598 against Mina Lee. Waseem Khatri is up there. He's really kicking butt and taking names.
That's incredible. Oh, and Winter has a 645 against Bradley Whitmarsh. Wow. You don't see that very often, even in Collins.
Have you ever had a 600 game, Elise?
I actually have once at this really small tournament in Galesburg. I drew like God tiles, and I was playing against a beginner, so that helped, but never against someone like, Bradley Whitmarsh, so.
Well, let's see if we see another 600-point game in front of us. I'm kind of hoping that it's not, because I'd really love to see this be an even, kind of close game where we can just have our hearts in our throats again and just go back and forth. I feel like those games are so exciting when one player is not just completely bagging the other.
I agree. And yeah, let's see what we're going to get. Waseem is drawing tiles.
I actually have played Winter before, and I will say that he's a really good player. And I know that he's really been studying. He's going to have to go up against Waseem, who is, he's a really, really strong player, and he's drawn really well already. Wow, okay.
Wow, yeah. Oh, well, the G and the P slow it down a little bit, but...
except Waseem's his...
No, there's a bingo here.
He's seen a 7.
And he saw
basically
it
instantaneously.
Very impressive. Yeah, dog naps.
Spending no time in putting that down on that board. He's going to get 78 points, his highest scoring placement for that word. Great job. And he's wasted like 30 seconds of his clock. This is exactly what you want to see in a Div 1 game of this caliber.
Yeah, we're off to the races here.
Winter, of course, with his forearm, keeping us away from taking a good look at his tiles. I would love to see what mystery he has awaiting us. Okay, there you go.
And he's gonna challenge dog naps, I guess.
I am
a little surprised by this. I feel like it's a pretty common Scrabble word, but 5-point challenge, it never hurts to throw the nickel on something if you're unsure.
I agree. I think there's one of the things that we are learning constantly is that Scrabble players are really hesitant to challenge words that they don't know, and they end up leaving a lot of phonies on the board. And I think if it's just 5 points, it's totally worth giving it a nickel, which is what we colloquially call the 5-point penalty. It's worth doing it if you're not sure, and if you think it's going to get a bingo off the board.
Yeah. Oh, and wow, it looks like Winter is gonna bingo right back. He has some 8s Oh, never mind. Sorry. I misread the rec. He does not have
That-
Nits available.
That's
I got it.
perfectly, yeah. I mean, he's definitely got a lot of vowels, and that looks so close to one of the sevens that he could play. I mean, Eosinic and Akanize and Niswa, and he's not going to be able to play that as a 7, but he can definitely get rid of these vowels, which are they're only going to slow him down.
Yeah, it looks like he has a play like Oni lined up, which seems like a really good vowel dump here. Just getting rid of what you want to get rid of.
I don't mind that. I see why he's keeping CEI. Those are good bingo leaves. Bingo tiles. But I kind of would have liked to see him play Iconize and just open up that board even more. Just go, absolutely crazy on this board and just make it wide open. Do you prefer closed or open boards, Elise?
It really depends on the situation and the opponent. I think people always say that against like higher rated opponents, you should play with an open board and give yourself more opportunities, but I'm not really sure if there's truth to that. I think I do tend to prefer these kind of like closed defensive battles a little bit more.
Me too.
Yeah, it's hard to decide.
I guess it's up to Waseem to decide what he wants to do with his board. He's got that blank, so I can imagine him wanting to keep that board a little open so that he can bingo right back. But I don't think there's much he can do right now to close it anyway. He could play a little, he could play the tiles a little closer to his chest. He could play something like Jane, Jane to the NE that's already on the board. Maybe he could play Lays or ZE, making doe. But there's really not much he's going to be able to do to close this board as it is right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here I kind of like the play of Jane. I think Z is actually a pretty good bingo tile, and if you're holding on to the blank and E, it could improve into something really, really high scoring. But I also, think that a play like ZE or even a play like Lays, those would be pretty solid options too.
Absolutely. And Chad is pointing out that Waseem's blank is sideways, which might be a dead giveaway that he has one. As a player, do you ever take a look at how your opponent has their tiles oriented, or do you ever think like, oh, they might have a blank because it's sideways?
I do. I think you always want to get as much information as possible when you're playing Scrabble, and I'm kind of always looking at my opponents and seeing how they shuffle their tiles, seeing how they have them lined up. Do they have 3 tiles off to the side? Do they have them all in a clump that they're not moving? That can all kind of give you a little bit of information on what they might have. I mean, you have to take it with a grain of salt, but
going straight to the meta of the game. Honestly, I feel like I'm usually so pressed for time. I'm always thinking about what I need to play that I don't spend as much time thinking what my opponent is doing with their tiles. Jane is such a good play, and Waseem has spotted it. I really like this. The Z and the blank, powerful combo, keeping that E. He's set himself up well, I'd say.
I agree. Yeah, I think he's in great position right now.
Not much for Winter to do here immediately. He's got bingo-friendly tiles, but there's nothing that he can get down for 50 plus points at the moment. He seems to have identified Kama. He had it off to the side for a little bit right before he put Micah down to the side. And that would have played to the side of Jane, making JA and AM. I think that was a good find.
Yeah, I like that play. And usually I get a little bit nervous about making plays like JA next to this double word score, but that C is notoriously really hard to overlap. So, he's going to go with Micah instead, which I also like.
It's really interesting.
I think keeping AT is maybe a little bit better than AEIT, so that could be the reasoning.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he does leave a few points in the board. I guess Micah has the advantage of just giving him a little bit more space on this board. Maybe he didn't see Kama. It can be a tough overlap to see. It still scores him 25 points. So it is, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And Waseem's already spotted his beautiful bingo of Blitzed. And that's going to come down. That can come down in 2 different spots on this board, making either DOD or Bonie, Bonie. Which one do you think he's going to go with?
Ooh, that's a tough choice. I think perhaps the B is a little bit less dangerous in the triple lane. So if you played it with DOD, I mean, there is potential for your opponent to play something with the B that scores quite a bit, but they're probably not going to triple back or anything. Whereas if you play something like Bonie and Blitzed, you're putting that D in kind of a pretty decent spot. But I don't know. I would say it's close here. What do you think, Nits?
I hear ya. I mean, Blitzed making DOD is 77, and Blitzed making Bonie is 79. So the 2 points, they're just close enough that I would maybe not want to put the D out in space. I mean, I feel like the B is clunkier. It's harder to play with. And I think Waseem's coming to that same conclusion.
Yeah, I like this. I think this is good.
Notably, that blank is still sideways.
Yeah, what the heck? I want to go in there and turn it around for them, but they might notice.
I could do that for you later today. I might hop on the train and just make my way to Maryland, say hi to the fellow players. Of course, we are here commentating remotely. We're so lucky to have this stream opportunity. Thank you to Bob Lynn and NASPA for making this possible for us to bring you all these games, 28 and 31 in total, where players go, play these incredible games.
Mm-hmm.
All right. YIE. Off to the side for Winter, he's seen Fiat. I think that was a very, very quick spot on his account. He sees that ZA would make a great overlap, and that would score him 44 points right off the bat.
Yeah, that looks like a great option. He does actually have some options that score even more than that. Oh, and he turns the blank around. He also can play underneath Blitzed, a really cool overlapping play of Yitie, Yitie. But that leaves AF, which is maybe not quite as good.
I actually don't mind that leave of AF because of that I that's floating with Micah. I mean, he can eventually just overlap there. So Fiat, I think, is a really it's a really good find on his part. Yitie, I think, would have been really lovely. 50 points for that. And Fiat at 44.
Mm-hmm.
If only Waseem had an E to play Hungered through, but right now he's just going to have to go through these tiles. That B out in space, it's definitely clunky, but it will give Waseem back a few great scoring plays. I think he's likely to spot them, but he's also moved DUH off to the side, or he had for a little bit. I wonder if he was playing if he was planning on playing just something really short and sweet, keeping ENRG.
Interesting. Yeah, that could be an option. But I do expect him to find some plays extending down from B. He has, I guess, a few normal words like budger and bunched, but also a few maybe more obscure words, bedung, which means dung, as his best. Well, I think maybe the best option here. You'd like to put the G down on that bottom square instead of something like the D, which is maybe easier to start bingos with. But
I agree. I really would love to see Bedung come down. That would be a great find. Keeping HR, that's lovely synergy. That's a great play. As you said, Budger is a little bit more common and might be easier to find. Bedrug possibly also, but he has put Doug. Let's see, he's thinking of debug. All right.
Okay.
That would be 33 points for him, keeping H and R. Possibly not as good, but it does take up that B. It does score him points.
Yeah, and I think it controls the board just a little bit more, rather than extending far and opening down that kind of bottom quadrant. You're keeping things a little bit tighter.
But now that Waseem has seen Budger, which he has off to the side, I think he's likely to figure out the anagram bedrug quite quickly, because as we study words, we study them as alphagrams, and we kind of start associating them as pairs. And once he's seen budger, I think there's a chance that he's going to remember that budger and bedrug are anagrams of each other, even though they're six-letter words, which Scrabble players don't study as much, because study the 7-tile word, you just make a bingo. All right, debug coming down for 33. I'm a little surprised. I think budger would have been a bit better than that. What are your thoughts, Elise?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is maybe slightly worse, but definitely not a huge mistake by any means. Still a pretty defensible play. Wow, and it looks like we have a big donation in the chat from Penumbra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Penumbra. That's so nice. Thank you so much. It's support from viewers like you that keep us going. Thank you so much. All right. Winter here. What is he to do? What is he to do? Will he spot through the IF of Blitzed and Fiat wifey? WIFEY, keeping GIIV. Like that would be a cool find. That would be a cool find.
That would be very cool. And I know it's always hard. There's this thing called blank blindness that sometimes we experience, where if there's a blank on the board, you're just a little bit less likely sometimes to see plays through it, because you're not thinking about this as an I necessarily, it's just a blank tile. So it would be maybe an extra level of difficulty to find that play there, but I'm confident that Winter could do it.
Can we please go down in history as noting that I came up with the term blank blindness, because this is something that I am afflicted with all the time, forever, and will be forever dealing with for the rest of my life. I feel like I should be allowed to come to tournaments with stickers that I can put on the blank and just be like, okay, this is what I have now in my head.
That's a great idea. That would be nice.
I would definitely get kicked out of the tournament for that, but to each their own. The funny thing is,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, the funny thing is that when I saw Winter's Rack, the first thing I saw was the word Viewy, Viewey. And I mean, I'm kind of thinking I'd like to play that through the eye of Micah. I just want to get rid of those gross tiles, even if that means that I'm leaving myself behind with GII.
Yeah. And he goes with the much more aggressive option, which I can understand at this score line. You would want to, be a little bit desperate. He's over or around 100 points behind. So opening up a triple is maybe not the worst option here. What do you think, Nits?
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, he's just far enough behind, and he's got yucky little tiles that he can try and play aggressive. If you're not going to play Viewy, if you don't see Wifey, then there's no reason not to play Ivy. It scores well enough, and you can just hang on and hope.
Yeah, and Waseem has a little bit of a clunky rack here. The H, the K, and the M. Those are all nice tiles to have. They have a lot of scoring potential, but how would you be thinking about working through this rack, Nits?
Ooh, oh man, I kind of wish you hadn't asked me that. Well, I guess what I'm thinking of immediately is I add an I to the tiles that I have in front of me, and I say, what can I play with these? And Hiker would be one of those. Moniker was suggested in the chat. I think both of those are great ideas. I think I would have preferred Moniker a little bit over Hiker, just because, it's one more tile that I'm getting out there on the board. Sorry, two more tiles that I'm getting out there on the board. And, I'm keeping the H, which is nice.
Yeah, I agree. I think Moniker is maybe a little bit better, but I like the idea behind this play. Just kind of keeping things under control and getting rid of the H and the K and scoring a bunch. Oh, and Winter is going to play pretty quickly here.
Good. I mean, good for him. He keeps an O. Not a lot for him to do here. Swinging is 30 points. So I can understand why he'd want to do that. I think there's also benefit to just not playing as many tiles when he's as behind as he is. Even something like VOW, like VOW under Hiker, would have been a really good play. It would have been 34 points, which is 4 more points, and it would have kept EEGIN. Now, I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, I agree.
This is Swing, as has been pointed out in the chat, is setting up an S hook that Winter doesn't have at the moment. But I think he's behind enough that it makes it is defensible to want to make the board more volatile, to set up more opportunities for you to get a higher scoring bingo. There's the R of Hiker that he can play from. There's the S hook that he doesn't have at the moment that he would be able to play a bingo too. And Waseem can only control one of those threats at a time, or, continue to keep scoring.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. And let's see, so Waseem having 2 A's, an M, and OPR. There are some cool extensions available with these tiles. Maybe some people in the chat might try to spot them looking through these floaters and blitzed.
Ooh, fancy. And my apologies, folks. I have accidentally misled you. Sweeing does not take an S hook. Suing, which is 2 E's and then a W, does take the hook, and may have been a more calculated play over here so that Winter would be able to set up a volatile S hook. Waseem is given the opportunity to play a few overlaps to the side of Sweeing now. I mean, there's a really cool 6-letter word that could go down, keeping NP, if you guys know that one.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
I wonder what it means.
It is from Spanish. The word we're thinking of is paramo from the P. And it is a bare, windswept, elevated plain in South America. So
fancy.
A geographical feature.
If you were Waseem in this situation, what are you thinking about? I mean, are you thinking about how you can control this board? Are you thinking about how you can continue scoring? Are you thinking about the tiles that you want to get rid of? Sometimes when you're faced with a situation like this, you are up, barely 1.5 bingos, barely 2 bingos. It can be a little complicated to decide what you want to do next. It's a strategy game. It's also, a game of your ability to control this board. I mean, at least in your expert opinion, what would you want to do with this board right now?
Yeah, I mean, being over 100 points ahead, I would be thinking about board control. Obviously, it's not so much of a lead that you can be super relaxed and just give up a bunch of points to kind of rein the board in, but given that he has plays like Paramo or Pampa that score a bunch and also kind of take out all these floaters and Sweeing, that's definitely something I would be considering right now.
Absolutely. I really like the suggestion of Ramonza. I think that is such a cool play. A little tough to see because you have to look at that Z and the ZA that's on the board and consider that still a lane that is alive and well, something that can be played through. When boards develop a little bit like this and you start having to think in terms of what can you play through, I think it challenges the Scrabble mind in a way that we're not usually thinking of when we're just alphagramming, when we're just flashcarding. I think trying to block the lines with Sweeing, with Moan for 27, keeping PAR is certainly, it's certainly defensible here. He's getting rid of that I, that N, the G as possible floaters to get bingos through.
And yeah, I think the N is a little bit dangerous, but not so dangerous in the triple. I mean, it's kind of hard to end a word with N. And like we said, Sweeing doesn't take an S, so you're not going to be playing through to the right.
And kudos to Winter for finding one of his highest scoring play here. He's taken Waseem's time to think, and he's played Cron, C-R-O-N, for 32 points. He keeps the QER. That is okay because he scored 32. He just has to keep moving on.
Yeah, and we still have 3 U's in the bag, so, he can definitely dive in and draw one of those to bail him out. And the Q could be a really good tile with ERS, potentially. So yeah,
That's
I like
a really good point.
Glad that he, didn't waste any time on it.
And I think there is some strategy to, just thinking on your opponent's time, to saving the time that you have so that you can calculate how you're going to keep keeping up with this game, really. Winter's done exactly what he needed to. He has kept scoring and he's moved on, and it's back to Waseem. He's down to 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and Winter has twice as much time right now.
Yeah, we'll see if Waseem gets into time trouble. I mean, my instinct is that he still is doing okay. Like, when you get down to 5 minutes, you're really kind of struggling. But yeah, there's definitely an element of time pressure that might be a factor as this game goes on.
I'm intrigued to see Waseem playing Paw for. I just figured that he would have played something, because this is 25 points. I figured that he would have played something to the end of Moen. I know he'd seen Prawn. He had it out to the side.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, something like Poan to that end might create another lane above, possibly extending into that double word score. So it could have been just a board shape position or a board shape based decision, but yeah. And Winter's going to slap down Cheese. That looks like his best option here. Nothing else really scored much. I think you do probably want to get rid of your S to just offload your Q for 39.
Absolutely. I completely agree, yeah. And ROTE, perfectly fine bingo tiles. I mean, he's got 2 S's that he could still draw, and he can just hope that his opponent will start struggling with their own tiles.
Yeah, which is maybe what is happening here, although Waseem finds a good vowel dump with auto. Also kind of taking out this N in the process by taking that triple. So I like this play quite a bit.
True, good point. And unfortunately, nothing for Winter to do here at the moment. He would have needed an E to play an 8 through. Really, this is another one of those positions where you have these 1-point tiles where you're really close to a bingo, and either the board is not permissive to it, or you really just don't have anything. And right now he's going to have to struggle through this. The highest that I think he might be able to score is just 21 points right now. I think he might be able to get trio under QIS.
Yeah, I would maybe even think about some plays that score less, but do some more aggressive things to this board. I mean, you do have a lane next to the D and debug. You can maybe hold out to draw a bingo from the R and hiker, hitting the triple, but I would want to be making as many opportunities for myself as possible here. Being down by so much, you definitely want to bingo ASAP.
That's a good point. I guess with 2 places on the board to bingo, so like you have to start an 8 with the R, or you have to play a 7 that ends and slots down next to the D. How would one create space on this board? Like that's a really good question, and that's a question that players constantly have to keep asking themselves when they're in a position like this. They're losing by 130, and there's really not much for them to do with the tiles, with the 1-point tiles that they have, because as you start to open the board with these 1-point tiles, you're likely not scoring much. So it's really, I mean, as you've said, it's really such a give and take, right? Because you want to stay within striking distance of a bingo, within your opponent, but like at the same time, there's only so much that you can do if you play only 3 or 4 tiles for multiple points. But when you do draw a bingo, there's nowhere to place it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, which maybe explains why Winter's going to go with Rit here. It's one of the higher scoring options, I guess, if you don't see trio. So you know, want to keep yourself within range. If you can't really find a way to open up the board that much more, at least kind of keep scoring, and when you do hit that bingo, you'll be in a better position to come back.
I agree. And I think I may have seen a blank flash onto Winter's rack. I'm not sure if that is the case, but we can see an S. Onto Waseem, however, I don't want to forget Waseem. He has a really fantastic play that is available to him. 4 overlaps to the side of Moen. He just has to see it. This is really a moment of board vision and knowing your 5-letter words.
Yeah, this is a tough one. It would be really cool if he could spot, his play next to Moan here. That play being Vaire, V-A-I-R-E. I think it's a type of fur. Other than that, are there any other options here? I guess if he doesn't spot that you would like, Nits?
Oh man, really, really good question. Man, I mean, so if the X wasn't out, I would, well, actually, you know what? I'm thinking a little bit about ONY and AGA making YA for 24. There's a part of me that's like, okay, there's an X out, so you definitely don't want to give up that spot for somebody to plop a ridiculously high scoring X word. That would be heartbreaking. You really don't want to make that available. But the other cool thing about having a V on Waseem's rack is that he can play something like Via and DA, to the side of debug. That's only 17 points, but it's getting rid of that 7th lane, and it's forcing Winter to only be able to, at this moment, either play through that V and get like an overword, or he has to play from the R of Hiker. So the 7, I mean, I really don't know where the 7 would go on this board.
Yeah, I agree. I think a play like Via looks pretty nice here. Just doing some defense and making Winter's life harder. There are a lot of bingos from the R, but it is definitely more challenging. And we see right now he already has some 7s on his rack that will play next to debug. Oh, but he's going to go with Yay.
Yeah, okay. 26 points for him. And on to Winter, who has himself a blank and an F. He has a few bingos, and there are some that go to the side of the D, making DE.
Yeah, I see Safrol, Forslow, Forleza. He's got quite a few options. I'm not sure if I see any that get the F on that triple letter score. Do you?
Yeah, me neither. Still, honestly, 75 points is 75 points, and it gets him within striking distance of Waseem. He just needs to hope that Waseem's not going to score that much in his coming turns, and Winter can keep up the scoring pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it looks like he's going to go with Safrol. That seems like a nice choice.
I agree. Also, at this point, I think it's worth it to, if you see a bingo and you see that it scores, 75 points, that's the only likely place on the board where you're going to be able to place one. I say go ahead, send it, and if you can, just put your opponent in time pressure and just hope that you'll pick up the tiles that'll keep you within range.
Absolutely, yeah. Now Waseem's under 4 minutes, so it makes a lot of sense to just put down a bingo. I think I'd take 1 minute to see if I can triple my F, and if not, I would just go for it.
Right. Unfortunately for Winter, of course, Waseem has scored 41 points with Vibe, keeping ARR. That's such a, I feel like that's such a play that you have to make. You see it, you have to put it down. It gets rid of your V, your B, and it scores so well. This is really, this is a no-brainer for Waseem.
Yeah, this is very standard, excellent play. Does everything you want it to. Oh, and this rack looks pretty good for Winter, but does he have anything?
Oh, man.
It's one of those deceptively nice-looking racks, I think.
Yeah.
Lent 7 is there, but I don't think it goes anywhere.
Oh, man. This is really tough, and it's really frustrating too to draw these racks and to know that they're not going to go anywhere on this board.
Yeah, so in that case, what kind of play would you be making here, Nits? Would you want to be fishing, opening the board, trying to score?
Oh man. So I'm down 101 points. There's nowhere on this board that I'm going to be bingoing at the moment. Where even can I make space on this board? So like I'm thinking, has the board been completely exhausted? And is there a way for me to make space for myself? And if there isn't, what can I hope to draw to keep winning, or like to have a chance? I mean, is it the case that he can hope to have a great X play making Onyx? Is he thinking, for example, that Waseem played ONY setting up the X and hoping to play an X word there? This is tough. This is tough. These are all the things that would be going through my mind, and at the end, I might just, I might start looking. Do I want to play something making QIN? Do I want to play something to the side of Saffroll, making something like Dolt, DOLT? And that's 27 points. This is such a tough position for Winter to be in.
Yeah, this is very challenging. Let's see. I kind of like some plays, maybe tacking the D onto Vibe and extending out to the right with something like Droll, just throwing that E out into space, so DROLE.
That's
Giving
nice.
it another shot, and it scores pretty decently. I would maybe be thinking about that option here.
I really like that. That's really nice. I mean, you can hope that you can play through that sometimes, that it'll give you enough space and enough of an opportunity to put the O or L or I out in space. But I believe there's a chance that Waseem's just going to take up that spot. So Waseem, of course, as we know, has drawn the X. He has a fantastic spot for the X to go to the side of swinging. He may or may not take that, I think, because there's still O's out. There's one O out. Two O's out, according to Waseem. So
yeah, I wonder if you get fancy and try to fish for something with Onyx, but I'm not really seeing anything. It's kind of a hard place to end a word with X. Or I guess you could maybe try something with EX next to Yay also. But yeah, do you see anything there? I'm kind of struggling to see that.
that's a really good question.
Something, but
Oh man.
quite fit. Yeah.
There's no C's left. So okay, let's see. No L. There's only one L, so he can't do that. Okay. I'm thinking. Maybe he could fish for hand axe. I don't know. But that would need another A, N, and a D that he doesn't have. He could fish for, gosh.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a little too far-fetched, but
yeah.
I was hoping.
For the tiles that he has, I agree. But man, if I'm ever in this position, I'm definitely thinking, man, what's a cool 6-letter X word that I could play?
Mm-hmm.
There are no P's out, so I'm thinking maybe Storax. Maybe he could fish for Storax. He has RAX and the S. He just needs the T and the O. There's 2 T's out, according to Waseem. But I mean, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, because what is Winter to do in this situation? It's such a hard place to be in.
Yeah, very tough. I mean, yeah, maybe you just score 27 with Dolt next to Saffroll and just hope that you draw something from the R. That could just be an option here, yeah.
Yeah. Tough. 6 tiles in the bag. The X, the H, 2 U's, the Q's already done. I mean, I know there's something to be said for when you come to a point in a game and you say, okay, I'm not going to waste any more of my mental energy here. I know that I want to play well for my next game or for the rest of the tournament, and I will stop expending mental energy and I will save that for something else. And in those cases, sometimes, players will have a tendency to just say, you know what, I'll just play the highest scoring play that I know and I'll just put it down and I will move on to the next game and I'll save whatever energy and whatever brain power that I have left. I mean, I can't really fault players for that, right? Like, I mean, there comes a point where you say, okay, I know that I don't want to keep attempting at this game anymore, and I just want to move on to the next one where I might have more of a fighting shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, tournaments are marathons, not sprints, and you're always thinking in the long term about conserving energy. At the same time, I don't know if this game is totally lost. I mean, you could imagine a world where Winter draws a big X play and then draws a bingo out, and he's back in this game.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
Absolutely.
I guess playing something like odd, just 2 tiles, giving yourself maybe a scoring spot at the top, still holding out for some kind of bingo from the R. I think this is a solid choice.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, there's a case to be made for continuing to keep moving on. You do give yourself a chance to, like play from the R or through the O or to the side of Saffrol. Absolutely. It is up to Waseem now to figure out would he like to risk playing EX to the side of Sweeing, knowing that there's an O unseen, and he's going to do it. 55 points. He's absolutely going for it.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. I mean, hitting something with EXO would be a little bit challenging here. And it's so many points. I mean, and it really is kind of just stretching the lead even further. So I like this play.
Yeah, that's a really fair assessment. Also, I mean, Winter had just played 1 O. You can hope that your opponent is not hanging on to another O after that. Scrabble players will have a tendency to hang on to their E's or their A's or their I's, but usually not O's and U's. So maybe he was hoping that he wouldn't get hit too hard, or that his opponent wouldn't have an O. And of course, we know that Winter didn't have one. Waseem's drawn that O.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now things look pretty dire for Winter. There's still 9 tiles in the bag, so I think there maybe is still some opportunity to cook something up, but it's going to be an uphill battle. I don't know, Nits. What do you see? What should he try to do?
That's a fantastic question. I mean, I guess he could be thinking about, can he draw bingo in 2 spots? Is there a way for him to get something down? He's playing off that U. I think he's fishing for something. It wouldn't win him the game, but it would definitely get him closer on the spread. So that's as best as he can hope right now. I'm one of those players who, I mean, I know that you can't really resign in a game of Scrabble, right? So like, I'm not averse to just kind of giving up eventually and just being like, okay, clearly I am not going to win this. I also don't know what are the 2 spots where I could fish to, and Horser coming down for 90 points is really just the nail in the coffin. I mean,
yeah, that's rough.
This is really tough for Winter. Really tough for Winter.
Mm-hmm. But good find by Waseem.
Absolutely. But I mean, really great play by Waseem. He's really just, props to him. He's at 545 points. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's such a high score. He's really kept Winter down, and Winter has been defeating giants all over the place. He's done so well this tournament. He's been really studying hard, and just look at him go.
Yeah, it's very impressive. And I think at this point, maybe Winter just wants to cut spread. It looks like he can offload most of his tiles with something like lutein or untile next to WE.
Ooh, nice find.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's going to do.
Looks good.
All right, good for winner. I really say there's something to be said about that. I really do think that sometimes you just have to save your brain space and you just have to move on to the next game.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're going to have games like this where you do what you can to try to make chances for yourself, but the tiles just don't cooperate. And in that case, you just move on and, hope that the next one goes a little bit better.
I agree. And Waseem really, played a fantastic game here. Just really well done on his part, finding some really great plays. Dog naps was immediate. That was under 30 seconds. I would love to hear what these players are saying and, discussing their game. Should we cut?
58. Difference of 209.
Three, 4, 9, 5, 5, 8. Submitted.
Okay,
All
looks
right.
like we're not going to get much discussion here.
Well, they say brevity is the soul of wit. So, tough loss for Winter here. Oh, wait, are they talking about the game? They are taking pictures and they're about to square the tiles. All right.
Okay.
Well, that was a tough loss. Sometimes the tiles are what they are. And you know what they say? There is a very clear statistic for there's 25% of the games that you will win no matter what because of the tiles that you draw, 25 that you will lose no matter what because of the tiles that you draw. And there is no better example of this than Nigel Richards, who has won 75% of the games that he has played. You really just sometimes go into a game and you draw what you draw and you do the best that you can with them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's a fact of Scrabble, and it's what makes the game so amazing and exciting. Anything can happen, but also frustrating at times as well.
And honestly, we wouldn't even have a chance to have such incredible games on board with us to be able to view them live if it wasn't for NASPA and for Boblin and for our incredible producer, Josh Greenway, for doing all this work, for making this possible. We have 31 games of Collins Scrabble for you. Do not go anywhere. We are going to go on a very, very, very short break, and then we'll come back with a fantastic matchup and, keep you on your toes.
Yeah, and probably a matchup from Division 2, so we might get to see a new set of players, which is very exciting. And one more thing before we cut to our break, just wanted to remind you, if you want to find words like dog naps, etc., you can use NASPA Ziziva. It's a great study tool. You can have it on your phone, on your computer. It's free to download. So I highly recommend that you check that out. You can do flashcards, study anagrams. It's a wonderful tool that a lot of these top players use.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. All right, guys, we'll be back before you know it, and don't go anywhere. Hi everyone, I'm Nits Chagti and I'm joined by Elise Bickford here at the Scrabble Players Championship. For round 14, we are pivoting to Division 2 of Collins, where we are about to watch Ayodele, Oronlay, and Kaya go head to head. Elise, do you know anything about these players' styles?
Yeah, I've had the chance to play both of these players at a few tournaments. Ayo is a fellow Missouri resident. He's a very animated player. I love watching his reactions as he plays, but he also knows a lot of words and is on a tear in this tournament. He's been 13-0, which is really impressive. So he's
That's
definitely
incredible.
a game for us. And I know he's a recent Collins convert too. He used to play NWL, so it's impressive to see him learning the new words and, you know, really hanging with all of us in the CSW division.
Absolutely. I mean, I know for a fact that Kai's been playing Collins for a while, so I really wonder if that will make any difference in how these players approach the game, if Ayo's knowledge of Collins will be a disadvantage to him. In the last 2 times that they've played, which has been actually in the last 30 days, they have gone head-to-head, very close games, and both of them cashing at these tournaments. I think they are really, really strong players. And I'm really excited to see what they've been up to. Should we cut to the preview?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Oh my gosh, look at those wins. They're on a
Wow.
tear.
Yeah, Kaya is on a winning streak here. That's excellent to see. And yeah, I know she's just been playing Collins for a long time. She studies on Aerolith. She knows a lot of words. So she could be making a comeback here.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be a fantastic game to watch, and I don't want to hold us back any longer. Let's do this. Ayodele to go first, and he is 13-0, as you mentioned. I would like to see if he can make it to 14-0, or if Kaya is going to bring down the Giants.
Yeah, we'll find out.
All right. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Z.
we like to see the Z.
Oh, and an S. Oh my gosh. All right. He has choices cut out for him. Very clearly, just the play of Zoner ready for him at 48 points. Elise, would you go ahead and play something for 48 right off the bat with Zoner, or would you do ZO?
I think it's worth it to play long here and just get those extra points. I mean, you're getting 48 for Zoner, so I would prefer to play that, or even something like Zines if you don't see Zoner, or Zorais. But Zoner holds on to the S. It scores a ton. I think it would be a good play.
I agree. I like the idea of playing Zoner. When he just picked up ZO, I was a little worried that he was going to go with a 2-tile play. It's defensible, but I think Zoner, as you said, is such a great play. It keeps the S for Zoners later. 48 points right off the bat. Fantastic. You want that lead.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaya now, she can't do anything immediately with that Z. She's going to have to leave it alone with the tiles that she has. But I think it would be a good idea for her to go ahead and play above that. I really prefer the play of HAFT, halved. But what are you thinking, Elise?
I agree. I think you do want to be making use of that double letter score above Zoner. That's definitely the spot with the most scoring potential on this board, and you want to get a first crack at it. And yeah, I like the play of half, just unduplicating the A's, unduplicating the T's. You also could play something like FAH here, which might be a little bit worse, but is also still pretty solid. Scoring 20.
As we see. Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as we see, Kaya, she chooses Fa. I personally don't like keeping the 2 T's. I would prefer not to, but I think if you're not going to see half, then Fa is really the play to go with. And Ayo now, he's got a 7 on his rack, though I wonder if he's going to try and play violence. I wonder if he's going to try and put an S on the word violent.
Oh, yeah, it's tempting. Oh, but instead he's going to find novelist. Interesting. I think that's a great find. Yeah, wasting no time here.
Yeah, that's really lovely. And oh my god, I do not envy Kaya her rack because I don't know. I don't know what he would do with that. I don't know what you do with this. Any thoughts off the bat, Elise?
Oh, well, she has some stuff through the T and novelist. I'd be looking at that triple letter score next to the double word and thinking, can I get my Y there and have it tripled and then doubled? So she has a play like Tanty, also Natty, Tatty. I think those are all pretty solid options. I don't know. Do you see anything else here, Nits?
Well, I'm thinking that since violence wasn't played and novelist gives back this S hook, I wonder if her consideration of stay as she's got lined up to the side is worth considering. I mean, Tatty is 32, but stay is 33. Gets rid of that S, but it also takes that spot basically immediately.
That's a great point. Yeah, I think that's another pretty solid option. Just taking out this sort of dangerous hook. You don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game. You're still scoring quite a bit, keeping pace. I think this is defensible also.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes if you see a word like novelist come down on the board and you have an S on your rack, it can be difficult not to think, okay, I have to address this immediately. Like I have to do something about this right now, right this second. So maybe there was a case of a little bit of tunnel visioning, as you'd mentioned, Tatty, Tanty, Natty, those would have been great plays at 32. Even Avant making ZA and A, Fen and Art would have been great, but Stay is 33, and it's hard to fight that.
Yeah, and I think this is something I've been trying to improve on as I learn more about Scrabble. Is you see the obvious spot with the S hook and the triple, and you want to just kind of autopilot a play like Stay, but sometimes you can score even more in sort of a more unexpected place on the board. So yeah, and IO had a pretty cool extension to Zoner, but that's kind of hard to find. But this looks like a good second option if you're not going to find that.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, wow, that extension to Zoner, Blazoner, that's really lovely. Are there other extensions that we might see possible on this board? That's fantastic.
Could be. It's definitely something I would be looking for as this game progresses.
I mean, I guess HIZ is the only other thing that would go there. His honor, which is, I mean,
probably
tough
even
to.
more obscure than Blazoner, yeah.
I agree. Taj here for Kaya, I think also a good play. I wonder if there's any merit to playing JUS to the side of Babu and JA and keeping AEINT.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a good move. AEINT just hits very often. Like you're super likely to draw into something. And there is that open lane above Stay. So there are places that you could bingo on this board. But AINE is also a pretty respectable leave, and Taj scores a decent amount.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess when I look at a rack like keeping AEIN, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe AEIT would be better, or maybe if I can keep the T along with another consonant because I don't want to be overwhelmed with vowels. But Kaya's, she's gone ahead, she's gotten her points, and it's off to Ayodele to decide what he wants to do. He's close to bingos. He's almost there, but not quite. There's not anything immediately, I'd say, powerful for him to do on this board. I think at most he's going to score 28 points if he decides to play to the side of novelist, making bet a la pick and use. He could play a taste there, TACE.
Yeah, I think that's a good option. Or if he wants to hold on to his E, which I would be trying to do here, you could just play something like talk underneath with fet and tear. I think that's another option.
That's really nice. Yeah. I mean, once your bingo's been blocked and your 7 doesn't go anywhere, you can't make any 8s. Sometimes you just have to fish off those 3 tiles. Oh, wow. He's going to do allocate.
So he's making the choice to play long here. It's a bit of a sacrifice, but, well, compared to Tace. Yeah, what do you think about this?
You know, I think this is such a stylish play, but I don't know if this is the correct play. I mean, as Io starts to take those tiles back, I wonder if he's, heard me through the universe's rumblings that perhaps he could play fewer tiles and still have the benefit of maybe bingoing another time. He could still score as well.
Oh, and he must have listened to you through the screen. Yeah, I like this better. I think you don't necessarily want to be blowing up your rack right here, and this scores 8 more points. So I'm glad that he took the time to reconsider and put down taste. Oh, wait.
Oh, never mind. Oh, he's doing lace.
Might be, uncertain of taste. It's kind of a weird 4. So I bet it's just a little word knowledge thing. At this level, I find doing stuff like that too. Like, I would rather keep the duplicate T's and play the word that I know is a word than try something that's going to get challenged off.
Absolutely. That's a really good point. I mean, what would you rather have? I mean, duplicates or a lost turn, And I'll take the duplicates if I'm dead sure of a word versus like maybe 60% on the other one. I mean, I don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
And Candy's coming down
come down with her bingo.
Nice, really well found. I mean, 74 points, nothing to sneeze at. And this is a pretty even game after this. Io at 180 and Kaya at 169.
Yeah, exciting stuff.
Of course, Io has drawn into a bingo that will play on this board. It's just a matter of finding it. When you see tiles like these, and I see that Io has not alphabetized them, I wonder if he studies alphagrams, if he studies his tiles in alphabetical order. He's definitely looking for something, and I wonder if he has studied this word.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit far down by probability, but it is a common word. And yeah, it looks like he's finding it, which is excellent. Good for him.
This is what I get for doubting. Io has found that incredibly quickly. Not even a minute has passed. Good job. I mean, Io showing us why he's 13-0 right now.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to pull ahead again, and let's see if Kaya can come up with something to catch up here.
I mean, I guess it's great that Kaya has drawn into that W. Usually you don't really want to see that, but with the board the way that it looks right now, she's in a pretty good spot, having had Io play Patriot where he has. This will give her plays making OW. She's seen EN. She's looking. I think she's going to find N wall. I think it's right there on her rack right now. That's fantastic. That's really
be excellent. Yeah, I mean, if she's not certain of N wall, she could just play wall here, which is also good. But yeah, tacking on those extra 2 tiles, scoring those extra points, I think would be great.
That was really well found. I mean, she sees N walled if there was a floating D. There isn't. She's taking those tiles back. I think she's going to be safe, as you mentioned. She's going to go ahead with wall.
Yeah, that's totally understandable. I would be a little bit unsure of N wall. It's a bit odd.
I wonder if there's any merit to playing well instead of wall, just because ETA is a word, and also you're keeping 2 E's, and this is just it's just fewer chances for your opponent to do something with what you've given them now. So wall, definitely a good play, but I maybe would have preferred well.
Yeah, I agree. You definitely don't want to keep double E's, and that does, kind of limit the overlapping potential a little bit. But yeah, these are just tiny, tiny subtleties. So
you're right, absolutely.
It's hard to really, in the moment, pick up on all of these things and make those minute choices that maybe just give you a slight edge.
Absolutely, that's a really good point. And both of these players are showing us just how well they can play. I mean, look at these words coming down. They're hardly making any mistakes. I mean, I feel like I've jinxed them now. But Io looking for his next play, I think he might be looking on top of Patriot. Oh, no, he has yet again surprised me. He's going to go ahead with Drek. That is 44 points for him, keeping BDN. Just really beautifully found. Really beautiful.
Yeah, nicely spotted. This is his highest scoring option, and yeah, gets rid of the D and the K, which kind of don't play well together. I really like this play.
I mean, yeah. And with such speed and accuracy, too. I'd say, I mean, Kaya is not a slow player. She is very good at generating plays. She's really good at finding good plays. And unfortunately, she's drawn into a lot of E's. Keeping those 2 E's, she's drawn another one to that. But I really hope that she doesn't tunnel vision on, like row 13 at the moment. She's going to see to the side of Drek that she would be able to get some good plays down for a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, the downside of Drek is it opens that E next to this double letter score, which Kaya has the F that can hit back pretty hard there. So I hope that she'll be looking in that spot, maybe trying to find a 4-letter word that can just hammer the spot.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's see if she's giving us any hints as to what she's thinking. She's counting. She's looking at HIE, maybe making ITA and keeping FEEN. Maybe that's what she's planning on doing.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I think that's a decent option. It's a little bit volatile. I think HIE takes the S, right? Or does it?
I believe so.
So it is. Oh no, it takes a D also.
DS, yeah.
So it would be opening a lane.
She's also considering Neff in that spot. I believe it's so easy to just look at that shiny little pink T, like spot above TA, and to just be like, well, I know something that goes there. Oh, wow, she has surprised me. She's going ahead and she's playing to the side of Pick, making Epic and Fuse. I didn't even consider that.
I didn't either. Those are some cool extensions of those 3s. Yeah, that's nice board vision, and that scores quite well.
I mean, here I was telling Kaya not to tunnel vision, and I tunnel vision on the 2 spots on the board.
Yeah, me too.
On to Io. I think he has to take advantage of the spot that he's open on the board to the side of Drek. There are 2, I think, pretty obvious plays that could go down. He would just have to be aware of his 4s. I mean, I personally am a little rusty on my 4s. I don't know about you. So it'd be great to see those come down and for him to save the E or the I for another time.
Yeah, I agree. I think a play like Doab in the top left-hand corner is a pretty standout play here. But it looks like he's considering Obeid somewhere. Probably next to OK. Yeah.
Possibly, yeah. Or maybe a top of Patriot, maybe making ETA and Bow.
Oh, yeah, it fits there too. That's
cool. Sorry, ITA, my bad. I can speak. Mm-hmm. Interesting that you mentioned Doab. D-O, like the word means 2 and Ab means water. So in Punjabi, this is like the space of where the 2 waters meet. So it's actually a pretty cool word that has moved its way into Collins and to the English, this lexicon.
Wow, that's very cool. I didn't know that etymology.
Do you feel like your knowledge of other languages gives you an edge in this game?
Well, I was just going to mention he also has the word D-I-E-B, Dieb, next to Drek, which is a German word. That's
there we go.
The definition that's given in Collins, but I know some German, so I'm always trying to keep the 2 languages straight here.
All right, he goes with bead. This is 37 points, not as great as Deeb or as Doab, but it is 37, keeps INO, and it takes that spot away from Kaya, is what it does, you know?
Yeah, I think if he's not going to find the more obscure 4s, this is a really great alternative. It's maybe slightly worse, but still a nice play here.
I agree. And Kaya, she's 90 points down almost now. It's up to her to just keep that scoring pressure on. I think now, if any, is the time to play above Patriot. Why not just play something like Hive? Why not just put an E out in space?
Yeah, that's an interesting suggestion. I think you do want to be making more aggressive plays like that when you're down. And yeah, you want to keep the scoring pressure on, keep yourself within range. It seems like she might be considering Vine in that same spot. Oh, no, she's going to play it. Nice.
I like Hive just a little bit better because it's 6 more points, keeping NET versus Vine, which is 29, keeping EHT. I'm glad that she's gone ahead with Hive. This is a pretty good play.
Yeah, this looks good to me.
Io now in a weird position with all those tiles. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, literally, oi, oi, oi.
I've been called out. I guess this just goes to show if you're in a situation where you're 70 or 80 or 90 behind, you can kind of hope that your opponent will get rid of their E and their A and their D. You can hope that they'll keep U's or O's or I's and just keep getting bogged down. I mean, Io is a really good player and he'll be able to find his way out of this. I mean, something like Oundy, Oundy, is going to be a great way to get through this rack. But that's the other part of Scrabble, right? Like you can control what you can control, and you can also kind of hope that your opponent messes up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, and he's spotting this nice front hook on How. This is another good option. Just playing Yod. This is going to score 36 points. Just keeping that pressure on. So I like this. If he's not going to see Undi next to OK, I think this is a really good second option here.
I agree. Oh. Okay. All right.
Oh, wow. And look at Kaya's rack.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not sure if people in the chat have spotted what she has yet, but we might see some fireworks.
Yeah. And she sees these words. She's telegraphing to us that she knows exactly what she can do.
I wonder what Io is considering here.
I think he might just be scanning the board or seeing if there's something else that he can play with Tao. Like Yond, for example, he's got to the side now. I wonder if he's considering, should he hang on to his consonant? And I think yes. If he's going to play Yod, then he should hang on to a consonant.
Yeah, I agree. I think you definitely want to keep that N as kind of a buffer if you're keeping OUI. It's just, it could go pretty bad pretty quickly.
Oh boy, yeah. And Kaya, as we know, has seen her play to the E. I think it's going to come down quickly.
Yeah, this would be a great find. Oh.
All right.
Okay, this is also a great find.
As Chad has pointed out, Kaya had Gemstone to the E of Hive that she'd set up for herself. That would have been 86 points. But she does see Amongst, which is I believe, the only word in that rack, the only 7 in that rack. Great find by her. She's gone ahead and committed that for 69 points. And Io now with the blank.
Ooh, the blank, but 3 O's.
Oh, boy.
I mean, I see this, and there must be a place to play Oxo. But I haven't looked at the board yet, so let's see.
Oh my gosh, there is. And Kaya just made it for him.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that.
What a bailout. What a bailout. Wow.
Yeah, that's going to save him.
Yeah. Man. Io taking his time to track his tiles, make sure he knows exactly what Kaya has played on the board. He's going to see Oxo in a second, and he will put... Oh, there we go.
Here it comes.
57 easy points.
Nice.
And Kaya's draw, not what you want to see after you've just bingoed. This is not what you feel is a moment where the tile gods are on your side, because you see that W, you see that U, and you say, why me? Literally, why me?
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one to work through. Not very pretty.
I love that these players are so friendly and so happy, because look at them. I mean, they are just laughing amongst each other. Oh, wow. Kaya has exchanged all tiles. She's exchanged all 7 tiles.
Interesting. Yeah, I can understand it. I mean, sometimes you just see a rack like that and you think, ugh, I don't want to deal with this. Let me just get rid of it. And there are still 2 blanks in the bag. But I don't know. Do you think this was a little bit rushed, Nits?
I would say so. I mean, I bet Kai is really happy to have drawn that blank now, but I would say I probably would not exchange with that rack. I think, at least not as quickly as she did. I think I would have taken some time to be like, what can I really do with this? Even if I don't see where WAIR through the A of candies, I might still think, okay, is there something that I can play to the N of candies? Can I play Mirren? Can I do something else? But this, I guess this could be considered a strategic choice to exchange 7 and have that many shots at a blank. I think maybe it's defensible. There were very few tiles unseen.
Yeah, and I guess you do want to be looking at the balance of the pool before you make an exchange. It's slightly vowel heavy, so there were going to be bad scenarios like this one that we see here, where maybe she picks up 5 vowels. So that's always something to take into account when you're exchanging and digging your hand into the bag.
That's a really, really good point. I mean, if she'd hung on to the R, maybe if she'd hung on to the N or something, fewer shots at the blank, but still chances of keeping a more balanced sleeve for the next time, because now you have to fight through EEI, EEE, Q.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Aya's turn, and he's also struggling with vowels. What is he to do here except for just get rid of OU?
Yeah, I mean, that's all I can think of. I guess he's going to play a little bit longer with Guiros, which I wonder about what this is doing to the shape of the board. I mean, he is ahead, but holding on to that blank, you do want to make space for yourself to maybe hit another bingo. And this does kind of take out these floaters with the G, S, and T in amongst. So I don't know.
Right. I mean, maybe he just wants to secure his position by saying, I don't actually need a bingo to win this game, so I'll just do what I can to bring this game to a close. Even if the spread is closer and I'm not bingoing, at least I'm still winning.
True, yeah. And he does still have like a somewhat comfortable lead after this play.
Right. Tough for Kaya now, 5 tiles unseen, and I wonder if she's tempted to play queen to the N of candies. It's 46 points, but there's still 2 U's unseen to her. I don't want to pull the trigger on that, even though it is 46.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you score 46 now, but like you said, you're opening up kind of a big spot for your opponent to score maybe 30, 40 points back if they have the U and a word that can extend from the Q. So I would be wary of burning my blank just yet. I'd maybe try to play off some of these vowels and hope that I can draw into something better with the Q next turn.
Oh, that's a really, really good point, right? Like, she doesn't have to be scared of the U, because she sees those 2 U's. Those are going to be a blessing to her. If she gets rid of OEE, making OG like OGEE through the G that was just put out in space, that's only 12 points, but that's more space on the board. She's managed to fork the board. There's the E to play through, and then she could play on top of the O, and she can hook something. So she doesn't necessarily have to do that.
Yeah, I like that option of OG. I think, forking the board here, making multiple spots that can't all be blocked is really, really important at a deficit.
This is a rough situation. This is a rough situation because, okay, she's going to go with QIN.
Yeah, I can see why she would want to do this. You just do kind of worry that you're going to get saddled with the Q. There aren't that many tiles left. But EEEO, I mean, the blank saves you a little bit, but it's just pretty rough to work through. You're going to need quite a good draw to bail you out.
Like that, yeah.
Like that,
I mean,
yeah.
she couldn't have, yeah. She couldn't have known that I was hanging on to so many vowels. I mean, wow.
Wow. Okay, this is going to be interesting.
Now, she doesn't have any sevens, I don't think, but I wonder if it's possible for her to, I mean, I wonder if there's something for her to play on this board. There's so many vowels. What would she need? I don't think she has anything through the G. I don't think she has anything through that T.
Oh, it looks like
director call.
a tile on the floor.
That would make sense. All right, missing an E, and there we go. We found it. Thank you to our producer, Josh Greenberg, for being there.
Too in this position, trying to get rid of them.
Just yeeting it across the room. Yeah. Director, I don't like my tiles. No.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any 8s for her, but maybe I will open up next turn.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I'm really intrigued to see what Io is going to do here. This is such a weird situation. I think he just has to keep this as closed as he can. Can he obstruct? I mean, what is there for him to obstruct except for that Q and hope that she doesn't have a Q bingo, right?
Yeah.
What do you do without giving something back? I guess you could play Iwi to the I of candies, and you keep IIGU blank.
I like that. There's also the option of extending BEL to make Gibble? Jibel? Not sure how that. That kind of just leaves the board as it is, gets rid of an I. I don't love the leave, but if you're just thinking about kind of riding the storm here, that might be an option.
Oh, that's a really good point. So,
Oh, and that's actually a German word too. It's a German carp. I didn't know that one.
Huh. I guess all I see for Io, as does the chat, is Waluigi, but unfortunately not playable on this board.
No, not yet. Maybe in 20 years.
Maybe in 20 years, yes. Io now taking a long time on his turn. This is good. This is exactly what we want to see. You know, you take that time in your end game, you figure out what the best move is. I think he's taken about 3.5 minutes already. This is what you have to do, you know? It's you're only one bingo away from being tied.
Yeah, I really like to see him taking his time here. This is great. And yeah, his kind of quicker plays, his quick spotting of Patriot and Novelist, those insta plays give you that cushion at the end game. So, you know, that's the benefit of having solid word knowledge, is it can take you into an end game with a nice bit of time.
Right. I saw Io pick up WIG. I wonder if he's thinking of doing wig to the side of gyros, and I don't know if that's a good idea, because that could set up swig and twig, and there's still a blank unseen.
Yeah, I would not want to be setting up that hook at this point. I mean, I guess if a bingo does come back with that wig hook, then it opens up some nice potential at the top of the board. But okay, he's going to play this horizontally.
Okay, all right. With so many E's out, I wonder how I feel about that. But there's no ER bingos that are going to fit there, so I guess it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's also so great to see someone like Kaya on this stream. I mean, she has been such a trailblazer. She's always been pushing Collins, the dictionary, so fiercely. in the United States. She's been playing Collins for such a long time, and it's lovely to see someone with so much enthusiasm and passion for this lexicon to be on, to be here, to be representing the stream and the lexicon.
Definitely. I mean, Kaya is such a force in the Scrabble community, and I just love her enthusiasm. I love seeing her at tournaments. She puts in the work, and yeah, definitely deserves to be showcased here.
I agree. And now Io knows exactly what Kaya has. She's fished off 1E. I wonder what he's to do. I think most plays for him are going to win. He just has to keep a cool head here, and he just needs to block the side of the K. He just needs to make sure that Onorir or Overren do not come down.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only way that he could lose this game is if Kaya bingoes to the left. So it's going to be important that he identifies that threat. And with the blank, you do have some flexibility in doing that. The hard part is I think he might have to burn his blank for not that many points, which never feels good to do. But in situations like this, it's definitely called for.
Absolutely. And he's lucky that he's up ahead enough that it's okay if he's scoring just something for a 19. He's not really going to have an out in 2. I don't even know if he's going to have an out in 3 with this board. Maybe he might have an out in 2 or 3 after this. But he's just going to have to resign himself to a close spread, but a definite win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess what do you think are the most natural blocking plays here? I mean, the engine suggests, I guess, something like Ism and Drek, just tacking your S onto Drek to make Dreks. There's also this kind of interesting extension to Epic. It takes the front S, so you can make some plays with that, but that's a bit of a weird 5. I'm not sure if that's a guarantee to be something I know, although he does know a lot of words.
He does know a lot of words, yes. Io, as we have seen, is a little OP, going 13-0, and I think he's about to be 14-0 as long as he blocks the spot for Onorir. All of those good suggestions, Elise. I mean, I think I might just go with Ism or AIM, AIM from the A of Candies. AIM just has the advantage of not using your blank. So I do. Oh
no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
he's going to watch Kaya for her reaction, isn't he? Oh, he's going to watch. I want to see how Kaya reacts. I just want to see how Kaya reacts.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay, good. Phew.
Nice. All right.
That's
good save by Io.
hard for Kaya to see. You get that glimmer of hope that you're going to be able to play your bingo, and then...
I know. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, he's picking it up.
Oh, he's toying with her. If he goes ahead and he plays AIM or he blocks that spot, he is Oh, come on.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
No.
Io.
No, Io. Oh.
He's not going to do it. He's not going to press the clock.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to do it. There's no way.
I'm getting nervous.
Kaya is great at this poker face. Like, look at her. Her face has not
stone
changed.
Cold. It's amazing. I would be freaking out.
I would be freaking out. Absolutely. You could probably just see the veins in my neck just thumping. He's not going to do it. He's not going to. Oh my God, he did it.
No.
That's incredible. I did not see that coming.
Wow. Okay. Is this going to give it to Kaya?
Yes, she wins this.
Wow.
Wow.
What a turn.
Wow.
Oh my
She's
goodness.
done it. She's defeated Io.
Wow. Taking
What
down the top of the standings. This was a crazy game.
What an end to this day, to this game, to Kaya, who has beaten Io for the third time that she's played him, that she's finally beaten him and dethroned him. Oh my gosh.
Wow. And it just shows the importance of tile tracking. I mean, it's one of the hardest parts of the game for me. Just being able to keep track of what your opponent has, what they might have as possible outplays, but really often it makes the difference between winning and losing a game.
Absolutely. All right. As soon as they're done counting, I just want to hear what they have to say. They have agreed on the scores, and I just needs to show his tiles, and then I would love to hear what they have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Good. IIUG. So 10 more. So 4, 6, 7 to 3, 9, 8.
No, I have 4, 5, 5.
You
4,
do?
5. What was my score? 6, 7. 4, 5, 5.
I had you at 391.
Okay, we could check. Oh no, I didn't go overtime. You didn't press my clock.
You didn't stop the clock.
Yeah.
He wasn't over.
I wasn't over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you have the score?
No, we'll check our score.
That's your responsibility.
Okay. So after Gueros, were you at 377?
Gueros, I get 437. 369 at YO.
369, and then you got 8 points for Gueros.
367 at YOND.
I actually have you at 369.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
BEAD 331.
Yes, 331 plus 38.
369.
369.
57.
Plus 8 would be 377.
57. OXO. 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54.
So I totally forgot to add one?
Yeah, 57. I was trapped. Oh, God.
Oh my gosh. If Kaya thought
5 to
that
4, 6, 7.
So I am on 4, 5, 5.
if Kaya thought that Io was down 57, that would have been a completely different game in her brain.
4, 5, 5. Yeah.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
So you
It seems
agree
like
at 4,
she
6,
missed,
7, 4, 5, 5.
Okosagah.
Yeah, I think
Just didn't add it to the score. Yeah, that would totally change everything about the end game.
Then you get 24,
Wow.
3, 7, 3.
Wow.
Then you scored 74, 5, 6, 7, 21 plus 5 plus 6, 27, 77.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then 10 more from you.
7, 3, 77. And 7, 3, 50.
Because I was just more. How did I miss Oxo?
So
That's what you played after Gueros.
Yeah, your score is 360 according to my phone.
367.
360.
Okay.
373. Plus
37 plus 7 is 380.
Oh, did you have 7? Or
Yeah,
77?
7 for playing the 1E.
Where is it?
Yet. 4, 5, 6. Well, that's why it turned out equal.
So you, I didn't record that at 5. So you got 367, right? You get
467
467
to 455.
Yeah, awesome.
We agree.
I missed tracks.
Oh my gosh.
I missed tracks. I didn't see the O.
The O?
The O, I missed track.
Oh, for
O.
one warrior.
That was the only play I saw it, but I missed track the O. See?
I'm sorry.
Oh, good game. Good game. You played great.
That was very close too.
Jokes apart, you played well. I missed track then. That was it.
Okay, so we agree on 4, 6, 7, 4, 5, 5.
Yes.
All right.
12.
Great.
Awesome.
Oh,
Way to go, Kaya.
Yeah, it was a good game.
Congratulations.
She played,
Thank you.
She played great. She kept coming back and coming back and coming back.
oh, and the amongst is good, isn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't ready to challenge that because I had a neutralizer.
Oh, right, yeah. Let me see if amongst really is good.
I had something to neutralize it, so
Everything's good.
yeah. So I missed track totally.
I'm pretty sure it's good.
Jeez,
Yeah.
it's good. Come
It's not good with
on.
the U on in front of it.
I've never heard of that.
Oh, I studied it recently.
Amongst is good.
So
It's good. It's good. It's good.
I saw a Tomsman. I had it. Oh, but that's not good.
You won. What did I do?
What, did I do something wrong?
No, because maybe
we
they are
are
running a commentary.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
now
That's fine. I totally mistracked.
Okay, so here we go.
Oh, God.
Enter scores. Refresh.
It's awesome play. But this is good play. You played so well.
I want to know what your commentary over there is.
No, you played well.
Can I just say that I love these players, just how kind they are to each other and how lovely this post game was. And I can't even believe this whole time Kaya thought that she was, basically neck and neck with Io. I believe in her head, the game difference would have been 20 instead of 70 because she just didn't count Oxo, the 57 points. Explains the poker face.
Yeah, I mean, that must have given her a psychological advantage. She wasn't sweating so much, like, oh, I'm ahead, this is great. But yeah, this was an excellent game, and I love to see just the cordial banter afterwards. It can be tough to lose a game just by messing up your tracking, but Io took it so well, and they both played really well in this game. It was exciting.
I agree. And for Io to sit there and for the game to be, just dependent on that O that he mistracked, that is heartbreaking. But he took it so well. I mean, the way that he was complimenting Kaya and the way that, she didn't even know that Oxo had been, scored at 57. Just, what a game. We've had such bangers today and in such different ways, some blowouts and some very close games, some completely unexpected last minute plays. TUM and Twiting. I couldn't have asked for anything better.
I know, me too. It just shows the whole range of Scrabble. Really, so many different things can happen, and each time you pick up tiles, you just never know what you're going to get.
I agree. And I can't believe that this is a 5-day tournament. So we are only on day 2. We have so much more commentary coming for you. Elise, when are we going to see you back on screen?
I'll be back tomorrow morning with Matt O'Connor. I'm really excited to look at some more games. Nits, when are you going to be back on?
Tuesday morning. I am really excited. I think this is going to be a really, really great showdown. And, just one for the ages. Everyone in the chat keeps saying, oh, well, Anderson, you have to make a video about this and you have to make a video about that. And that's really a testament to how incredible these games are. And if you want to keep coming back for more or, go through the ones that have been played in the past, you have to come back to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. This is where you should like and subscribe. This is where you should just keep coming back for incredible commentary and tips on how to get better at Scrabble. This is, we are your folks.
Yeah, and another way to get better at Scrabble, you should definitely take a look at the link under Nits's name here of studycade.com. It's really wonderful. It has a series of games where you can study your 3s and your 4s. There's also a StudyCade Twitch stream where you can anagram with your friends. So I highly recommend that you check it out. I know that I use it a lot as I'm trying to get better as a Scrabble player.
Oh, and of course, we have to go to Elise's YouTube channel, the link under Elise's name, because that is where you see all of these shenanigans play out and incredible analysis of her games. I think you're just, kicking it straight out of the ballpark with, that video of Blank Bonanza where all of us, we had 30 tiles to play through. I think that was just so fun. And I'm really glad that we have more and more video content for Scrabble in this world now. It just makes everything so much more fun.
Oh, thank you, Nits. And yeah, should we take one more look at the standings before we wrap up for those of us who are following D1?
Absolutely. Let's do this. Alex still in first place. Good for him. And Dennis and Austin fighting it out for second and third. I'm happy to see that Winter is up there despite that loss to was, of course, climbing his way up. Are you rooting for anyone at least? Is there someone that you really hope that gets into the top 2?
Ooh, I don't know. No one just rooting for more good Scrabble. If we can
That
keep
is-
seeing what we've been seeing so far, that would be good with me.
I have to say your answer was so perfect and so diplomatic and honestly just so honest. It's just that's exactly what we want. We just want good Scrabble. That was perfect. Some of these players have just been playing a lot of games this past 30 days. They have I can't believe how many tournaments these guys play. I mean, I would love to see, just more of them on the stream.
Absolutely, yeah. There's so much stamina on display here with all of the Scrabble that these folks have been playing. We love to see it.
And thank you guys for being here today. Thank you, Elise, for being my co-commentator. This has been so fun. And everyone, make sure to tune back in tomorrow. We start with round 15 at the Scrabble Players Championship, live from Maryland.